everybody, and a very warm welcome to the penultimate round of the World Rugby Women's 7 Series. We're in London at the Twickenham Stoop, home of the Harlequins Rugby Football Club. And after 4 pulsating tournaments, this is how the series table looks. New Zealand have maximum points, but the big question everybody's asking is who will secure a berth for next year's Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. One result that is confirmed, Brazil as hosts will be there, but there are still 7 looking for the valuable 4 spots. This competition started in Dubai, the business centre and entertainment capital of the Middle East, is where New Zealand met Australia in the Cup final. Sao Paulo, Brazil hosted the second round, and once again it was a South Pacific battle. Atlanta, Georgia welcomed the 12 international teams, and the home side made their first final of 2015, looking to halt the New Zealand Seven Sisters. Next was another inaugural venue, Langford in Vancouver, British Columbia, and the Russians were hoping to spoil the Kiwis' purple patch. Here at this magnificent venue across the world from the famous Twickenham ground. And next week it all wraps up in Amsterdam, where 4 countries will be guaranteed their participation in the Summer Olympics of 2016. The pools here in the UK have New Zealand in Pool A alongside France, Brazil and Spain. Pool B has Canada, the hosts England, Russia and South Africa. And Pool C, Australia, USA, Fiji and China. And it's all about the points that are available here that they will take through to Amsterdam. Obviously the top points there, 20, 18, 16, 14 and all the way down to the 12th position of 1 point. So here are the games coming up throughout the morning. You'll be able to see New Zealand, Brazil, France against Spain, Australia, Fiji and USA to take on China. Joined in commentary by former Black Fern Melody Robinson and Sky host as well. And Mel, looking forward to this match, and in particular the New Zealand side where the changes have been made.
Look, it's interesting, a bit of intrigue around the team that Sean Horan named. He wanted to make 5 changes, instead it's 4 because Lavinia Gould out injured just the other day with a hamstring problem. The key for Sean Horan and his New Zealand side is he wants to put more players under pressure so he can develop depth. But for other teams, is New Zealand vulnerable? Can they get one up and perhaps get the mental edge going forward into the series next year and the Olympics?
Are you a fan of change, Mel? Some say that really, why would you change a winning formula?
I think I'm old school. I always love that starting team, and then underneath people are lucky to get a shot. But in this new age, you need to have not just 12, you've got to have that whole squad of 20 that can step up. It's the Olympic Games, for goodness sakes, next year. I mean, this is big stuff.
So the first game up, New Zealand against Brazil here at the World Rugby Women's 7 Series in London, series number 3. And New Zealand in the black, Brazil in their traditional green and gold. No Sarah Goss, no Taylor Nathan Wong. Still a very, very strong team, Mel.
Yeah, well, the players that come in to start, Ruby Tui in number 1, Jordan Webber in 4, and it's Katarina Fata-Simpkins who gets an opportunity there with Kayla McAllister on the bench. I'm confident that this will still be a very good performance, especially over Brazil, who have qualified for the Olympics and have never even come close to beating New Zealand.
And the referee from Spain, Alhambra Nivas. All set now. Match number 1 of 18 today. Rochelle Kohan gets us underway right from the get-go. Beautiful conditions here at the Stoop in London. First possession for the New Zealand Sevens team. Right from the kickoff, you can see that the Brazil team now flooding that area and sending in a turnover here. So first opportunity, Ishibashi has the ball, runs a little bit lateral, and then the offload there to Korhan, who kicked the ball off. Brazil first possession, first chance. New Zealand is offside.
Great work at the breakdown at the tackle area by Brazil and getting that turnover. I think against a team like New Zealand, you want to suffocate them with the ball. Attacking them right there would be ideal.
There is Paula Ishibashi, the 30-year-old playmaker. So what can Brazil do in this early stage of the match? First possession, running wide, and then a lovely little pass out late to Sada. Sada just with one to beat. And that ball looks like it's gone forward. They may have gone into touch first, so good tackle from Woodman. But great space and the awareness by the Brazilian team.
Yeah, I'm liking what they're doing. Just the switch backs, a change of direction in the middle of the field, and then they went wide where there was quite a bit of space. But when you've got Woodman marking you, she's probably going to mow you down.
It's definitely the right option, and Sada got a little bit too close to the sideline there. Couldn't control the ball, and so New Zealand with a chance in possession. So the early feed, and now they look to get it wide. Woodman out on the left-hand side, but now just a clean break, and she won't be caught as well. She's going to go coast to coast right from the start. Fada Simpkins, her first touch of the ball. Coming at her is Korhan. Korhan's done very well to catch up and pull her down 5 metres short. Good chase from the Brazilian team, quickly recycled. They've got the numbers out left. Here comes try number 1, and it's Kelly Brazier.
Let's just give a big high five to Korhan with that chase on Fada Simpkins. Once you make a break down the middle of the field like that, usually you're in under the money. But Fada Simpkins pulled in. Great ruck ball, Woodman in there, and then they moved it out wide to Brazier and finished it off New Zealand.
The clear out was important, and that lovely pass from Webber found Kelly Brazier out on the left. And there is the distance, looking to try and add the extras, not successful. So New Zealand 5-0. What a player she's become, Mel. Kelly Brazier, all-time points record holder for club and NPC in New Zealand.
That's right, she's been playing since she was a toddler. She was actually born in England, so England have lost one heck of a player. As we have a look again, she just fitted out wide there on the wing, knew that there was space. She's an unreal player, played for Otago, played for the Black Ferns, been around for a long time.
Quality player. There's Kelly Brazier. She gets the first try now. She looks to try and get it to 10 metres. She's done just that. And Estevez takes it in and then tries to go up the middle there. New Zealand equal to the challenge. Ball quickly recycled. Ishibashi. That looked like it may have been knocked forward. It's a big hit coming in from the New Zealanders. Woodman gets it up, gives it to Webber. Webber with a little bit of footwork. Now she throws it out wide. There is Brazier again. Second opportunity for New Zealand to hit and spin from Tubic. And she can't stay in play, so good defence from the Brazilian side.
Yeah, really good scrambling defence, but for Brazil, you know, it was the execution when they received the kick-off. Body position too high, then the passing put them under pressure. Luckily, they were able to get over to that left-hand side of the field and get numbers and push her over the sideline.
You must be there. No, you must be there.
Paula Ishibashi, a 30-year-old. She's been in the team for a number of years, and really they're known as the Tupi. Tupi are the Brazilian side. Of course, hosts of the Summer Games next year, and so a real emphasis on sevens rugby. As New Zealand go back to retrieve it, Brazier gets back nice and early and then goes into contact. Webber, they start to send in a lot more players to the Brazilian team, but now they've controlled it here. Tui gets it wide. Backwards, says the referee. Now they've got some space out here. Fada Simpkins gets it out to Woodman. Watch out, stand by. There goes Portia. Woodman's in. Just like that, first touch of the ball. And here comes try number 86 in her career.
Yeah, all very simple. I think against a better defensive system that might not have been scored, but Woodman, I mean, how many times have we seen her do that? Just a small little in and out. She's very powerful too, always looks for a fend. Yeah, look at in and out, fend, around Urujo, and then she goes in closer to the post to get maximum points.
Well, how good is she, Mel? She scored 43 tries in the 4 tournaments that we've had this year. And Sebelo Sinatla, who was involved in the men's tournament, after 8 tournaments, he scored 43.
Man, woman, we are looking at one of the world's best sevens players in that lady there, Woodman. There's no doubt about it. It's only her 3rd year playing the game too. That's how quickly she's adapted. A former netball representative as well. She's unreal.
Well, she's on level peggings now with Sinatla, who's played in 4 more events. And Portia Woodman. Brazier with the restart. New Zealand up by 2 tries, and there's an error, which we don't see too often.
Yeah, Chubik, she overran the kicker. So Brazil get a good opportunity in the middle of the field.
Very rare for Kelly Brazier not to let it go the 10 metres. Require 10 metres that it needs to go.
Well, she's not the usual kicker either, is she? It's Tyler Nathan Wong usually.
And so the Brazilians now run lovely angles, and then that's what they've done on a couple of occasions, is just given the ball back to New Zealand. And Brazier, she's going to accept it every single day of the week as they get it out to Weber. Weber moves it out again, and now they try and go down this short side through Tui. Defence is good. Covered up again, and now Brazier into contact. Weber loops around, and now they've got a compliment out to the left. Lovely pass there from Broughton. Broughton gets out to Fada Simpkins. Here goes Woodman. Woodman in, out. See you later.
Woodman finishes off again, but I have to definitely give credit to this entire New Zealand team, because they were put under pressure at that ruck. It was ugly ball, but the skill execution, the way that they passed it with the players running onto it. Woodman at the end there. Defence was thin, and she's just too fast.
Love the way that she makes the fend available. Puts the ball in the left hand, she can fend with the right, and then she's just got outright pace. That is one thing you can't coach. No real surprise though, her father Carfina was an All Black like her uncle Fred, and so it's in the genes. Her second try of the match. New Zealand have scored 3, all unconverted, and as we head to the break, New Zealand lead Brazil by 15-0.
The ball carrier has to be strong in their feet and they have to stay square, okay? Then the support has to get there faster, okay? Whatever angle they're coming out, we always still take the thread out, right? Then the halfback gets a hot ball out. Other than that, I think it's going really well. The comps are there, okay? And I think the urgency's there. We just need to stick at it and keep the basics going well, okay? When we have the ball, we have patience. When we're on D, we go and get the ball, all right? Sisters on 3, 1, 2, 3. Sisters!
You heard the call there, the sisters. They call themselves the 7 Sisters because basically they're a family on tour. You can see the Brazilian coach there, Chris Neal. Another Kiwi.
The only problem is, Mel, is that with real families you argue and fight. I don't think these girls actually would say bad things about each other, so
no,
maybe
tight.
they're not real sisters.
They're tight. Yeah, I've got a sister, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I've got 2, and I don't think that, yeah, exactly. They said the better, but they really have advanced, New Zealand. They've raised the bar every single match, every single tournament this year, and it continues here at the Stoop. We're underway for the second half. New Zealand in the black strip, and that's a much better restart from Brazier.
At the break, I thought it was interesting. Sarah Goss, the captain, did all the talking. You didn't even hear Sean Horan, the coach. And when she was talking about square bodies, she was talking about ruck ball, because the Brazilians have actually beaten New Zealand in that area, really made their ball messy.
Rising high is Sada, the captain, Ishibashi. Look at the defence from New Zealand. It's up so quick, the line speed, and it just forces the Brazilians to make mistakes like that. Broughton very, very quick off the line. And there is the New Zealand coach, Sean Horan. He's done a good job, Mel.
Yeah, he really has. As we have another look, again, outside in defence here by Broughton. Put the pressure on. Basically, New Zealand's playbook, or all the moves and patterns they have, is huge. I mean, these girls can play all kinds of different styles.
Fada Simpkins gets the ball from Broughton, and then the chip. There's no one in behind. If the bounce is kind, she'll score, and she will. That is class from Fada Simpkins. nothing on it all, no sweeper in behind. The kick, the chase, the receive and the finish.
Well, Farah Simpkins has been a real star for Wellington and at a national level in New Zealand. We haven't seen her play like that until now. Look at that skill, popping the ball over, judging it just perfectly and getting herself a beautiful 5-pointer. Great to see her getting the opportunity with the changes that Horan's made for this tournament.
That is sublime, not easy to do. You've got to judge it perfectly, and she was patient. She waited for the ball through 2 or 3 revolutions to bounce up. And that's New Zealand's 4th try, 22-0. Some changes been made as well. Woodman to the bench. And on in jersey number 10 is Sheree Tane. Just 20 years old, so she'll enjoy this opportunity of getting involved in the game. And New Zealand have the ball from the kickoff. There's a try scorer, Farah Simpkins. Opted to hold on to the pass and now offloads to Broughton. She gets rid of the first, gets it out here. First touch for Tane. Close to the line and now taken over the touchline.
Yeah, no space for Tane there. So she was unable to get around the player.
Time off. 11.
And if you're wondering, why she did push the ball inside, it's a big no-no to die with the ball and be pushed out over the sideline. So they always try and get it back inside to a support player.
Time on.
Tubic is there alongside Tui. Jordan Webber is giving the signs here. Brazier, they look to go long here. The throw is accurate. No, it's not. And Nishibashi's just lost it forward. So 2 mistakes, firstly from New Zealand, and then Ishibashi just couldn't accept the beautiful ball that was right there.
Yeah, bit of red line fever really, because she panicked. Beautiful ball and communication mishap too in that line out. It looked like Ruby Tui didn't know that Weber was coming back so fast.
Really looking forward to the opportunity here. Farah Simpkins has it, Broughton loops around because that's where the space was, and now they come back to where the forwards are. Tubic gets it out to Tui. Has got power, has got pace, but the defence is there. Recycled again by the Kiwis. New Zealand's 7 sisters. Brazier runs wide and then a pass out to Broughton. Didn't go to hand. Here comes Tane. Tane in, out. Now looking for the offload. 7 short. New Zealand 4 phases. Brazier is there again. They've got a full complement if they want to use it out to the left. But Brazier said, I'll hit, spin, and then I'll race away to score my 2nd of the game.
Yeah, Brazier, she's got lovely balance on those feet. And the ability to do that spin like that, break through the defence. Here she is, back round, loses the defensive player, a little bit of a slap off. Very skillful indeed.
Brazil, their coach Chris Neal, he's into a couple of years of trying to rebuild and obviously make them competitive for next year. Mel, what do they need to work on?
Well, it's not rebuild, it's create from nothing. I think he's done a really good job. Brazil look very well coached. He's basically worked on their skill level, so the width of their passes come into it. They're very fit. He's had to change their body type because this is a country that doesn't play rugby, touch rugby, or anything like that. So I think that Brazil, they're definitely on the right track.
8 black. Number 8.
A lot of talk about their focus being on the youth. 5 years ago, they had between 8 and 10 teams. There are now around 50. And the average age of this Brazilian women's team is around 26 and a half. So the game certainly is going through a growth spurt. As Taylor Nathan Wong, the normal kicker, comes onto the field, the traditional stance, and then she'll turn. And the kick, Webber chases. It's gone 10. Webber looks like she's knocked it back.
No advantage, no come first.
Yeah, I don't think the Brazilian forwards there had the aerial game. In this opportunity, if you're running up, you're trying to take it, you've got to jump in the air and compete for it. I know New Zealand are very good at that area of the game.
The last 2 minutes of this, the first game of 18 matches here.
Crouch.
Penultimate tournament here in London.
Set.
And New Zealand looking for victory number 37. This would be their 37th consecutive win. They are the defending champions of this tournament. And the turnover here, it's brilliantly by Webber. Now they clear it. Nathan Wong gets it out. Player out to the left, and this is Tane. Tane now's going to back her pace. Tane braces away to score another try for New Zealand. Oh, this is sublime sevens rugby.
Yeah, once again, the team made it for Dane on the outside. It was a wonderful pass from Farah Simpkins. Look at that. Accurate. Dane running onto it. She got around her defensive player there. You saw Arujo hit the deck. And a good try for New Zealand.
The young 20-year-old former New Zealand touch representative, Waikato Girls High School. And the conversion is good. Look at that, she just got the ball in the wrong hand. That would be my only criticism, Mel, but when you've got that much pace, when you're blessed with pace, it doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Well, it does matter if it's an Olympic final and somebody makes a tackle and knocks the ball out of your arms. Then you're kicking yourself.
Exactly. What we're trying to explain there is that one of the early things that you learn in rugby is to carry the ball the furthest away from the defender so you can use the inside hand to actually fend. And there's another mistake from the New Zealanders at the kickoff. Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, a little bit of rust in the New Zealand game. But hey, it's the first match of the day.
Santini with the ball in hand. 13 tries, 65 points for the 22-year-old. They run great lines back to Ishibashi, throws the dummy, but no one's fallen for it. And now they look to try and push the ball wide here. Finally, they go into some contact. Held up. There was Gorai. And the Brazilians, look at the pressure coming in from the New Zealanders. This is the line speed. Farah Simpkins ripped the ball clear. Broughton has it. Broughton gets it out to Tane. Tane, she's going to back her pace again. This time the ball's in the right hand, and this time she does it right, but what a great tackle. Coming across to deny her a second try. And the referee says that is time. First match here between New Zealand and Brazil. 6 tries to the New Zealand side, and they have beaten Brazil by 34 points to 0.
Thank you. Obrigada. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. First done.
All good? You happy? You happy? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just make sure next game.
Okay, so only a couple of minutes away from the second match on day one of the London Sevens. France, who come into this tournament as the top European side. Now, qualification for Rio is very much within their own control. 4th in the current standings on 52 points, and that's 4 clear of England and the United States, who remain hot on their heels. Well, there are the teams. There have been some distractions for the French over the last few weeks. The top 8 playoffs mean most of the squad were back playing with their clubs and concentrating on their domestic campaigns, and they did pick up a few injuries as well. Big blow with the loss of Shannon Izar because of a broken hand. Interesting to see how they get on without her. Jennifer Chauncey as well, and Elodie Goulion also miss out because of injury. So in come Audrey Amil, Montserrat Amdi and Laureline Fourcade. Sue Day's beside me. You made your international debut against Spain, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's quite some time ago now, 1997. None of these players were playing then, but a big test for Spain today against this France side. Yes, France short of a couple of their big game players, a couple of their strike runners, but you'd still think they'd have too much for Spain.
Well, we were here yesterday, and as the guys were mentioning earlier on, conditions were absolutely horrendous. It's a beautiful afternoon for rugby at Twickenham Stoop, and Spain in the huddle. Success record against the French hasn't been great. In fact, they've only managed 1 try in the 3 previous meetings, so that kind of tells its own story, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Spain have struggled for consistency, they've struggled for continuity, and to be honest, they've struggled for pace. They really have to keep their hands on the ball for a good chunk of each of the 7 minutes if they want to threaten a French side that's got a bit more when it comes to strike running.
Referee for this one, as you've seen, Rasta Razavengi, and we are just about set to go. Spain in their traditional red strips and Les Bleus of France. Want to watch these kickouts as well. Perhaps New Zealand very impressive apart from the restarts.
Yeah, they started with Tyler Nathan Wong off the pitch and the rest of the team not able to rise to our usual high standards. Patricia Garcia, they're one of the best kickers in the women's game.
It's not a bad start. And early possession for France. Biscarat fires one out. Porta, the captain, and offloads nicely to Laganu. Physicality, the French, something to watch out for. Reputation has it that they'll even take the New Zealanders on in that department, but good hit early on from Spain, and Angel Del Pan puts her up to number on the ground. France wins possession. Ladagnu to Orta. Bit of space from Thomas. So far, Spanish defence pretty good, holding their line well. France can't get through. Ledouf tried to switch, didn't go to plan. A chance for Spain to break here. Garcia. Biscarat goes back. And the French still have it now. They should have numbers here if they straighten. Orta brought down a decent tackle. You wonder, was that the right option? But France still have possession. Orta again, making that hard yards just over the halfway line. But Agnew trying to use their pace. Spanish cover was there. Tackle goes in. It's gone into touch. France looking to get on with it quickly, but I mean, decent retention from France, but equally good defence from Spain.
Good defence from Spain. France didn't really challenge them, did they? Just moved the ball from side to side, made it easy for Spain to follow them. They had one opportunity, as you said, Fanny Horta took the wrong option, stepped inside when she had 3 players on the outside. France haven't really challenged the Spanish defence yet.
Well, you mentioned the lack of strike runners, the 3 names I mentioned at the start from injury. On the basis of what we've seen, it's early days, but they might struggle just to compensate for that. Spain, let's see what they can do. Far this time from Casado. Barbara Platt tried to break the line, but France equal to it, and they give away the penalty as well, so advantage to Spain. Quick tap and go. Grubber kick. So the Brazilians tried that on a couple of occasions, and it really just hands possession right back to the opposite team. When you work hard to get it back, the last thing you want to do is give it away.
You're going to kick in France, it's got to be to get the ball back, otherwise you're just giving possession away.
Ladagnu sets it up. Spanish contestant on the ground. Now there's definite overlap on the left here if the French can use this one. Straight in line in the pass. Thomas calling for in the wing. How much pace has she got? Thomas with a handoff into touch. Again, good Spanish defence.
Good Spanish defence, and the cardinal sin of all wide players in rugby, allowing yourself just to get nudged off the pitch like that. It's a wide old pitch, step inside, challenge the defence. As it is, Rose Tomás giving the ball straight back to Spain.
And let's go, Red.
Maria Casado to throw. No problem there. Thought about the return pass, but Spain have it now. Going to keep it on the blind side. Pretty good. Tackle goes in by Graciano. It's there again for Garcia, who fires one out. Casado shifts it on nicely to Garcia. Two of them in the team, in case you think I'm calling the same player twice, but French get a hand on it. Did it go forward? Well, they're offside on the ruck, so Spain get on with it quickly, and a beautiful break. Look at this. How much pace has she got? Cla. Super stuff by Spain. First try of the game, and France are in trouble.
Eli Martinez is the player on the Spanish team with the pace. She's the one, if she gets the ball in a bit of space, that can make a difference. She managed it there. France really haven't managed to challenge Spain. Eli Martinez picks the ball up, quick tack, bang, she's gone. France don't reorganise themselves quickly enough. They can't catch her. Even Graciano, one of the best players on this French team with a lot of pace, plays wing in 15s, couldn't catch her. First blood, Spain.
Well, top point scorer in the Rugby World Cup 2013, Martinez, the captain, leading by example, and France look a little bit shocked by that. Brilliant start for Spain. Can they make it even better? Just short with the conversion attempt. So 5 points to nil. France have got to get themselves together here.
Yeah, for my money, France are just being a bit too lateral, side to side, and they've got some lovely playmakers, some lovely steppers in this team. Vizcarra, Graciano, Le Duff. They need to mix things up a little bit. You can't just pass the ball from side to side. Let the exciting, ball-carrying, stepping players do a bit of the work.
Spain restart. It's just going to go 10. That's a really good kick. And they got possession straight back. France having to defend once again. Knocked on, just couldn't hold it there, Casado. So a chance to counter-attack from here. Fanny Horta, the captain, trying to claw France back into this game, but to the 22, gets the pass away as well. Now, any room on the outside, the pass goes straight into the hands of a Spanish player, and well, what looked like a real try opportunity. Barbara Pla comes away with it, and she's just before the halfway line. Good contest for the ball though, French regrouping, and they have an advantage, none coming off their feet from Spain. Quick tap and go this time. It's Christelle Ledouf. Thomas leaves it. Right for Graciano. Number 8 for France. Tackle well though by Angel Delpan. And there for the French again. Mayan. Horta. Looks for space on the wing. Is there for Ladagnu? Oh, beautiful! Round the outside, and France have a try back. Well, no less than they deserve, really.
No, and Ladagnu it is. If it's Eli Martinez for Spain, that's usually one that gets over the try line. For France, it's Caroline Ladagnu had bored in a little bit of space, and it's Eli Martinez she's up against. But too much power from Caroline Ladagnu. France did work it well. They moved the ball right into the outside spaces, and this time Ladagnu makes no mistake.
Christelle Ledouf is going to attempt the conversion. It's right in the corner, just to push France ahead. Not a bad strike, but the flags stay down, so 5 points each. Entertaining first half. Well, there's the whistle. Time for one last play. Gerber kick goes short. Fanny Horta, beautiful pickup as well. France trying to edge themselves in front, perhaps before the half-time whistle, and Spain have it now. Little floating pass on the outside to Berta Garcia in the scrum cap. Uses her strength, but she can't hang on to it. It's gone forward. Well, that's it. One try apiece. Entertaining first half overall.
Yeah, entertaining and very, very tight. We've seen France start slowly against Spain before, but Spain really, really having their measure at the moment.
Estamos haciendo bastante bien en defensa. Cuando tengan una situación de superioridad, de verdad, vamos a meternos con los concilios para que nos ayuden, ¿de acuerdo? Hemos tenido dos problemas y habéis visto por qué. Porque intentamos hacer la cosa complicada, una recuperación y ahí bien, avanzamos, tenemos un balón bueno. No juguemos un balón ahí como sea, adelantándolo como sea. No vale cualquier balón de continuidad. Vamos a construir, a construir. Igual que aquí, Berta, entra y después de ahí a partir de ahí jugamos. Hay que hacer, el partido es hacerlo, seguir con esa situación defensiva.
Well, you can see the animated Spanish coaches there. I mean, they've got to be happy about what they've seen, but they'll think now this game is there for the taking.
They certainly will. It's their best chance for a long time against France. They'll feel like they've got France's measure in attack. They're not making the breaks we'd usually see from them against Spain. Spain 7 more minutes for a big, big result against this France team.
Well, the last time these two sides met in Atlanta, France won 36-0. That'll tell you where Spain have come to get to this stage. But typically the French slow starters, I suppose. Tap and go. Casado. Tackle well, though. That was a big hit from Cristela Duff. He's had a good game. Chance to squeeze this one out the right hand. Biscarat. Lovely offload as well. Supported by Ladagnu, the try scorer. She's trying to go around the outside. Managed to keep the ball in play. And Spain have just enough numbers there. Casado dived on it. Got the penalty.
France off their feet, desperate defence there. There goes Ladanus. This time she's not quite going to make it around Patricia Garcia. Excellent technique in the tackle.
Spain try to relieve a bit of pressure and bring play right on the halfway line, so they've a line out. Last one went exactly according to plan. Thomas in for France. Grassino as well in the middle. She'll be contesting this one. She got up really well. That was brilliant. And Cristela Duff tried to go through the gap. Spain closed it, but France still have. Grassino fires one off to Mayan. Biscarat to La Duff. She lost that one. Did it go forward? It did. Advantage being played to Spain. 3 on 3. Casado just took the tackle. And the physicality of the French there, making their presence felt. Big hit goes in. Shipped on nicely by Martinez, the captain and try scorer for Spain. And France hold their line. French trying to get up quickly, but a bit of space here now for Spain. Rivera. Spain hanging on to possession. Garcia lost it in the tackle though, and France will get the scrum.
Scrappy stuff and probably a poor decision from Garcia. Lots of space out wide for Spain. She chose to take it forward in the end. Knocked on there. She goes steps just inside Cristela Duff, but the ball just goes down in the tackle.
I mean, I mentioned France in that crucial 4th place at the moment. They have 2 teams breathing down their neck, and maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in early on.
Yeah, a bit of pressure, and it's tough when you haven't got what might ordinarily be your first choice team. So you've got new players coming in like Rose Thomas, good player, but hasn't played much with this team, so you're not quite so instinctively understanding what the player next to you is going to do. So yeah, pressure on absolutely. That 4th Olympic spot, so crucial to teams.
And they have that bounty on their head. Oh, look at that beautiful pace. Biscarat. Is anybody going to catch her? No way. Brilliant stuff by Biscarat. And France take the lead. It's taken them a long time, but they have their noses in front now. Spain, they look a little bit dejected after all that effort.
Pauline Biscarat has become such a crucial player for this French team. She is right in the middle of everything they do. The little playmaker, the player who can change direction on a sixpence. This time, she's the finisher. Ball comes out from Le Duff, and it's this little bit of footwork from Biscarat. She stops the defender in her tracks and then goes on the outside and has the pace to finish it off. That's a really, really important try for France.
And Le Duff to add the extra 2, she does so. So France, well, they can breathe a little sigh of relief, I think, after what has been a really good performance from the Spanish so far. And I'm sure, looking at the sideline here, the coaches, I'm sure want them to kick on now and score that next try.
certainly will. We're talking about inexperience on the pitch. Biscarra, one of the most experienced players, so crucial for France now.
Restart. Spain, well, they dropped it, but it went backwards, I think, and it was Maria Ribera who got away with that one. Little show. Now, gap opening up here perhaps. Spain, well, they're not finished yet. 2-on-1, if that had gone to hand, it hasn't done. And a substitute just on the field, Echevarria, does well to try and break the tackle and the offload as well. Martinez hits the deck. Echevarria. Little switch. Not a bad one, but there was a massive overlap out wide there to go wide.
Doesn't look like a good decision, does it, right now with that turnover?
France scrapping for that ball on the ground. They give away the penalty though, not releasing. But Spain, they had 3-on-1 if that ball had gone wide.
Yeah, so we've seen Spain do that a couple of times in this match, haven't they? Take the inside ball, run the switch when there's a gaping spaces out wide. They've let France off the hook a couple of times, it's fair to say.
And in this game, you've got to make the right decisions. I mean, in terms of pace and power, there's not a lot between the top sides in the world. It's those split-second decisions that win games.
Yeah, and it's such a short game, you know. If you don't take the right decision once, you might not get another chance. Big call from Spain and the wrong one.
Well, they're taking the time over this line out, and they don't have a lot of it left inside the last 2 minutes, and they need a converted try just to tie things up. So good ball off the top to use from here. It wasn't straight. It didn't look straight from here, in fairness.
It didn't, but I think Restavengi's seen a penalty offence, so Spain lucky to get away with it, will get the ball. No.
With the scrum. Yeah.
So what, a minute and a half for France to keep their hands on this ball.
Well, they have been tested, and they're not there yet. Keep possession, I think, the aim of the game for the next 90 seconds or so. There's the try score. Biscarra fires one out to Fanny Orta, the captain. Ladanu trying to go out on the outside, keeps it in. The captain got there, but she dropped it.
Bit of confusion out there, players I don't think seem to know what the call is either, but France forcing the offload there, giving Spain the chance to get their hands back on the ball.
Well, need their experience now just to settle things down. Lauriane Lessard comes in, 22 years of age, and I'm sure instructions just see out this game. Don't make any mistakes. Spain have the ball. Garcia to Martinez. We know how quick she is from that first try. Spanish need something from her, but they're running out of time. Just over 30 seconds left to play.
Now, last week.
Martinez to act as scrum half. Does so. Pass wasn't good. And it's an unforced error that's going to cost Spain. And you'd imagine that is that if France can just keep this ball.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the story of Spain's season. Too many unforced errors here. The ball just goes to ground. There's no need for that at all. She wasn't under any pressure whatsoever. It just hands the ball back to the opposition. A few seconds left for France. Keep their hands on the ball here and they'll be booting it off the pitch, I should imagine.
Time for one last play. Well, there was a fall from grace there. Lessard only just on the field, but she's going to field that one. And Spain have one last chance here, crucially. What can they do with it? Martinez takes it in. Need to get that ball out. French defence has to hold firm here. Decent tackle goes in from Horta, the captain. She's been the best player for France in this opening game. But it's not over yet. Still the tackles go in. Le Duff. Is there one last throw for the Spanish? Crossfield run, but it's taken all the French with her, and that's a knock on. That should be that. That was a chance.
Poor from Spain. You've got so many players out wide. Don't run the ball across the pitch, pass it across the pitch. It gets the ball there much, much quicker. France a little bit lucky to get away with that one.
France win their first game. Relief all round for Les Bleus. 12 points to 5 against Spain.
Nice one, cheers. A bit of snippers. Slowly. Oh, that's all right, I don't mind.
And match number 3 coming up has Australia against Fiji. First match for these two teams in Pool C. And there is the head-to-head. Australia lead 5-0. They last met in Langford just last month, where Australia won comfortably by 22 points to 0. Willie Lose with you, and also joined by former Blackburn Melody Robinson. And Mel, this is a very good Australian side.
Well, it is a really good Australian side. At the end of the day, he selected his arguably strongest team. And the key for Australia is that number 11, Emily Cherry, is back for them. She was out injured in the last tournament, and she is a massive player, so Australia look very good indeed.
And for Fiji, Levania Tinai was certainly a standout player in the last tournament that they competed in Langford. And Fiji down to 11 players because their captain, Rongetha, is also suspended for one further match, and so she won't play any part. They will be captained by number 10, Rusila Nagasao.
I have to say one thing about these two teams is they've actually played each other more outside of this World Series in the Oceania competitions and also Coral Coast Sevens. And in those, Fiji have beaten Australia before. They're quite familiar with each other, these two teams. And Fiji, they're very inconsistent, but man, can they be dangerous at times.
Two quality coaches from these sides. Elasia Tanivula is the coach for Fiji, former Brumbies, Blues, Highlanders. Played under Sir Gordon Titchens, as we see Sarah Cox from England in her 26th World Sevens Series match. And for Australia, Tim Welsh, former under-19, under-21 representative, and he was the captain of the Australian Sevens. So plenty of quality, not only on the field, but also at the officiating and coaching of these two quality sides. Chloe Dalton gets us underway as Australia play from right to left as you watch. Fiji first possession, and they've really got a lot better just holding on to the ball. Elia Green comes racing out of the line to try and put a shot on. It was effective, but it's gone backwards, and now Fiji in that patient build up there and then offloads. One of the best tries in Langford. Over 100,000 watched it. Little passes like that, and that's just brilliant. She's just put a foot into touch, did Ufia Savu. But Tinai with some real class with the ball out the back.
I love watching Fiji play when they do things like this, and it is often, they've got every trick under the sun, man. That is skill. That's what you learn in the backyards playing sevens in the sun in Fiji.
Australia with first possession. Throw was accurate from Kaslik. Now they look to try and get it wide, and they do. Cherry offloads, and it gets out to Green. She's got pace, Elia Green. Inside, outside, Suva born, or Fijian born rather, so no love lost there. As the Australians move it one way, and then they come back where the initial line-out started. Parry holds, and then the late offload to Quirk. Quirk tries to get through the two defenders. And Australia in possession here. And the referee says play on, and so the Fijians now. Collision there between two players. Dalton has got there first, and she's lost it forward. Good chase from Ravisa.
That was incredible scrambling defence you know, from Fiji, because Australia had moved the ball all the way to one side and the Fijians got all the way across to defend this. Messy ball in the end. Fiji with the win with possession.
Spirited start from this Fijian side. Obviously gaining a lot of inspiration from the way that their men's team have been performing on the World 7 circuit. And now they just claim ball and then move it out. Siata gets it out wide and they finally get into the hands of Nangato. There's another offload there. They're identifying where the space is, and then the skip, and then the pace. The fend, good tackle coming in from Green, had to be made on Tinai again. And the double blast of the whistle means...
No, we need a medic now.
This is not good.
So she did a little goosey first up, get around Elliot Green, that is impressive, but just see right there the impact on the ground. Oh, it looked painful.
Terrific officiating as well. Instead of carrying on with the play, the English referee said, we're going to stop here. Of course, the great job been done by World Rugby with regards to concussion, and she could see that she'd clearly knocked her head, made contact and just stopped play immediately.
They're asking for help down here.
Fired up Fijian side for this as we have a look at the table. New Zealand 80 points. Basically, if they make the quarterfinal, they have Olympic qualification, but such a tight race with so many of those other teams all the way down there to Russia. They're all within a great chance, so every game counts in this tournament and the next.
How exciting is that, Mel, the fact that 5 countries are fighting for 3 spots?
The good thing is they get a second chance too in the qualification rounds, the 6 regions, and then there's a repechage, so very tight competition. I think for the European teams in that area, they're the ones, at least one of them wants to make that top 4, and then they get that double chance for these sides that are regulars in the World Rugby Women's Series to get another chance to get to the Olympics.
You wouldn't want to be playing through repecharges though, would you? You'd like to try and get confirmation at the end of next week in Amsterdam. And so as we see, New Zealand there on 80, Canada, and then a close race, but it's all about the points that are available throughout the series, and here the winners claim 20, the runners up 18, 16 and 14 for 3rd and 4th, and all the way down to 12th place where the bowl winners get the 1 point.
It's quite tight, isn't it? 20-18-16, just the 2 points. The key for the women's series is the quarterfinals for the cup competition, because the last 2 tournaments, Australia has been beaten in that stage, and that means you get very little points going through, 12 points for, say, the plate winner, if you end up down in that competition.
Confirmation again earlier today at just how close these teams and these countries are getting, because Spain pushing France, one of the real favourites, France, and Spain pushed them to just 2 tries to 1, 12 points to 5.
Yeah, it was a great game. Spain, their bodies, they look really fit, really conditioned for this tournament. The thing about them that let them down in the end was just the decision making of when to go wide, when to take it in, that kind of simple thing.
$129 tries for New Zealand. Australia not too far behind, and then there seems to be a gap between Australia down to Canada and England. 129, and when you look at that 129, 44 of them have been scored by one person. Her name is Portia Woodman. What makes her such a great player, Mel?
Well, it's the team that she plays for, and yes, she is a great athlete. Yes, she's got the fend, she's got the in and out. You know, she's got pace and power, but it's the way New Zealand play. They basically create the space for her. Everybody loves to pass the ball. They're not selfish, and I think basically that's one of the reasons that she's been so dominant.
So World Series form guide, you can see there, Australia. Last 10 games, they've won 7, but yeah, they've struggled a wee bit after starting the season so well in Dubai, making the final against New Zealand, and then same in Brazil, but things haven't gone their way in Atlanta, Langford. No Polite, but a solid and consistent squad.
Fiji, they might have lost the last 3 games in a row, but in the last tournament in Langford in Canada, they actually drew with England 19 all. They also beat Spain 25. And they only lost to New Zealand 26-5, so they're a very dangerous team. You can't take them for granted. Let's hope.
Brittany Coates has been given the boarding pass, and so they're down to 11 players, and now they're going to be down to 10, so real pressure on this Fijian side. They've grown in confidence. They're playing with just a lot of freedom and a lot of enjoyment. You can see the skill set from their coach is obviously one to express themselves.
Oh, look, they love the offload game. You know, I've seen them play against England, for instance, in Dubai, where, I mean, all they did was pass the ball, exhausted the defence. It was so entertaining to watch. I think you've called it Polynesian basketball in the past. That's how I reckon they play the sevens game of rugby.
Well, the Australian team just passing the ball around, and that's a great sign. It is the importance that World Rugby have placed on any head knocks. There is the concussion test, and just again, congratulations to referee Sarah Cox, stopping the game immediately and drawing the medic's attention to the injury. She's a big loss. Lavania Tinai, she was outstanding in Langford.
Yeah, she certainly is a big loss. 5 tries actually in Canada. It will be interesting to see what this injury and the break and play does to, I guess, the momentum, the fire that was coming from the Fijiana side in that first few minutes.
Who responds best after a break like that is the big question. The knock forward means that it will be an Australian scrum fed by Charlotte Caslick, named Player of the Year for World Rugby in 2013-14. They've got some space. They used Parry out in the midfield on quite a few occasions to try and create some space, but that's a brilliant tackle that had been made by Siata, and it was quickly recycled by the Australians one way, and then they looked to push it back where the initial line out started. Lovely quick hands by Quirk, and now they look to try and free some space because there are players available out here. Sherry has it, gets it out to Green. Green just with 3 in front of her. A lovely little inside pass, gets it back to Cherry, and the Fijian defence is brilliant.
Look, that was unreal because the Aussies passed the ball so accurately from side to side to side again. You could say it was 3 phases in a way, and then Green, usually she gets around players, but they counted her. She had to go inside to Cherry, and look at that strength and power to drive her over.
Make sure you've got numbers.
Fiji currently in 8th position with 24 points. They started the year well in Dubai. They've really struggled, and sometimes fitness has been a problem, but certainly not now in this competition, as they go into contact through Savu, Ufia Savu.
Tackle only.
Coates with her first touch of the ball, opts to go into the tackle, and Parry is there, equal to the challenge. Big tackle coming in from Parry, quickly recycled, and another big hit means that the ball's offloaded. Nagasa had to go back and claim it was Ravisa.
Thank you very much.
And in the process of just sealing the ball off, Australia through the defensive work means that they get a chance here. Williams, the offload. And this is when Australia are at their best. They've got numbers. Someone needs to just go straight, draw and pass, and they'll get it out to Green. And finally, Australia on the board.
No. Be careful, please.
Yeah, that was very good work. Cherry with the pass there to Green. And the key with that is that Cherry had offered herself as an attacking weapon, as a bit of a threat earlier in this match. So it means the Fijian defence, you know, they've got that slight doubt there. And then she gets a nice ball away to Green.
And a lovely little welcome from Latia Nangato as well. So 12 on 12.
Yeah, that's the thing about Fijiana. They don't fear Australia because they are familiar with them.
Suvaborn, sprinting background, represented Australia at the World School Olympics in Qatar in 2009. A real improver of the game is Elia Green. And she's one of the outstanding superstars of this brilliant sport. Dalton with the restart. It's taken 5 minutes for the Australians to get on the board, and the Fijians now have the ball through to Solo. Coates, big wide pass because that's where the space was, out to Ravisa. You can see the Fijians just making the mistake there of losing the ball in contact at Coates, and now Green gets it out to Caslick. Caslick, a lovely little step there from Shani Williams, the captain. needs some support quickly, and it arrives in the form of Quirk. They get it wide. Here's Cherry, set up the first. Looks like she may have set up the second here. Green, good tackle coming in from Sufi. Had to be made. The Australians playing with a lot of freedom here, using the width of the field to get it wide there between Parry and Williams, and then Williams back to Parry. It's gone forward. Coates can't handle it, and we'll come back for a scrum.
Yeah, I like the style that Australia are playing at the moment because they're using that offload game as well and then pushing it wide with those lovely accurate passes. Just the two props on the outside there, let themselves down. But, you know, in this kind of, I guess, style, pace, power, at some point this Fijian defence is going to crack.
I love the way that the Fijians are defending. Early stages of the game, 6 gone. Final 1 minute of the match, or 1 minute of the first half, I should say, because of the injury. Australia sitting third in the World Series on 56 points, 2 behind Canada. And a real mark of respect for the Fijians here as they look to try and go down the side here. Siata, she won't have the gas to get around the outside of Shani Williams. But Coates is there, recycled. 90 metres they'll have to go, the Fijians, if they want to try and level the score here. Standing, and then the offload from Nagasao. Look at the space that they've got, the Fijians. A lovely little pop pass there into Nagasao. She's close to the sideline and throws it back. Still, the ball is live. And the Fijian side, and let's just head to the break. Half-time here at the Stoop. Australia lead by 5 points to 0. The two coaches, and it's that is here Tanivula.
Excuse me, mate. Wala ko sa, dali mati mo na mesa. Ito dito kami tulis tali. Nada que sabe no que se tulis se dica, ver tulis tali. Murto, estakta. To mama kam mesa. Eu vou mandar no congo. Dito mo, kami mo tulis se bisa bisa. Tulis tali. Kasi na tulis mo. Não pas com o banco não é. Kasi na to sa sa. Kasi na tulis. Tulis mo. Kung na tulis, se não tayo din. Kung na di. Ati wala. La ko chuma na din mo. Mo na to. Ako ko ni kata. Ito na na. Goroka do kunci do. Ba simple no kata. Na bi do sa sisu. Umaram na ko. Kotal masiana.
Don't know how your Fijian is, Mel, but what do you think Tanivula would have been saying to the team?
Oh, that's a bit tough, isn't it, Willie? Look, very gently spoken, isn't he? And he just was trying to calm them down. I think I could see he was talking about the cut and then going back on the outside again. But, you know, the thing is, they're missing Tinai, who out wide was a real playmaker, and she was very dangerous. And so the replacement, Brittany Coates, is a very different player. Basically, she's just a girl that goes wide all the time and doesn't provide the same kind of attacking threat. So that's the key for Fiji. Somehow they have to find the areas to attack. Keep it up.
They certainly have pushed the Australians in the first 7 minutes of the game.
Wait, she takes a step. Step. Ready?
Second half begins with the restart and first possession to the captain, Shani Williams. She gets it into the hands of Kaslik very, very quickly, and now when the new players onto the field, gets her first touch, and now the Australians decide to go forward with it. Quickly recycled, not taken, and so knocked forward as well, so an early mistake by the Australians, and it was their captain, Shani Williams.
Yeah, they're looking a little nervous. They know their last 2 tournaments weren't great. They've put pressure on themselves. They want to make the Olympics. They're sitting in 3rd position right now. Every game counts, and it looks to me like that's really on their minds.
Emma Tonigato is another player that's just come on the field for the Australians in jersey number 5, 23 tries. Comes from a league background, and she's a real speedster, great defender, as you can see her there. Out on the wing is Fiji, now going to attack through Siata.
You must stay balanced.
Wasn't bound, and so the Fijians get more possession. Here's a real opportunity for Fijiana. Now they look to get it wide. Nagaso, the offload, and there she is staying in support. Here's Coates. She won't have a problem going into the contact. The tackle made by Green, quickly recycled. Here comes Fiji's best chance. Close, reaching and scoring. Try time. Ufia Safu scores her 27th try, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Well, Savu is the top try scorer for her nation. She's been around for a while, very experienced. Really good sevens there by Coates by keeping the ball alive, just setting it up, and look at that lovely stretch from Savu. The nice dummy on the outside, and she was bigger than the defensive player from Australia, straight over the top.
Well, there, some running repairs for Coates as well, and so this kick to take the lead. She scored the try. Can she add the extras?
Well, absolutely not, but hey, Fiji in with a chance here. Try a piece. The only unfortunate thing is that kicking off gives possession to Australia, so they're really going to have to back their defence.
They are playing with so much confidence. There's this Fijian side. Luisa Tisolo made her debut in China in 2013, gets us underway again, all tied up. Taken on that occasion by Parry, and she gets it out to Kaslik, and here is Tonigato. Straight into the contact, Kaslik recycles. Turner is on, so they've made some changes, and now they bring in the speedster, and Elia Green skips, wasn't held, and then goes again, quickly recycled out by Williams. Doesn't go to hand, and so Kaslik has to go back. Tonigato is the receiver now. The Australians looking to play the game at pace and with a lot of width, trying to recycle and look for some mismatches. Here's Kaslik, goes into the contact. Recycled there, good timing by the Fijians, and the line speed is there. Now the kick has been charged down. Turner's come back, and that player was offside.
Oh, this is interesting stuff, Willie. I can hear the Fijians. They're talking to each other.
So is the coach. They quickly tap. Don't know whether that was the right option, though. No sweeper in behind. They look so much better with ball in hand, did the Fijians.
Time off, sub.
Yeah, they should have kept that in hand for sure. Right up in the 22. I think the problem with Australia right now is the pattern they're playing is they're cutting back. So they're doing the switches all over the field before they go wide. They might just be better to go side to side, width to width against this Fijian team and really try and run them around.
Well, somebody's got to inject themselves, Mel. It's easy to defend when the ball's just going laterally, and that's why the Fijians are just not committing themselves.
And they're going into contact Australia, and that is definitely not their strength.
Charlotte Kaslik with the feed. Stroke, that's accurate. That's what you expect from the Australians. And now they bring in Amy Turner on a short ball just to get them up and over the advantage line. She's done brilliantly as the former dump truck driver. Quickly tapped and moved. Tonigato has Green on the outside. Tonigato should have drawn a couple of the defenders. Green will certainly draw some attention, and now she races away. Green looking to break the third and fourth tackle. Big hit coming in from Tisolo. More possession and more space for the Australians. Quickly out to Parry, out to Kaslik. Kaslik has Turner out to her left if required. Draws, passes. Here's Turner. She should have the angle. Amy Turner races away, and Australia will score their second try of the match.
Much better work there from Australia, from the quick tap. They looked to see where the space was. Turner was on the end. Have a look at this here. Pushed it out to Kaslik. The defensive player was flat-footed, and so it was very easy for Kaslik just to get around her, draw her in, and then get it out to Turner, who was free.
Love the way that Kaslik holds the ball in two hands, Mel. It's a real feature of the Australian players, their ability to ask questions of the defence, because the ball's in two hands. The defender doesn't know what's going to happen, and conversion is unsuccessful.
There's the mascot. Bit of a smile on his face. Kangaroo. Is it a kangaroo or
It's
a
a
wallaby?
roo.
Yeah, just
It's a little rude.
All
get
right.
on, please.
I think it's called Joey.
Just kicker. Just wait for 1 second for me. We've got time off anyway.
Spirited performance from the Fijians. They've never beaten Australia in 5 matches. They last played in Canada just a month ago, where Australia won 24 points to 0, and they really have asked some questions of this Australian side. Etheridge is on the field and restarts the ball down to Tisolo. Don't write this Fijian side off, even though they are inside their own 22. That's where the Polynesian basketball begins, with offloads like that. Hit, spin, and just couldn't control Tisolo there. The pass from Bodo was just a little high.
It's great what they're doing, though. They're just attacking that short side, and what it means is that there isn't quite the right number of defenders there from Australia, because they're all lined up on the open. How can you defend passes like that if they go to hand too?
It's the strength, it's the size, and we know that these games have been live streamed through. There'll be plenty of people in Fiji hoping that their women's side can perform and get better like their men have, as Tonigato now has the ball. She runs wide, and then she brings in Penatani with her first touch of the ball, and good tackle coming in from Coates. Line speed from Fiji is very good. Kaslik goes across the field, and then she says to Shannon Parry, you carry the ball forward. And that's what she does, draws in 3 defenders. Quickly recycled, good play here from the Australians. The ball on the inside from Quirk. Another ball into Turner, Turner back to Quirk. And then another lovely pass here to Kaslik. Kaslik finally gets it wide. Parry, and there's Kaslik again on the loop. That is class play from the Australians. That is first rate, first class, and her first try for the weekend as well.
Heavenly sevens, wasn't it? Kaslik at the end, just beautiful to watch, and Turner involved too. Man, they just got the ball into the spaces. This is a good cut back there, switch back by Kaslik. And you know, it all started from absorbing the pressure at 2 rucks. The Fijians were throwing their bodies into it. Australia met the challenge and then moved it through their hands. Lovely.
Teamwork, and the ball will always beat the defender, and it proved on that occasion. Tremendous performance from the Fijians, but the Australians running away with it towards the end, as Nicole Beck gets her first chance in the series as well. She's just come off the bench as well. Mother of 2-year-old Sophie has ball in hand.
Kick taken.
And she's kicked the required 10, and so the Australians, what will Turner do? No, they want to carry on with it, do the Australians. So this is what we've come to expect. The Australians ball in hand, quickly offloaded, and now that pass there needed to go to hand. It's been lost forward by Penatani, and so no advantage here for the Fijians. Great game of sevens rugby between these two countries. Fiji have lost to Australia by 5 points to 15.
Yeah, I think Australia will be very happy with that victory. It was a tight one, a good one, and they needed it for sure.
So there's the Chinese team, and they're up against the United States, who really dealt themselves no harm whatsoever in Langford, managing to get the better of Canada for the first time ever to win the plate and stay 5th in the standings. They are in the chasing pack, trying to overhaul France in 4th place at the moment. And on paper and on form, Mel, you don't give China much of a chance.
The United States have been one of the 2 teams who are on the improve big time. They also beat Australia twice in that tournament. They are looking very strong.
61 points to 0 the last time these sides met, and the United States getting every single one of those. And they're off to a flying start here. Lovely pass back inside from Megan Bonney, and this is Kelter. Dragged to the ground. She let it go, and it did go forward, so early United States attack comes to nothing, and China will get the scrum.
Yeah, probably not the best decision there from Kelter, because she had Kelly Griffin on the inside. Really should have passed it in to keep the ball alive, keep the attack momentum going forward.
Well, chance to have a look at the scrum, and China possession inside their own 22 and looking to run things. Interesting to see how the United States defended it as well, because they came up very quickly in the centre there. Shipped on nicely from Kishi for China, and they keep the ball alive. That's a nice little pass on the inside, bring play all the way up towards the halfway line. Whistle goes, off their feet though at the ruck, and the United States get the penalty. Waste no time. Baravalala delayed the pass, nicely done to Johnson, and on the outside it's going to be a try for Falayan. Well, there it is. It's taken all of a minute and 20 seconds. The United States have their first score, and it's going to be right underneath the posts. Victoria Falayan, top try scorer, no doubt about that one.
Oh, look, she's looking pretty pleased with herself, and so she should too, because once again it was identification of where the space was, where the defence wasn't. She was hanging out on the wing, she hit it nicely, and got a good 5-pointer and brought it a little bit closer to the post as well.
So China already playing catch-up, conversion to come. Decent strike. Just pushed it though. So 5 points to nil, United States leads. Interesting game, that last one. Australia doing just enough. They got a fright though.
Yeah, they did. Fiji were fired up for them. They have beaten them in the Coral Coast Sevens, and they've played them a number of times before, so very familiar. They really put a bit of pressure on them.
So Kelter the restart. And obviously all the games a little bit delayed now just as a result of the injury in that last game. China with possession, looking to try and get back inside the United States half first of all, and there's space to do that just now. Taken up by Yan Yan. There at the back for Xiaoming, but there's plenty of United States grappling for that ball, and they're not making it easy. That's what you want to see. I mean, on paper, United States would be so much stronger, but they've got to play with the intensity that they plan to bring to the next games.
They are really good at ruck time. That was a lot of pressure, good body position, and they won the ball from it.
Lauren Doyle on to Catherine Johnson, hits the ground. Nice pass from Doyle once again, and it's the try scorer Falayan who's looking to go on the outside, and she still has possession. Oh, look at that for strength from Falayan. They won't catch her, and she's in for try number 2, and the United States already very, very comfortable in this game.
That was a great try because Falayan created it herself. She had a couple of defenders on her. You know, she wasn't even standing that wide, so she didn't have the outside break or anything on her defensive player. See this? Beat one, another one straight through. Defensive player there from China, looking very dazed and confused as Falayan just goes straight through, evades another. That was a great individual effort.
Conversion's good, 12 points to nil, United States. 53rd try in the 7 series for that woman there, Falayan, and she is so difficult to stop. I mean, we were talking to Rick earlier, the coach of the United States, and he mentioned the fact that this has been a 2 to 3 year project for him with the players that he's brought in.
That's right. He hasn't looked for traditional 15-a-side players. He's actually looked at all the other athletes in the United States, and what a huge pull that is. I mean, he's got former ice hockey player there in Kelter. She's also played soccer for her country as well, double international. All of these girls have been excellent in other sports, so he's converted them to 7s, which is easier to understand than 15s.
They had former Olympic bobsledder Emily Azevedo training with them as well for a few weeks, and it looks like it's going to be another try before we can even catch breath, and it's Kelter. This is going to be a rout. We can say that now because China's heads have gone down so early even in the first half, and if you're on the sidelines of the coach, you want to see your team, you know, just lift themselves, a bit of pride in the national jersey, and try and get in amongst this game.
Well, look at that. The pressure there on the kickoff was just fantastic. It was Johnson who got up on the air. Kelter was the one coming through, forward momentum and strength straight through. Yeah, you got to say the Chinese defence is not standing up whatsoever.
19 points to nil. How many will it be at the full-time whistle? But it's an interesting approach to 7s, and you know, because of this game, the skills that are required to compete and play well at this game at an international level, you've got to have physical strength, you've got to have you know, that speed that is so important as well. But different skill from different sports. I'm just fascinated to see this project in another 2 years, how it actually turns out.
Oh, they're just going to get better. And there she is again, Doyle. Absolutely fantastic contesting, aerial ability.
China with possession now. What can they do? Well, they can fire a pass to nobody.
Backwards.
And again, the United States only too happy to put the pressure right back on. Catherine Johnson leading the charge. And China, well, without predicting what's going to happen for the rest of this tournament, you'd imagine they already have one eye on a potential match against South Africa at the end of the tournament. But for the time being, this is damage limitation just shipped out there by Lilian, Zhu Lilian. And better attention from the Chinese. Julian once more. Lines up Kelly Griffin, the captain, but thought better of it. And this is a nice sort of break. USA having to do some defending. Taken up this time by Xu Xiao, the captain. Almost at the halfway line, and they get the advantage as well. Well, they don't wait for it. Quick tap and go. Now there's a bit of room on this right-hand side. There's a 3-on-1 overlap if they move it. Mel, right decision?
Oh, look, she just needed to look up. Look at her support. But they're still going. China still have possession. There's a chance yet.
Zhao Ming sets it up. Taken up this time by Yan Yan. Little grubber kick from her. They get the penalty, and this is good retention from the Chinese. Maybe they did have a bit of a talking to, and the United States were busy converting that last try. Taken up this time by Quinn Quinn. Trying to go on the outside, hauled to the ground though by Lauren Doyle. And another penalty. United States losing their discipline at the moment.
Yeah, Kelter flopped her body on the ground. You're not allowed to do that in sevens. Stay on your feet.
Yan Yan. She's a big, strong player. Difficult to bring down. Now there's an overlap on the left, or was there? Well, Falayan was out there ready to pounce, but I would have liked to have seen that one-on-one, wouldn't you? Chance for the United States. They've stolen it. Bonnie out to the two-time try scorer in this match. As I said, 53 altogether in the 7 series. A very impressive record for Falayan. United States trying to add to China's misery before the half-time whistle. Can they break the gap? They can. Bit of support on the outside. Oh, pass doesn't go to hand. Well, you could see there that Kelter was waiting for it. Just happy to kick that one into touch because the whistle has gone. It is half-time. United States absolutely in control here. 19 points to 0 at the break.
She's got hands on hips. I think she needs a bit of a break. There was quite a bit of running there. What I like about China is when they stick to their structure and their pattern, that's when they look good. When they don't make the right decisions is when they have to play instinctively, look up and judge what they need to do. And that hasn't been, I guess, hammered into them yet because they're still a new nation to this game of sevens.
Let's have a listen to Team USA.
1, 2, 3. Good.
Excellent. Excellent pace. Hey, you feel your breathing? What do you think it's like for them? We're conditioned to play like that. So if you have faith again, now they're going to have that 2-minute breather. Let's really put the pressure on them. Quick passes, move the ball to the outside edges. They're staying in tight now. So let's move it to the outside edges. Let's really exploit them out there. Look to flood around the corners on them, all right? Keep up the work on defense. That's great, chasing back. Keep working on the backside. They're stepping quite a bit. They're stepping to come back inside. So you got to work on the backside without overrunning the play. When they step, isolate them, turn the ball over. Let's go put the knife to them. Let's go. Come on now.
Eagles on 3, 1, 2, 3. Eagles!
Well, that's the instruction from the coach. I mean, one thing that stands out for me, Mel, looking at this United States team, they're not physically the biggest side in this tournament. Strong athletes, obviously, but I mean, compared to the Australians previously, and even Fiji, they don't have that size that other teams have.
Well, they don't have height, but if you stand next to them, they've certainly got a lot of power and strength in their body. They're quite short girls. The thing about the United States and what Rick Suggett said is that he does a lot of analysis on other teams, and what he's identified with China is that they crowd each other on defence, so there's space out wide. So that's why he wants the ball to go to either side of the field. Width to width is what he's wanting.
So Kelter to restart.
China, captain.
Both teams ready to go. Kishi's back on for the Chinese. And the Americans to give chase to Catherine Johnson. China have it though. And here is Kishi. Little show. Nice pass. Zhao Ming.
Advantage over.
This is Kelter. Advantage over, says the referee, and she waltzes straight through the Chinese cover. No tackles. Easy as you like. I'm sure she was surprised herself how easy that was.
Yeah, that was lovely. Not only will I give this try to Kelter, but also to Johnson, Catherine Johnson, who initially made the tackle, hit the ball out of the Chinese player, and then Kelter pounced on it once again. Gee, she just slid through there, didn't she? Very graceful. I don't think she's been called graceful before. She doesn't really look like a ballerina. She looks like all power, doesn't she?
Now, former hockey and soccer player. All about power and speed in those sports she's transferring.
There's some big shoulders there.
Oh, big shoulders, yeah. I mean, you're right, in terms of size, they don't have the height, but look at the muscles, even on the back as well. I mean, Rick, as well, this morning, telling us about the amount of weight sessions they do, week in, week out. Likes to give the women the weekend off, which I'm sure they appreciate, but it's a heavy load for these professional players, full-time players. Little kick and chase, not a bad tactic. Who's going to get there first? Well, it is Liu Yang. She's made this and she wants some support. Teammates a little slow to get there. This is Zhao Ming. Pass on the outside was a good one too. Qian Qian. And a foot race is going to be Yang Hong. China have got their first try. And it's come in the early stages of the second half. Well, that'll do their confidence a world of good.
And it all came from one of their players looking up, identifying that the whole defensive system in the United States was up. The kick through, support play was fantastic from the Chinese team. And then look, beat the player on the outside, pushed the ball out to Hong, who was there ready to go.
And full credit just for trying something different as well. China, they weren't having much success taking on the United States with ball in hand. A little kick chase through, that put the Americans on the back foot defensively, just separated them from their usual tight line, and that's where the gap appears.
Yeah, unorthodox play, very difficult to defend against. I think teams get used to how certain sides play, but when you've got a team like China new to the game, really, they've got to try some unusual tactics.
Well, China just on the current standings, and almost impossible then for them now to work their way back up the table to any meaningful degree, but they're going to have to negotiate their way through the Asia Championship. But certainly that's not a given, as the United States cross the halfway line and try and put another score in reply to China's first. Fulayan leaves that one go. Baravilala, interception for the Chinese, but it went forward. But it looks like they will have to negotiate their way through Asia, and with Japan there, Hong Kong, the likes of Kazakhstan as well, it won't be easy for them.
Well, they have dominated that area for quite some time. It won't be easy, you're right, because Hong Kong have got a fantastic program in place. They've got Anna Richards, a legend of the New Zealand women's game. She's their coach, done some good things with them. So, yeah, it'll be a very difficult pathway for them. But, hey, China have put in quite a bit of effort into growing number of players. They've got 10 homegrown sevens teams, and the groups of 30 women, they're all full-time professionals, so they're putting money, time, resources into developing the game in China.
Quick tap and go. We'll have to go back though. Julian didn't take it from the right mark. Referee quite strict on that. China looking for the second try. And Zhao Ming trying to get something going. Again, United States giving away the penalty, and that's something that they're going to have to eradicate as this tournament goes on. And too many penalties being given away in this game, and I'm sure Rick Suggett will address that as we go on now. Little chance to break here. Qian Qian couldn't hold on to it. Did that go forward? No advantage coming for the first knock on. United States got the scrum.
Qian Qian got absolutely mothered, I'd say, right there.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Number 6.
Beautiful textbook tackle that. Nice wrapper out of the arms. A big hit indeed.
Okay, number 4.
Substitution coming on for United States. Seaback is in, and Catherine Zachary is also in. She owns her own gym in Kansas at 25 years of age. Whatever better rugby skills, business skills certainly up there. 25-year-old with a gym.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay, crouch. Bind. Set.
So 2.5 minutes left to go. United States with the scrum, trying to dig it out. Good pressure from China. Broke the line there, Lilian, and she's managed to keep them just outside that 5-metre line, but again, China give away the penalty and United States get a chance to go. pass from Griffin, the captain. Looking for space on the outside. It's first touch here for Zachary. Into touch.
Leave the ball.
And China
Leave the ball.
will have the line
Thank
out.
you.
Yeah, United States really needed to go into contact then,
Play.
set up the ruck. Look, China on the money, quick throw in.
Chance to go. Shi Chao. Captain. Well tackled though. Now there's an overlap here. If they straighten and give this ball quickly. The pass was awful though. No excusing that. Xiao Ming managed to keep possession. United States a little bit slow to get back there. Taken up this time by Meiki. Space here perhaps. Min. Pass again just in front of Kian Kian, who kicks that one into touch. The frustration on her face because the gap's opening up in the United States defence.
Yeah, it's interesting because China, in some parts of their game, look very, very good. But then it's just the simple execution maybe at the end of the chain that's letting them down. And sometimes like, they got a bit of a break over there on the far side. The number 5, Xiao Ming, it's almost like she didn't believe she got the break. She needed to just keep going and back herself.
Physicality as well seems to be an area where they struggle, you know, coming up against the United States. They've turned over a lot of ball on the ground and, you know, they're very quick, the Chinese. Lovely soft hands as well we've seen, but just that physical strength.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of development to go in China. Make it a 3 or 4 year project. You might see some real benefits and some new athletes coming through.
Well, they take a huge amount of pride in the sport, as we know. Good standing record at the Olympic Games. Chance here for Baravalala. Trying to ship the tackle. It was Thomas, in fact, who got that one away, and this is going to be an easy run in. There's no way that Yang Hong is going to get across to make the hits, and Lauren Doyle will touch down. Lovely piece of play by the United States, and that is the game now.
Yeah, Thomas out wide is always a bit of a threat, and then you've got Lauren Doyle as well, who's on the end of a very good pass. Super fit. She ran all that distance, and she's hardly puffing. Beautiful, smooth gliding style. The United States have put in a pretty good performance in this match, and they're setting themselves up very well for the rest of the London Sevens.
So the conversion attempt, just to seal it, Lopez, it's good. 33 points to 5. If you're Rick Suggett, I mean, have you seen enough of your team that obviously, you know, all things considered given the opposition, but they have much stiffer tasks ahead of them?
Well, they certainly do. They're in 5th equal position with 48 points with England. They need to make a semi-final and a final to make the Olympic qualification.
Let's go.
That's the bar that's been set. Sometimes when you just crystallise a goal like that, it can concentrate the minds, and it remains to be seen how the next couple of days go for them. That's not a bad kick. Chinese equal to it, and Xiao Ming to keep it in play. Takes 2 to bring it down. Again, the United States showing their strength on the ground. They're driving through. And Seaback to take this one. Zachary. Megan Bonney, floating pass on the outside to Kristen Thomas. Oh, beautiful run. Look at that from Kristen Thomas. Stretches the legs. That's it. Last touchdown of this game goes to the United States number 12, Kristen Thomas. Beautiful try. And USA with an easy victory.
She looks like a gazelle when she gets the ball in her hands. She's really smooth, great athlete. In fact, she's a key weapon for this United States team. If I was them, I'd try and get the ball in her hands as often as possible.
Well, job done for the United States. Easy victory for Rick Suggett and his team. As I said, 100 tests to come. 40 points to 5. 7, I should say, the final score against China.
And immediately the two teams out on the field, Canada versus Russia. Russia in the white strip, Canada in the all red. Former English representative Sue Day is with me, and Sue, this promises to be an absolutely cracking match.
It does. Russia have really been in some form recently. Canada struggled on home territory in Langford, so a big game for them. Jen Kish, the captain, of course, back, who always makes a big difference.
getting up and competing. The Russians really have been the giant killers along with America. Starting to test now the top 4 teams, and we're seeing that, and it's evident in the way that they're holding on to position here through Titova. Immediately released, and it was Hamidova who went up early and won the initial collision area at the kickoff, and there she is with the ball in hand again, asking questions. Quickly recycled. The Russians not afraid of going into contact. It seems to be an area of the game that they embrace and they really enjoy.
Inside! Inside!
Just being held up there is Titova again. Tackle on that occasion coming in from Paquin. Kudanova gets it wide, and now they get some pace up and they get up and over the advantage line. Recycled jet again. Pedrova on this occasion. Landry comes in and makes another tackle. Here's Kudanova. Paquin. Probably her 4th tackle in the opening 60 seconds of this game, and here goes Hamidova trying to get around the outside, but she's brought down by Moleski. Good control by the Russians earlier on.
Good control, but they're not doing a very good job of moving the ball away from the breakdown, allowing Canada to put them under pressure.
And that's the reason why Kudanova says, let's just kick it and get downfield, and now there's a foot race. Good chase coming in initially. She wants to control the ball, and she's got down and claims it first as Kazakova. Has some support there. Brilliant chase from Kazakova. Here comes the Russians' first chance. Kudanova looks, tries to break away. Can't get away from the tackle from Stacey. And it's been all Russia in the opening 2 minutes of this match, right from the kickoff. Patient build-up. They go again. A little offload there. The offload here. Kish comes across, and good tackle on Sedadina. Kazakova should get over, and she will.
It's worked to the end from Russia, but goodness me, pick and go sevens from Russia. Either short pops one out, or the player at the base picking and going. It's really only the kick that made them any territory at all. Interesting tactics from Russia, but goodness me, you can't argue with it. It's worked. There goes Kazakova with the last pick and go. Just makes it over the line. You can see the ball in contact with the floor.
And look at the positioning of the American referee. That's great work. As we say here on the Women's 7 Series, where standards aren't set, they're broken. And it's not only the players, it's also the referees. And Leah Barrett from America got herself into a very good position to award the try. Unsuccessful, and unfortunately for Russia, the try scorer Kazakova looks like she sustained an injury.
That's really worrying for them. She's one of their absolute best players. That try that she scored, not the sort of try she normally scores. We normally see her running from 40, 50, 60 metres out, but she's a really crucial strike runner for them.
And don't forget, Sue, it was actually her who did the chase from the original kick that actually reclaimed the ball. And she has a massive loss. Just have a look here, just the ankle getting twisted, and in the tackle there, she was in an enormous amount of pain.
Yeah.
And she'll play no further part in this match.
Such a shame for Kazakova, such a shame for Russia. But Kudanova, probably one of the 2 key players on this team, kicking off for them.
Well, the Canadians just haven't touched the ball. Finally, they get their hands on it, and they give it out to Kish. Big tackle coming in from Hamakova. And look at the power there from Jennifer Kish. The captain says, just follow me. And they do. Quickly recycled, and now looking to just get it through the hands and give everybody a taste of the ball. Here's Landry. Landry on the outside, can't break the tackle of Bogacheva. Finally, they get inside the Russian half with possession. That wasn't a very good pass, and Paquin had to play a little bit of volleyball with it to bring it under control. Tackle's been made by the Russians. They flood in. Now the Canadians just holding on to the ball through Stacey. The clean out is good, and the turnover is brilliant. So the Russians through Kudanova. Here's an offload. Hamidova, she's been really active in this match. And look at the support play coming in. Another little offload there. It's 3-on-1. They should score here, Russia. They should score. They break away, and they're going to race away. Titova gets the second try.
Excellent finish from Titova. You can see Jen Kish looking up, all alone in the Canadian defence. 3 players in front of her. It's the turnover that makes it brilliantly ripped out there, and it was Titova herself who did that. then there she goes, Titova. She's got 2 players on the outside, so goodness me, it's a good job she made it over the try line. But there she goes, fantastic finish. Nothing Jen Kish could do with 3 players bearing down on her.
What a performance from Russia. 7th position on 46 points and becoming the silent assassins following their final appearance in Langford, where they took on New Zealand. They're not overawed by any of the teams on the circuit, and they are just playing some of the most scintillating sevens that we've seen in a long time.
Great start from them. We've seen how important Jen Kish is to Canada, carrying the ball, getting over the gain line, but she's not been able to make the impact she'd want to just yet. A big loss for Canada, of course, this weekend. No Kelly Russell, so that puts a lot more on the shoulders of Jen Kish, that big ball carrying work that needs to do to pull the defence in.
The restart from Kudanova. There is Kish, who claims the ball. Hamadova, she's got her number, those two. That's a brilliant contest. And Hamadova in with the counter-ruck. She's got the ball back. Tries to play a little bit of football with it, but now it's claimed by the Canadians. What can they do here? They need to get into the hands of Landry, who is just standing out to the left here. Paquin. Now they get it to her. There's space out here, and that's where they move the ball. Wacham Roy gets it out. Kish on the outside, the show, and then the go from Stacey. Stacey one to beat, but the tackle is accurate right around the bootlaces from Kudanova. Landry gets it wide out to where Molosky's standing. Molosky over the head of Karen Paquin. She's done well to get back in. She's held on to the ball brilliantly. Molesky gets across to try and tidy up for the error, and here is Wacham Roy, and they get it out to Kish. Kish, she'll chance her arm on the inside. She's beaten 2 defenders. Oh, Hamakova's come at her again. What a contest between these two.
Such a matchup between those 2 big players.
Well, they're not taking a backward step as Ben gets the ball. Brittany Ben with the big fend. Ben trying to get rid of Bokacheva, who brings her down. Russia with their first real opportunity inside the half of Russia. Kish just slowing things down now, looking for some space. Landry runs a beautiful line and pops the ball to Molesky, who in turn pops it back to Landry, and then they get it wide. Here comes Stacey. Stacey doesn't feel confident to go on the angle, and Wacham Roy's just lost it forward.
Yeah, just a little bit of indecision from Canada, wasn't it? They really got some momentum going. They were moving the ball from side to side, and they slowed it down and couldn't quite decide where they wanted to attack next. In the end, the Russian defence equal to it.
And at the break, Russia leading Canada by 12 points to 0.
Просто не отдавать мяч, понимаете? В защите, в раках начинайте сражаться. У вас один захватывает, а второго нет, кто попытается забороться за мяч. Нет второго игрока, кто борется за мяч. Вообще его нет. Что стоит на месте-то? Если вы не будете напрягать, они будут вас из края в край гонять, вы в защите сейчас встанете. Начинайте забирать мяч вторым игроком. Один защищается, второй забирает мяч. Вы по двое сейчас защищаете. Девушки, либо мы просрем этот матч, либо играть отстоит. Надо просто 7 минут сыграть максимально. Смотрите, если тяжело, тормозите игру. Но все быстрые розыгрыши, максимально быстрые, они не легко. Вы должны впереди бегать сейчас, показать, кто сильнее. Выкладывайтесь, выкладывайтесь. Когда надо пасовать, пасуйте. Вы начинаете сейчас очень много рядом бить. Пасуйте в края.
Pavel Baranovsky with the message there. Sude, I know that you've studied Russian. What did he say?
Everybody's favourite coach, Pavel Baranovsky. I think pretty much what he said was, girls, we're on top here. We're playing some great sevens. Don't let them off the hook. Keep putting the pressure on. For me, what's really telling is the work that Baizat Hamadova's getting through. She's renowned for being a finisher. She's not renowned for being an all-round rugby player. But goodness me, the pressure that she is putting on Jen Kish today, the absolute critical player for Canada, is immense, and that's making a real difference.
The fact that it has become an Olympic sport, you can see the big countries that invest a lot of money in gold medals are saying we want to be there. And this is just Russia continuing that brilliant form from Langford a month ago. Kudanova with the restart. They lead by 2 tries to 0. There is Hamadova coming up and making another trademark tackle. Stacey gets it wide, quickly to Ben. Moleski breaks the first, the second, and now she's just got the defender, one defender in front of her, steps on the inside. Needed to try and offload there because Aladi was in support, and this is a better start from the Canadians. Whatever John Tate said at the break, it looks like it's worked. They've run wide. Landry just couldn't claim that ball there from Paquin. Nonetheless, they do have possession. They're in a very strong field position, and that is Ben who goes and clears it. Stacey runs lateral, and then they identify that there's some space down here, and unfortunately Kaljuvi couldn't hold on.
The pass is just going astray from Canada. It's not usual for this Canadian team. Maybe they're feeling a little bit under pressure, but a couple of passes there went to ground or just went in front of the player. There's Ghislaine Landry, 323 all-time points. Really important player for Canada, and they really need her to dig them out of a hole here.
29 tries in 2015. So just second behind Portia Woodman, who has now overtaken Sebelo Sinatla on the men's series, and he's been involved in 8 tournaments.
Yeah, it's not a bad old stat, is it, Portia Woodman? She's been phenomenal this season.
That is unbelievable, to have scored 44 tries, and this, the 5th tournament, as Kudanova gets some attention from Landry. Good contest, that one as well. The two playmakers. Slowing it down and just making sure that the players are back on side. Now they clear it here. They'll look for the kick. Charge down. Hamadova had to do well to try and tidy up, but she couldn't control it before knocking it on. And so, great attacking opportunity for the Canadians here.
Yeah, pretty slow from Russia. Very telegraphed, this kick. It comes into the hands of Seradina, who doesn't have long. But Canada could see that's exactly what they were going to do. Great attacking position for Canada now. This is the time to make it count.
Aladi will feed the scrum. Standing right behind it is Ashley Stacey. And they've moved Ben out into the midfield. Quite appropriate, they've got a player Ben because we are in London.
Fine.
Yeah, she's a pretty big ball carrier too, is Brittany Ben.
Well, let's see if Big Ben gets the ball. She won't because Stacey's through. Stacey can't put it down, but Ben will. Referee says, I might need to have a look at this.
She's not the only one. Really hard to see what happened there, wasn't it? The ball came loose. Looked like it went backwards. Indeed, Laria Barad says, yes, it did go backwards. Brittany Ben on hand. Big Ben getting the ball over the try line.
As the clock strikes, Big Ben is there to pick up and dive over. Yeah, good officiating between the in-goal touch and the referee. No problem with that at all.
Yeah, very lively work from Brittany Ben. Saw the ball come loose, dived on it. She's gone off for a rest now, I think.
The Canadians desperate to try and get their hands on the ball again. Going high and losing it forward was Farella. And so the advantage for the Russian team here. The counter ruck coming in from the Canadians, but quickly picked up and going forward is Bogacheva. She's been good in this match. Unfortunately, she got isolated, and here come the Canadians. They trail by 5, but they're in a good attacking position as Aladi gets it wide to Farella. Landry. He's scored plenty of tries this year, as I mentioned, 29, looking for number 30 in a very crucial game. They've held on, have the Russians. Farella, Bianca Farella, she'll tap and go, surely. 5 short, pops it out. Paquin couldn't hold it initially, and it's gone back to Maleshki. And the tackle of Lushina, who's come on, and she's rolled.
Again from Canada, another pass that goes behind the player, another pass that's imprecise, another pass that lets Russia off the hook. There it goes from Farella. Paquin couldn't claim it, it was too high, going behind her.
The Russians will be happy just to move it. And I know it's early days today, but this is like a Russian revolution, what we've seen over the last 2 tournaments.
Yeah, they're really coming into form at the right time, Russia. And there comes Daria Fefalova. She's added an extra dimension to this team with her kicking skills, amongst other things, but really hitting form at the right time, Russia. Brilliant work from Baranovsky.
Kukina throws it in, and the playmaker Kudanova, she does everything for this team. A little pocket rocket, there she is, the playmaker and halfback, goes in and clears it. And there's that kick that Sude was talking about, where I'm not afraid of kicking it down there. Fefalova to ask questions of the Canadian team. They're going to have to go from their own half as Aladi draws in the attention, and look at them straight in on the ball. Are the Russians there attacking the breakdown? Fefalova, but not controlling her own body weight, so the Canadians here. A try will level it, a converted try will win it for the Canadians. Quickly moved out to Moleshki. Paquin comes in to help and assist. A broken away that hasn't gone forward, and now here's Landry. 29 tries. Is this try number 30? Landry on the inside. Hamadova is there again. She has been one of the outstanding players of this match. Quickly recycled. Kaljuvi gets it out wide. Fadela trying to run through the gap, and Fadela's going to draw level right underneath the black dot. The conversion to put them ahead.
Bianca Farella take a bow. Earlier on there was a pass that went astray, but 48 tries in a World Series career. If someone's going to get you out of a hole, if someone's going to score you a try when you really need it, it might well be Bianca Farella. Lovely finish, just goes into the outside. We've seen her do it so many times before. Fefalova in defence, not quite experienced enough.
But Canada play their get out of jail card early on day one here at the Stoop. What a player she is, Bianca Farella. 48 tries, as mentioned. Behavioural neuroscience student.
Quite bright then, as well as quick.
Well, I wouldn't like to have a conversation with her. Should say I'm a nuisance.
So on the ball now, Magali Harvey, the standout player probably from the 15s World Cup. Bags and bags of pace.
How do they respond? Bogacheva says, just follow me, I'll catch the ball. Hamadova is there to clear out again, and there's Kudanova. She is the go-to girl. Sees it, that's where the space is out wide, and some of the passes now not going to ground. Petrova picks up the ball as Hamadova, and a big tackle coming in from Kaljuvi. Tackle had to be made, and that's the reason why there was the mistake, and there's the reaction from the Russian coach.
Yeah, we really disappointed. It really looked like Russia had one over on Canada. As it is, Russian players on the floor. Here we go. There was the tackle after the ball had gone, which I think is what he's shouting about, but nothing in it really. Quite scrappy, but it's Canada, crucially. Canada, I think, who have the ball.
And if you have just joined us, Canada sitting second spot at the moment, but with this competition, it goes all the way down to 7th, where Russia are currently on 46 points.
Okay, here's your mark.
And just reminding you, no one confirmed for next year at the Summer Olympics except Brazil.
Crouch.
Russia need a big scrummage here.
Fine.
Drive Canada off the board. It's the only way now.
Can Kudanova upset it there? That's what I was thinking. There they go. They're not going to do too much with it. They'll just go into contact here, Landry, and they'll kick the ball out. Looking for the turnover very quickly, though. Not supporting her own body weight. That was the problem there. And the Canadians will just be happy to kick this into touch. Get out of jail card played early here by the Canadians. Spirited effort from the Russians, but at full time, Canada get the job done by 14 points to 12.
Well, here we are, England desperate for a strong showing this weekend. They've got a home tournament in front of their home fans. They've got a really good reception here at Twickenham Stoop. And a good result this weekend would put them in a decent position of finishing in the top 4 in Amsterdam on the final weekend. Well, England coach Simon Middleton's brought Rachel Burford and Kay Wilson back in for this. When Burford missed out on the last round in Langford because of injury, Wilson makes her first start of the series, also after recovering from some frustrating injury problems, to say the least. South Africa, well, they know this is damage limitation, and it'll be very interesting to see the intensity with which England approach this one. Sue?
Yeah, so Simon Middleton, the England coach, has swapped things around a bit. A lot of the usual starters, Mo Hunt, Emily Scarrett, Joe Watmore, Amy Wilson-Hardy these days on the bench, but in a sevens tournament you've got to use your whole team. It's very, very tiring. So So not the full strength starting team probably from England. So chance was South Africa to try and put a bit of pressure on early.
Well, they've played 3 times. England have won on 2 of those occasions. South Africa once. And England, as you say, in front of their home support, looking to start well. And Staniford broke the gap to get over that 10-metre line, wasting no time getting on with it. Rachel Burford taps it, offloads to Sarah McKenna, one of those players I mentioned early on. Nice little run from Wilson. And South Africa having to defend early on in this one. England looking to move it wide. Chamberlain, the captain. Takes 2 to bring it down, and they got to go low. She's very strong. Pass from Staniford. Looking to release McKenna again. It's twice now she's just looked to go herself. Chamberlain once more. South Africa up very quickly. You can see them just breaking the line there to stop the pass to the outside channels for England. That's where they have their pace, and South Africa have obviously done their homework. Little chance here for Wilson again, but she's stopped on that far side in the 10-metre line. This is Burford. Packer. Again, clean ball for England to use. Chamberlain with options left and right. She goes right. 2 players outside her. This is Staniford again, trying to go on the outside. Again, decent tackling by South Africa. Crikey that time. Had to make that because there was no other cover in behind. Packer stopped on the halfway line. Brennan, oh, lovely little show from Brennan. And she canters over the 22, underneath the post. England have their first score, and it's exactly the start they would have wanted.
Yeah, England really playing keep ball, just keeping hold of the ball. Not necessarily moving it into the wide channels, taking the contact, being patient, recycling the ball, crucially not making any errors. And in the end, a little gap opened up for Natasha Brennan. She uses a little bit of footwork and then has all the pace she needs to get on over the line. But England all the possession so far.
Yeah, dominant early showing from England. The conversion attempt is good. The flags go up 7 points to 0. And South Africa, they were willing in the tackle for the opening couple of minutes, but the gaps eventually showed, and good patience from the English as well.
Yeah, good patience from England. You can see they didn't necessarily want to take South Africa on the outside, maybe just because the South African defence, as you say, was up so quickly in the wide channels, it forced England inside. Then you've got to be patient, get over the gain line, keep recycling, and that's exactly what they did.
England in that chasing pack, looking for 4th spot, as I said, and a good showing here. I mean, you were talking about the draw for England over the last few tournaments. It hasn't been kind to them.
No, it's certainly a tough draw, this one, in a pool with Canada, Russia and South Africa. Canada and Russia, we've just seen play really tight game, 2 of the top teams. But, you know, a tough first day can be a good thing. The teams that get through a tough first day are battle-hardened.
Yeah, sometimes if you have an easy showing in the first couple of games, you're undercooked going into the games that really matter, and it's hard to get yourself up for it. Speaking of getting up for it, look at this for a beautiful break. South Africa, super stuff. Conrad, in fact, it's not, it's Gadu. Fumeza Gadu is going to score a beautiful handoff to go round her marker and touchdown underneath the post. That's the perfect response from South Africa.
It certainly is. Gadu is the danger player for South Africa, for any team playing against him. She really does have pace. Give her a bit of pace on space on the outside, and Natasha Brennan just went far too high on the tackle there. She needed to go round the legs. Gadu, give her a bit of space, and then that's it. No one was going to catch her. Great finish.
Superb finish by Gadu. And the conversion attempt to tie things up is the captain's job. Jourdain should miss this one. She doesn't. We are level, 7 points each. Well, that's a wake-up call for England.
It certainly is, and you know, it was a lot of hard work for England to score their try. They had to retain a lot of possession. The South African try, much easier, much more route one, move the ball into a bit of space, run around the outside. South Africa making it look easy.
Yeah, 29-year-old Fumeza Gadu. With 2.5 minutes to go in the first half, and we are level. And Jourdain, the captain, restarts. She goes for length. That's interesting. Didn't give her chasers any chance really to get up there and try and compete for possession. So England with ball and trying to use it. McKenna, good strength from her on the ground to make a couple of metres. Now, option 2 to this side. Chamberlain is one of them. Again, just trying to use that gas. It's a lovely break as well. Staniford, will she be caught? Well, that's strength and it's pace, and it's brilliant by the winger. Sized up her opposite number there, and no stopping her. Try for England.
Yeah, very, very good footwork from Michaela Staniford. Stood up the defender against her and then went for it. The ball, she gets in quite a bit of space, but she stops, goes, goes again. And there's too much to do for Marité Pienaar. Michaela Staniford made it over the line. Lovely piece of work for her. It's a long old run in.
17 try in the 7 series for Michaela Staniford. Conversion attempt, no problem. When it's underneath the post, it's as easy as you like for the kick of 14 points to 7. And if the South African response after England's first try was good, that was perhaps even better.
Anything you can do, Gadu, I can do better, says Michaela Staniford. She plays wing, outside centre in the 15s game. She's a forward here, but she certainly hasn't lost that gas.
Brilliant stuff and a brilliant try. England to restart. McKenna, let's see the tactics on this one. And you would have questioned the South African restart after the last try because they kicked it so long there was no chance to compete. It gave England that space to move it, and that was the result, a try and 7 points. Jourdain fires one on. Wow, try score already. You don't want to give her too much room, and the first tackle has to be good because otherwise Gadu will punish, as we saw. England have managed to turn this one over. Better stuff, Tucker. Little pop pass. Again, Gadu comes in off her wing to make the hit. She's not the biggest, but making her presence felt. She looks like she's twisted her ankle there just as she made that tackle, and she let out a bit of a scream that we could hear. And she's hobbling badly, and that's a bad sign for South Africa if she can't continue the speeds her on the wing. Play continues though. Burford back to scrum half, looking for Natasha Brennan. One try for her. The pass wasn't good. Well, Gadu looks okay, and the spill ball is going to be gathered. There's the buzzer. South Africa looking to finish with a flourish here. Tackles have to go in, and they did on Green. Penalty. Wanting to go quickly. Well, Gadu, I just wonder, is she okay? It looked like she was in trouble there for a moment.
It's amazing how seeing the ball and the try line being close to each other can help a player to recover from a knock.
That's the call of duty, huh? So chance here to level things up. If they were to score, Nasafiu Agoda will take it. Sipped on by Simmers. Jourdain, the captain, just short of that 22. England having to defend here. They don't want to slip another try before the half-time whistle. A lovely break. Needs support though. Hands were good from Ploike. Just managed to hang on to that one. It was a tricky one at her feet. Pienaar digs it out. There's a 3-on-1 it looks like if Jourdain. Well, she's gone for the grubber kick. And in behind Staniford. I'm sure we're happy just to see this one out into touch. Well, she spins out of the first tackle and the second tackle. She doesn't want the half-time whistle. But Sarah McKenna does. And that should be that.
Yeah, Sarah McKenna decided, I think, don't take any chances, get the ball out here. We're up at half-time, don't risk it.
Yeah, very good half for both teams, really. You'd have to say South Africa coming back into it and could have scored there right at the death, but England just happy to get rid of that ball. 2 tries means they have that 7-point gap, but South Africa certainly still in this game. And you'd hope as well for their chances that Fumeza Gadu can stay on the pitch, because every time she's got the ball in space, she has been dangerous. Let's have a listen and see what the teams are saying.
Defense is good, we're pushing them back. It's just individual mistakes that the tackles that we miss. We don't need monkey, that's how we come on for you now. It's not if they kick on us. Yeah, they're going to cover premium space on the outside now. Now you bring it back with the very in the inside and you take it in the middle. All good, we're going to stay nosy and I will make that change in 2 minutes. 2 minutes in the second half. Darman, you and so now you're coming up. Take that ball, we play the game. Play the game. Look at where we play the game. In this way of the field, in this way of the field.
Ladies, taste it up. We start this half, score first in this. Yes, please.
Are you fine?
All out, we can. I'm telling you, we can. Pressure all the time. This is what? Boga!
Okay, so almost set to go. The last words of the South African captain in the half-time huddle, Zane Jordan. We can. They certainly believe it. What have England got? 7-point lead, 14 points to 7, 3 tries so far. Both teams going at each other. It's been a great game.
It has.
England contesting on the ground, good strength as well to rip that one free. Well, what about that from Plaikey, from Deeswell Plaikey, getting possession back for her team. Jourdain, Goda. Tackle has to be good, and it's not. Chance to keep going. Jourdain once more. Little nice interchange between the two of them, Heldenhuis and Jourdain. Here is the captain, looking for a runner to come in off their line, but nobody willing to offer themselves, so she says, right, I'll try and go through the England defence. Doesn't quite manage it, but still with possession. Still there for Heldenhuis. This is Goda. And Gadu, the try scorer, tries the cheeky handoff. It works, but she fell flat in her face as she was doing it now. Big skip, looping pass. Plaikey went backwards, says the referee. Straighten up his sinners. Looks for runners inside. Good hands again from Plaikey just to hang on to that ball. But England have managed to turn it over. Any support runners? Staniford pushes off one, tries to push off two, stays in play. Crucially for England, and support arrives in the form of Rachel Burford. The referee says leave it to South Africa. And Natasha Brennan digs it out. Now, a bit of space opening up in the South African defence. Any support runners there is in the form of Mari Packer. She's not the quickest, but she needs help. Oh, look at that for a tackle. Brilliant South Africa defending. England get the penalty, not releasing.
Yeah, in the end, she turned it over so well, didn't she? But Evans held up, holding on.
Here's Wilson. Little pass on the outside to McKenna. McKenna trying to go through. And the loop. Oh, that's really good stuff from England. Kay Wilson gets on the end of that. It's all about keeping the ball alive, looking for support runners, and that is the result.
Yeah, England kept hold of the ball and eventually made it over the try line, but goodness me, South Africa have made them work hard for every try. Abigail Chamberlain plays the ball out to Kay Wilson. It gets to Sarah McKenna out wide, and it's this offload coming up from Sarah McKenna that makes the try. An easy finish then for Kay Wilson. Abby Chamberlain on her shoulder. Great for Kay Wilson to get on the scoreboard here. She's had such bad luck with injuries. She was supposed to play at the last tournament and got an injury just before they flew out. Finally, she makes it onto a sevens pitch this season.
And what a way to celebrate that. The conversion to come from McKenna. Hasn't missed one yet. She continues her 100% record, and well, you have to say South Africa need a score soon.
They do, and all of the reinforcements have come on for England. Emily Scarrett on, Jo Watmore on, Amy Wilson-Hardy on.
Substitutions.
Mo Hunt on, loads of changes. Only Katie McLean now sitting on the bench.
6, Bryn.
In fact, not even
7,
Katie
Bryn.
McLean sitting on the bench. There she goes.
Just come on, and just looking to make sure she's legal and okay to do so. She is, and South Africa make a couple of changes of their own. Zandra Thiron comes in. And so too
Time back
is
home.
Nobelli, 26-year-old. And South Africa just needs something, and they need something quick. They've got just under 4 minutes now. Jourdain, the scrum half, the captain. Tackle was good from Wilson-Hardy. You always want to make your first tackle when you come on. With a switch, Heldenhuis stopped on her own 10-metre line. There from Plaikey. Jourdain looked for it on the wraparound, but to go in and just secure possession. Plaikey once more. First touch this time from Nobelli, just on the pitch. Tackle is good. And again, from Wilson-Hardy. Has made a couple of hits and she's come in. Heldenhuis on a little dunny run. Maybe the pass was the right option there, though. Sifo Goda just held on to it a little bit too long. Heldenhuis to clean up. That pass is a shocker, and Jourdain has to go all the way back, and it just stops the momentum.
Just what you don't want.
Little switch from Nobelli. That's a nice pass. England having to defend now. Plaikey leaves it. Well, all the options really on this side. Makes sense to go. And
Backwards.
good up. Ball went backwards, says the referee.
There's no advantage, there's a knock on Bryn.
And then it went forward. So
From
scrum to
what?
England.
South Africa keeping the ball well, but not getting anywhere. As you say, a couple of passes just going loosely, putting the team under pressure, but keeping the ball well. England getting frustrated because they can't get hold of it. Finally, a South Africa knock-on hands the ball to England.
Here's the mark, please bind.
Impressive comeback by the Canadians in the previous match. Russia looked very strong in the opening couple of minutes, but Canada had to dig deep there.
They really did a very, very important result for them. Not just in the context of the pool, but in the context of the series. They had a poor tournament, Canada, in Langford. If they'd started off this one with a loss, that would have been a big psychological blow.
So to beat the finalists from Langford as well, I'm sure will heal some of the emotional scars of the disappointment in their home country last time out. But England at the moment struggling to get this one to ground. That's well done by South Africa, holding up. I think it was Wilson Hurley there who was in trouble.
Yeah, not often you see a held up maul in sevens, is it? Not usually enough players on the pitch. South Africa did very well there.
So on comes Crail.
Here's the mark.
She has a couple of minutes to try and make her mark. You can see there, yeah, you don't see that too often. That takes a lot of physical strength to do that with just two players.
Yes, it does.
Bind.
Amy Wilson-Hardy slightly too upright in the contact, but nevertheless.
Ball is out.
Messy scrum, but England have intercepted it, and Packer's done well. She needs support. Oh, the pass wasn't great though. Watmore running onto it, but she has the ball now. Strength. Oh, just lost it. Wilson-Hardy thought she was in. And a chance to counter here for South Africa. No belly. Tackled, and tackled well. But there's an overlap here, a massive overlap if the ball goes. Dangerous stuff for England, even though they're still inside the South African half. Well, they managed to get just enough defenders across who read the situation and snuffed out the danger for the time being. South Africa still have it. Penalty England, not releasing on the ground. Referee right on the spot, she's been strict on that.
She has, and as long as you're consistent, the players are happy. Chance for him to get their hands on the ball just now. Had a fantastic chance to score a try. Marley Packer's pass to Joe Watmore in the end, just not good enough.
Katie McLean runs across the pitch, gives the pass eventually to Scarrett. The long legs of Emily Scarrett. Can't get into the first tackle though.
Now's a rock.
And South Africa have to leave this one. Watmore, cheeky little run on the blind side. South Africa have numbers there.
Advantage, knock on.
And it's gone forward from a white jersey.
There's a knock on white. No
So
advantage.
Pretty poor decision making from England, and lots of space out wide and taking the short pops round going round the corners, but actually there's a lot of defence there. England just need to do the simple things a bit better.
Bridget, stay in the middle, please.
Well, maybe, you know, the home tournament, we saw what happened to Canada last time out. It does impact you psychologically. The nerves of that, or does that put more pressure as well for the players? I'm sure happy to get the cobwebs out of the system, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on as a home team. A win is a win. I guess you're right. That's what they need out of this first game.
Jourdain hasn't given up the ghost, the captain, still looking for gaps in the English defence, and they want one more try, South Africa, before play comes to a close. So the opening session with an intercept and a chance for England there. Lovely hands from Stanifer to hang on to that one. It was well above her head. Natasha Hunt sucked in,
There's advantage.
but illegally so. So advantages to England. Now, what can they do from here? Scarrett,
Advantage.
little show. This is good stuff from England. Hunt's over the line. She's going to score. Well, that's the way to finish it off, I suppose.
Yes, finally England, they made that very, very hard for themselves. They really did. A couple of times just invited to score tries, and they said no thanks for doing it the hard way. All came from Michaela Stanifer with those long go-gadget arms making the interception. Yeah. Finally it gets into the hands of Mo Hunt, and an easy finish for her, but England did make that pretty difficult for themselves.
Well, the last action at the end of the first group of games in the London Sevens is a conversion, and it's good from Katie McLean, which means that it's 28 points to 7. England have beaten South Africa, and they have blown the cobwebs off, if you like, and got that first win, crucial in what is a very difficult pool. So let's have a look at the pools now before we leave you. Pool A, New Zealand's on top along with France, both getting that win. New Zealand very, very comfortable, as you can see. 34 points to 0 in the opening game against Brazil. And France, well, they had a tough task against Spain. who really put it up to them, but they got there. So there's the two leading sides there, as you would expect, I suppose. England, with that victory you've just seen, and Canada coming from 2 tries down to beat Russia 14-12. That's a massive result for them, and getting over the disappointment of Langford last time out. Pool C looks like this. United States also with the win. Australia, who got the better of Fiji. They're both on 3 points, and China and the Fijians playing catch-up at the moment. USA very comfortable against the Chinese. So time for a quick break. We'll be back up in about half an hour's time with more action from the London Sevens. Hope you can be with us.
taking the medical job instead.
It's not stressful, isn't it?
Fine. Simple things, not done well that game.
Well, they got it there.
Yeah.
About today's in.
No. And you just know. I mean, that's the best thing played by South Africa. And the held good shape indeed. That's going to be that'll be their best game. Probably are.
Well, those who just said that's their list. All teams from Brazil set up at the start of the didn't.
They've all got one game in them, so it's shit. She's done an elbow, which is exactly as you first receiver and no real standing first receiver. That's the problem. So anyway, we'll see how we go. Tash's knee's not great. Got a bit of cover up with it, so we lose a bit of X factor, but we've got plenty of cover from that.
Well, they got it, they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I said to him, we need more positive contacts. We're just a little bit, side, and we're a little bit fluffy. But we said, get positive contacts, get them reloaded, and then shift it. It would have been better if we had a few more looks in the middle and split them up a little bit. Just get a little bit side to side, but we'll see.
when you're off,
Yeah.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bit of entertainment for you in our little break before the next game. A Zorb race here on the main field. And I know we've got some guys here who are from the community. We've made a few teachers here as well. So it's time to pick your team, because we have the community in the far zone here on the left, and we have the teachers in the near zone. Who's going to be shouting for the Harlequins community? Who's going to be shouting for the teachers? Sounds like the teachers have gone as the ball. So what they're going to do is go all the way down to the far end, and then they will swap over and come all the way back again. The winner is the first one over the try line, and I think that we are ready to go in. Join in with me. 3, 2, 1. community go over the finish line. I think Shakespeare are the teachers. They're going to run straight to the post for this race. I think that's as close to the finish line as the teachers were able to get. I'm going to get flat by us all. Let's just see if we can get them out of there. So, if I could just grab a quick overview, how tough was that? It was, the changeover was pretty smooth in there. You seemed to get out of that pretty quickly, but it was never the turn leg that took it out of you. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our runners up, the teachers, and our winners for the Harlequins community. Don't forget that if you would like to request any music, you can tweet us using the hashtag London7. We'd love to hear your song requests and look forward to you staying with us throughout this afternoon here at the Women's World Rugby World 7 Series. The next batch of matches will be taking place at just before 4:03, where we will be kicking off with New Zealand against Spain, followed by France against Brazil, Australia against China, USA against Fiji, Canada against South Africa, and England against Russia. That's about 20 minutes time we'll be resuming with the seventh action here at the Twickenham Stick. have her first attempt when you're ready, Jessie. Oh, not bad at all, just underneath the upright. Got the second ball in position. So now this is Holly from St Leonard's Academy. 14-year-old Holly. Oh, that's good effort. Straight through the upright. So that's 1-0 to St Leonard's Academy. Oh dear, I think Harley and Charlie have got themselves a little bit wetter there. So now, Jessie very close to the first effort, but this one's a little bit further out, so Jessie has a go when you're ready. Oh, very, very close. Very close indeed, just to the right. So now we'll do the second attempt for Holly, who's only got 1 out of 1 so far. Got a good bit of elevation, but that one's just gone to the left of the upright. So it's still 1-0 to Holly from St Leonard's Academy. This will be the final effort. The winner of this competition will get to keep one of these galactic rugby balls. Kindly donated to us. So Jessie with her final attempt. Oh, now! What a great effort! Sensational. This could go down to a tie break. Pressure's on Holly now. Just making sure the competition's fair here. There we go. Remaining in tiebreaker because it's currently 1 apiece. This to win the ball. Holly, when you're ready. Oh, it's good! Oh, it's good! That's a winning kick! Over by the skin of its teeth. Congratulations, Holly. Well done and well played. And thank you also to Jessie. Give a big cheer to both our competitors, Jessie and Holly. We'll have a bit more fun later on as well. We look forward to seeing a few more people competing out here on the turf.
Okay. Lovely. Nice one. Cheers. So when you're ready to go, yeah, I think we're...
Well, welcome back to the Stoop for the World Rugby Women's 7 Series here in London, the penultimate tournament of round 5. And we've had the first 6 matches from this morning. That is the current World Series table. New Zealand well and truly out in front. And Canada, Australia, France, England, the United States and Russia. All 6 teams looking to try and make it through to next year's Rio de Janeiro Summer Olympics. Game number 7 has New Zealand against Spain, another Pool A match. Joined in commentary, Willie Lose with you, and joined by Melody Robinson, former Blackburn. New Zealand lead the series, Mel. And their coach, Sean Horan, well, he's keeping all the stars on the sideline.
Yeah, there's 3 changes to the lineup for this one. And they are Hirimi in number 2, Tyler Nathan Wong comes into the starting and Tane in 10 there. And Hidemi, she is an amazing player at prop. Usually see her out wide scoring the tries, and Tane plenty of pace out wide.
For Spain, keep an eye on Patricia Garcia. She's their top point scorer with 167, and their game breaker is jersey number 5 in Barbara Pla.
She's my favourite player in this team. She's class, she glides, she's got great rhythm. I've seen her play so many times. If she gets a ball in space, this New Zealand team will be put under a lot of pressure.
Earlier, Spain losing to France, and Mel, they really gave them a hard time. Just 2 tries to 1, losing that match by 12 points to 5, but it was a spirited effort.
Yeah, they were really competitive, very aggressive at the breakdowns, and physically they look very conditioned as well as we have a look at Pool A. New Zealand, of course, 3 points. France, they also had the victory in that first round, but New Zealand 6 tries for them. Very good indeed. They look very calm despite the fact that there are 4 changes to the squad. Sean Horan looking to mix up his team, give some of the newer players experience at World Rugby Women's Series level.
And for Spain, sitting in 10th spot with 12 points, started slowly in Dubai, finishing 11th, and they've slowly improved, but they've found the pace and physicality of a lot of the other teams a little bit too much. An experienced squad. In fact, it's one of the oldest in this competition, average age around 28.2.
Do you know one thing I've noticed from the first round? There's a real feverish feel. The pressure is palpable, and that's because it's high intensity, because teams have got that shot at Olympic qualification, and you can really feel it out there.
Sarah Goss to the right, the New Zealand captain, and Elizabeth Martinez is the captain for Team Spain as they now make their way out onto the field.
It's quite unusual, really. They're both captains starting off the bench for this one, with Sarah Goss taking a real leadership feel by talking at half-time in that first game, taking over the coaching role as well.
We saw this from Spain earlier in their game, where they now run to the field and get down and just have the final words there. Barbara Pla will actually captain the side with Martinez on the bench. And the game to be controlled by Fijian referee James Imblombu. Taylor Nathan Wong in jersey number 7. Pocket-sized dynamo that never holds back. Māori women's 7s in 2010. New Zealand women's touch in the same year. The former Linfield High School student. And this traditional start as well, where she goes with the high kick, giving the chasers plenty of time to get back. Just padded back by Almeida. And first possession for the Spaniards. Quickly up were the New Zealanders and very physical, forcing the first error in the game in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was Honey Hidemi in there, muscling up big time, really aggressive. Basically, it was like a wrestling match. Pulled the Spanish player through to the deck. They're here for business, New Zealand. It doesn't matter that Spain are probably out of contention for this Olympic qualification. New Zealand want to make that quarterfinals, and then they've made the Olympics.
Well, the physical approach and good coming through there was Garcia, but New Zealand still have control. Hidemi gets it out to Tubic, along through to Fata Simpkins. Scored a try earlier in the game, tackle being made by Garcia. Ball not presented very cleanly. In fact, it's a counter ruck coming in from the Spaniards, but they've got it under control. Nathan Wong runs across the field and then gives it to Broughton. Broughton looks and finds a little bit of gap, gets rid of Garcia. Not supporting her own body weight, and so New Zealand with possession, they just want to slow the things down.
New Zealand trying something different in this game from what we saw in the first. They're just attacking through the middle with the little cuts. See if it's going to be effective, be interesting.
Well, they need to get it wide. Mel, in my view, that's really playing into the hands of the Spaniards. As Broughton goes on one of those trademark runs and then gives it off to Fata Simpkins. Fata Simpkins through the gap. She's got the pace. She's also got the support of Tane out wide. New Zealand in. Shirley Tane scores her second here in London.
Well, Fata Simpkins is having a very good tournament so far. Tane obviously on the end of it, but it was all about the little centre here. Came back through on that move. Really good to get her pass away when she was under pressure, pulled down by Pla. And a really good winger stays out wide. It's exactly what she did, Tane.
There is the face of one of the young stars of our game. Shirley Tane, just 20 years old. Waikato Girls High School is where she was educated, and they won the New Zealand Secondary Schools National Championships 3 years ago, and she was part of that team.
Yeah, Hamilton Girls have been a really great breeding ground for new stars coming through in the 7s and 15 aside for the last 3 years. We've seen these incredible athletes. Soon we'll see some of them, even more of them on the international stage.
Unsuccessful with the conversion. Spain. These two sides have met on 5 occasions. They're averaging around 28-6 the scoreline to New Zealand. Spain has never beaten New Zealand, and the closest match was the first back in 2013 in Amsterdam, when New Zealand won that game by 14 points to 5. Spaniards now in possession. Almeida pulls the ball down and drives forward. Finally some possession. What can they do? Look at the line speed of the New Zealanders. Very quick to get up was Broughton, and also Fada Simpkins. Ball is available. Fada Simpkins plays it. Tubic. Now they get it out to Tane again. 2 players in front of her. Looks to go on the outside and just loses control of the ball.
Well, that's really interesting, because in the first game you pointed out that Tane had the ball under the wrong arm. She did it again there, and that's what happens. It can get knocked out by the tackler. You've got to put it under your right arm. She did have it under her right arm, but still the tackler came over and popped it out.
More ball control. She's just a young player. 20 there is Sean Horan, New Zealand coach, barking out the orders. Sets very high standards, and that's the beautiful thing about this New Zealand side. They continue to raise the bar every game. That's not straight. So a scrum here, or a line out for the New Zealand team. Fada Simpkins really has filled in that gap of Kayla McAllister, who we're so used to seeing, Mel, in the midfield, creating space for Portia Woodman, or on this occasion for Tane.
Yeah, they're quite different players. Kayla likes to go on the outside, whereas Fada Simpkins has got both outside and inside to her game.
Broughton gets it out to Fada Simpkins. She'll take the ball to the line, beats the first defender, and then the offload again. That was for Broughton, but she's lost it forward. She had a player out to her left, so Fada Simpkins really is making a nuisance of herself with the struggling defences.
Oh, look, it's lovely to watch, and it's because she's just got a little bit of space to play with, and she's using it so well. Have a look at this, on the outside, back on the in, loses Barbara Platt. If that pass had been just a little bit softer to Broughton, they could have come away with another try.
Maria Casado, born on Christmas Day to feed the Spaniard scrum. And it goes, the pressure coming in from Nathan Wong, but she was offside. Quickly they tap and they look. No sweeper in behind for New Zealand, and so can they identify that, the Spaniards? They won't get through this brick wall, this black wall that just swarms up so quick. Weber goes in to assist with the tackle of Fada Simpkins. The Spaniards now, and that's been turned over from Tubic. Tubic gets it out to Broughton. Broughton buys a little bit of time, and then she offloads it to Hidemi. Hidemi can't get away from Garthier. Incorrect entry, and so the quick tap and go. New Zealand wanting to play the game at pace. Here's Weber. Big wide pass out to Tane. Hits the deck first. Got the ball in the right hand this time. The fend. Fend looks good. The fend is great! What a beautiful fend from Tane. In for a second try.
Oh, look, that was lovely. This time she can give herself all the credit for creating that try herself. Beautiful work this. So tucks the ball under, a little bit of footwork, and again pushes Pla off. Made her look silly, really. Tane at 5 points.
Great conditions here in London. The sun just starting to peek its way through. Had a lot of rain yesterday, but woke to a brilliant morning. And we've been treated to some amazing sevens. Word is that if New Zealand wins this game, they will become the first team to qualify outside of Brazil for Rio de Janeiro. And so they just needed to make the quarterfinals. Mel, 2 wins today puts them into that position. What a great job by Sean Horan, and it must be a relief for the New Zealand side.
And what a great job, you know, from the New Zealand rugby generally, because women hadn't really played sevens in New Zealand for about 3 to 4 years, so they really needed to build it from the bottom. They've done that, they've found the athletes, and look at the result today.
Nathan Wong with the restart, nice and high, getting up and competing, being tapped back. But here goes Pla, Barbara Pla, tackle tackle coming in right around the bootlaces rather from Broughton. Then Nathan Wong gets involved as well. New Zealanders might be offside there, but that pass needed to go to hand. Quickly picked up from Skiavon. Skiavon gets through. Now the step. Now she's going to have to accelerate. Nathan Wong, Skiavon just pulled down the 22. She's got the support, popped it up, and here comes a try to Patricia Garcia. And that's magical response from the Spaniards.
Wonderful try, Garcia, straight through the middle of the park. Her support play was superb. 2 missed one-on-one tackles for New Zealand. The last one there from their little Nathan Wong. And Garcia, what can you do? How can you defend the offloads like that?
She is the younger sister of Berta, playing in jersey number 1, and now looking to try and close that deficit. And that is the first try that's been scored against New Zealand here in London.
And let's not forget too, she's played 15-a-side NPC rugby in New Zealand for the last couple of years too for the Waikato team. So the halftime score at this point, 10 points to 7, New Zealand leading Spain.
Okay, so work those middles. And the physicality.
Get up.
Sisters on 3. 1, 2, 3. Sisters!
So you heard New Zealand coach Sean Horan talk about working the middles. What he's talking about there is basically when New Zealand have the ball, you'll see them do the cuts so that they bring a player back into the middle, attacking straight through. It's a different game plan from what we have seen most of the time from New Zealand. They prefer to go wide to wide, stretch the defence. So just experimenting out there today.
3 points the difference as we start the second half. It hasn't gone to 10 metres, but now it has, and that's been lost forward by New Zealand. And so first opportunity for Spain from the restart. Big question many are asking here, Melody Robinson, is when do we get to see Portia Woodman, Ruby Tui, and also captain Sarah Goss get on the field?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Horan asking some of his less experienced players to go out there, do the business, and at this point, only 3 points ahead.
So the Spaniards, now the kick and chase coming in from Casado. It's a foot race. Taylor, Nathan Wong's got there, but she's lost it forward. So more possession for the Spaniards. Now they get it. Tackle had to be made, and it was from Weber, who got in very, very quickly. Pla is there. Pla stepping. Barbara Pla ducking, diving. Barbara Pla reaching just 1 metre short. Quickly recycled. Here comes the try. Hit, spin, turn. And the sister Berta Garcia gets the second.
Wow, looking good here, Spain. Plenty of aggression. Straight over the top there for Garcia. Have a look at Pla and her footwork. Very difficult to defend. Weber finally gets it down there, but it's just one-on-one, the hit and spin, and Garcia over. Simple, she was just so close. So now New Zealand under some real pressure.
It's the Garcia show. The two sisters have scored tries. The conversion is accurate. Oh, this is not easy to do. She comes from a track and field background, and Spain take the lead. Remember, they have never beaten New Zealand in 5 appearances. Berta and Patricia Garcia would be the queens of Spain if they can pull this off today. It will also stop the reign that New Zealand has, 37 consecutive wins. Long way to go though. Tubic is there, she pulls the ball in, passes it to Broughton, and now Fada Simpkins, Atatane, has scored 2 tries already. The offload, and this is where New Zealand are so dangerous, because they've got players who can take the ball into contact and draw in the defenders, and then it's quickly recycled. Fada Simpkins got a lovely step and good awareness too. for the young 24-year-old. Here goes Weber, offloads to Chubik. Chubik quickly to Nathan Wong. Nathan Wong gets it out to Hidemi. Honey Hidemi. Hidemi. The pop pass on the inside. Nathan Wong had to slow down a little bit. Now she goes on one of those arc runs. Identifies that there's plenty of black jerseys out right. The kick was the best option. Farah Simpkins has it. Simpkins will have too much pace, and New Zealand get back in the lead through patience, through great awareness, and through some clever kicking.
Oh, Nathan Wong and that foot, seriously, lovely. She looked over, no defence was back. Here's Honey Hidemi with the initial run. Usually she gets through those tackles, but not that time. Garcia up to it, and then bam, accurate, execution perfect. The bounce was lucky too, and Farah Simpkins collected it and over in the corner. Conversion not good there. So there's still a very close match. 15 points to 14, just the 1 point in it. Gee, I have to say Spain look better than they have in any other tournament so far.
Nathan Wong with the restart. Weber goes up, and that's out on the full, so the restart wasn't good, and Spain still an opportunity. There's a lot of time left in this game.
Yeah, that's not what New Zealand want. Nathan Wong, from the beautiful kick she did before for the try to that, just too much on it. So, which way will they go? What will they pull off here? Spain with possession.
Garth there, 172 points for the 25-year-old, and they have possession now. She loops around, looking for somebody to come straight and into contact, and that person is Rabera. The counter ruck coming in from New Zealand. Kelly Brazier's on, and she's done brilliantly to firstly get over the ball, but then she lost her body weight and control. The Spaniards should be slowing this down because, well, no, they need to speed it up. They're actually behind. I thought they were leading at this stage, but now they get it into Pla. Barbara Pla with the offload. Big hit coming in from Hidemi. Honey Hidemi straight in on Dalpan. Recycled out the back. Here goes Garthia. Scored the first try for them. The kick and chase from Ribera, but that's just handed possession back to New Zealanders, and they'll enjoy this. Hidemi. Honey Hidemi straight into the contact. Look at the counter ruck coming in from the Spaniards. They've really done a lot of work since Langford in this area of the game. Quickly thrown out by Tui, so the reserves are on the bench, off the bench rather. Brazier gets it out to Broughton, and now the 1-2 cut. There it is, Tane out to Broughton. She's got a lovely step as Broughton. A little bit of footwork, and she's out into touch.
Well, Broughton just needed to pass it just before that moment there. She has the ability to lose defensive players with that lovely footwork, but that time unable. Good hands initially, just there, pushed over. So New Zealand lose the momentum. Spain get possession, the ball, another chance with just over a minute to go.
That's what they wanted to do, New Zealanders, try and play out the clock, just hold on to possession. No need to force the issue. But as we saw earlier, one of the throws from Spain wasn't straight, so the all-important throw now from Patricia Garcia. Medin is there in jersey number 2.
Wait for the ball, both of you.
And that's the go-to person, that's accurate. Can Spain get their first victory against the New Zealanders in 5? This has been the 6th attempt. Pla now out to Martinez, the captain, so she's come on the field, and offside play. The New Zealanders will just slow things down. Nathan Wong wants to get on with it, and the Fijian ref says, come back here and tap it on the mark.
Well, New Zealand happy to eat into the time. No worries at all to take it back. Slow it down.
They lead by 1. This is the closest margin between these two teams. Brazier with a skip pass here. Out to Weber, she throws a pass out to Hidemi. Good tackle coming in from Ribera. Weber to Nathan Wong. They've got some space, and Brazier's on the field. Look at those passes, they're nice and accurate out in front. Broughton gets it out to Tane, and she's lost it forward, so an advantage here. There may be time for the scrum, and yes, there will be.
scrum.
Yeah, last play of the game.
Come on, go.
The roll of the dice.
We'll play it out.
Will it go in favour Spain? There it is there, the pass. Not quite pulled in by Tane.
Just dropping the pass from Broughton, wasn't it? So, can they do it? Spain, Barbara Pla has the ball, and that is their own goal line in behind them there. That's the 22 line you can see. Big scrum here from New Zealand, you'd expect. Spain stay strong. Garcia, big hit coming in from Brazier, but she's able to get rid of the first, and then the second says to Weber, get out of my way.
Drop side, number 8.
And now they go forward. Truvo better. Good offload. Pla comes up to Broughton, tries to get on the outside of Broughton, and then the lovely little offload here. Echeberria. Has she lost that forward? No, says the referee. Now they'll try and hold her up. Here, Jordan. Weber just stays there with her and holds her on. Now there's an offside, but they've got players out here if required. Advantages over Garcia, gets it wide. Ribera, inside, outside tackle from Tui. They've gone 25 metres in 5 phases, and they've got another advantage as well. Taking the ball to the line is Echeberria. They'll come back because there was no advantage.
The New Zealand defensive system under so much pressure, it's looking fractured. They were offside. The communication's not working.
Well, here's an interesting call, I think. They're looking to try and go as close to the post as they can. I wouldn't be surprised if they get another penalty. They actually do the drop kick to try and win the game. So the tap from Garcia, slowing things down is Barbara Pla, and then the acceleration from Martinez, the captain. Spain were into referee's time. They trail by 1, but they have got possession, and now Garcia steps and goes. The offload. Delapan with her first touch there. Now has New Zealand come from an outside position? Yes, they have. And here's the big decision. Well, they want to get on with it. Merin says, let's go. The tap in. Now they look to try and get on the gap there. The offload. Here it comes. What a moment for Spain. I don't believe it. Garcia scores the first. She scores the third. And Spain in New Zealand's run. The first time in their history they have beaten the New Zealand Seven Sisters.
This is the biggest upset this year in this competition. Spain, what a fantastic effort. The offload perfect, and this young lady goes and goes. Garcia, 5 points. Look at Tyler Nathan Wong. She is brassed off. Wowee. And the saying comes to mind, do not count your chickens before they're hatched, because now New Zealand are not guaranteed yet of the Olympic berth.
This to convert her own try. It's been the Garcia sisters that have put Spain on the board. What a moment to savour for the Spaniards. They have beaten the world champions New Zealand. 3 tries to the Garcia sisters. 14 minutes, Spain 19, New Zealand 15.
Well, we just about caught our breath after that magnificent game, and what a result for Spain. But it's the second round turn for France and Brazil, and 2 sides with contrasting fortunes in their opening matches. France eventually saw Spain, though they did make hard work of it, but on the basis of what we've just witnessed, you can see exactly why. And maybe the Spanish didn't get the credit they deserve for that. Brazil were well beaten by New Zealand. The South Americans, and the hosts for the Olympic Games, of course, will be hoping to make amends for that defeat. We're just about ready to go. Leah Berard is the referee, and the excitement around the ground after that result.
Well, the best thing about this women's competition, this series, is it's got better and better as each tournament has gone more competitive, and the upsets just keep coming. Who knows what will happen in this one?
We wait and see. France going for 2 out of 2. Brazil to get their tournament off, if you like, with a win after being hammered by New Zealand last time out. And we are underway, and it's Cohan with the kick-off. So France, what have they learned after that open game to Spain, which, as we say, puts things into context now. And this is an early opportunity for them. There's two queuing up outside, and it should be, well, the pass was okay, but Chloe Pell, who was on the bench for the first game, has come into the starting 17, and she's hauled towards the touchline. Good strength in the tackle there to push her out.
It was, but really nice movement from France there. The forward momentum, most of the passes were on the money. Look at that there defensively. 3 players on one, driven over.
So first line out to Brazil. It'll be Ishibashi to throw in. A couple of big targets for her to aim at.
Really stretched out their line out, Brazil.
Well, that's not bad. A couple of throws didn't go to plan against New Zealand in that first game, but that's a lot better. And maybe they have been working on that over the last couple of hours or so. It's a knock-on, though, and it's advantage to the French. So even if Brazil do manage to rob this ball, the whistle sounds and we go back for the scrum to France, a chance inside the 22.
Oh, Ishibashi there. She shot a bullet pass. It was just too close. That's how the knock-on came about. So France get an opportunity very close to the try line.
Well, Chloe Pell, as I mentioned, one of 2 changes for Dave Cortex from the opening game. Montserrat Amdi also comes in. She's wearing number 10 and standing just outside the scrum. Here she is. They're standing very wide. So obviously they fancy their chances in a foot race. And here comes Latanu, scored it in the opening game. And a little offload to pass as well to Fanny Horta. The captain's going to go into the corner. Brilliant try from the French. It's basic 7 rugby. Draw in the defender, use the space. There you go.
Yeah, the pass to Ladanus wasn't great to begin with, but the loop around there by the try scorer, Horta, gave them the extra man on the outside. So there it was, a bounce pass. Ladanus draw in 2 defenders, the wrap around, and then a lot of pace to get over.
Well, it's a statement of intent from France after what I mentioned was a little bit of a slow start in their opening game. And look at that for a kick from the corner to add the extra 2 points. Absolutely brilliant. 7-0, France lead, and Brazil need to get back into this one.
Well, when France hit this year's series in Dubai last year, they had some incredible form, and this suggests maybe they're back to that.
6 times these countries have met. France have won 5 of those, Brazil just the 1.
Knock on.
An advantage to the French for a knock-on. At the moment, it's just not happening for Brazil.
You've got to remember too that France are missing 3 of their top line players.
Yeah.
They all got injured in their top 8 competition, which is 15 aside. And, you know, the question has to be asked when it's Olympic qualifying up for grabs in these 2 tournaments, why would you release your players for 15s?
We got the impression, reading between the lines, that relationships were a little bit frayed between 7s and clubs in the top 8 in France, and you can understand why. And with so much on the line, as Mel was saying, you have to question where the priorities are. Well, at the moment, France get on with it, and they have a penalty. Quick tap and go from Christelle Ladouf. Taken up by Mayan. And the try scoring captain, Fanny Horta, gets rid of it. And France come back here again now. Straighten up a line here. And they got 4 runners outside. Chance to go up. Grassino. Pass is okay. Was it looked on the line? Pell is going to go in and score. It was flat at best, but it doesn't matter because France have their second score, and it's scored by number 9, Chloe Pell.
Wow. I tell you what, they've sped up the intensity in their game, haven't they, from the first one we saw today. Yep, the passes aren't 100% all of the time, but they're moving it quickly, and that's the point. And look at this. The pace on the outside. Pell, and goes under.
Yeah, really well done. Beautiful pass, as you said. From right, it's right in front of us. I thought for a second it might be, but the referee was in the right position at the right time, and she had no problem with it. The conversion attempt, well, it's good. 2 from 2, 14 points to 0. This is more like the France that we know and love.
Yeah, really enjoying the style, moving it, using the space, taking them on individually as well.
It's the history of French rugby, isn't it? That's what they love to do, keep the ball in hand. You think that France would be dominant in the 7 series just based on the way that they've always played rugby, their approach to this game. And 7s should suit them down to the ground. At the moment, they're in control against Brazil, who are looking for their first score in this game. A monster hit goes in, and it forces the turnover ball, and up comes Amadi. She's trying to go in. Oh, decent tackle though.
Penalty.
by Arujo.
High tackle, yellow.
And the advantage as well for the high tackle. The pass, did that need to go? It did. We'll go back for the penalty.
Leave it over here, please.
Well, Amandi thought she was in. She might get another chance here, but one of the Brazilian players is down, getting attention.
It's okay.
Oh, yep, the referee's called it up. It would have been a 7-on-6 situation, which gives all the advantage to France.
It's Ishibashi who was down, but she's back on her feet, thankfully.
Looking a little bit ginger, have to say.
Big tackles going in there. I mean, we mentioned the physicality of the French. Well, Mayan didn't seem to know quite where she was going on that occasion, but she sets up the ball. And they're going to come on this near side. Grassino squares up 2 defenders, gets the ball back through her legs, and it's there for Pell. No, it's not. Brazil driving through, and they get the penalty. That's great work for the South Americans.
Yeah, really attacking the ruck, the breakdown, forcing the turnover there. Look at the fight, the leg drive. She's on her knees, but 3 of them are there. Great body position too.
Decent touch. Will set up a line out, and after the first one that we saw, Brazil obviously quite comfortable now to use the set piece and get possession. I suppose it's a tough one for Brazil, Mel, because, you know, they are the host. They qualify automatically no matter what happens here. I wonder, just in their minds, can they subconsciously get up to that level of intensity that you need to win these games?
Look, I really think that they know they're going to be at a home crowd next year in Rio, and they have to perform well because, you know, you're playing in front of your friends, family and your nation. You don't want to embarrass yourself. I think they have played a really lovely style of sevens. It's just that maybe they need some kind of different athletes added to this mix, big players as well.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how they do in their home territory, but for the moment they have possession and they're going to run it. Kohan just into touch. That should be that. It is. The halftime whistle goes. Well, it's been a pretty dominant performance by the women of France. 2 tries, impressive play. Half-time, France 14, Brazil 0.
It's accuracy. Accuracy. All your little half breaks, we're just throwing the ball away, we're not looking, you're scared of the contact. Either take the collision, settle up, and go into your systems. Right now you're playing one phase. One phase.
Entrando em contato e jogando nossa bola para fora. Então, precisamos entrar em contato melhor, tipo, segurar a nossa bola. Tem confiança de, tipo, eu vou entrar em contato
And defense skills. If you're going to do an arc with a slide defense, you need to slide across the field with pace. You're just coming up and then jogging across and they're getting on the outside of your playing. So move your butts across the field.
No arco,
Link up.
Na desliza, precisamos trabalhar mais duro para realmente chegar para o lado do campo.
And the second thing is you're not wrapping the ball up. All their tries could have been a simple tackle if you hit it hard and drove them back 2 meters. You're reaching with your hands again and they're flicking the ball out.
Ou faz tackle
Stop
simples
the offload.
e tipo, derruba ela 2 metros para trás ou para ela liberar os braços da bola. Ou você realmente
I want you to move it into space. You did it once and we threw the ball away. Come on, ball control phases. Let's go.
Can I just say that Chris Neal, the Kiwi coach, is not happy?
He's not happy. Plus he also gets half the time that everybody else has because he needs a translator. So he's got to wait for all his comments to be repeated while the French just get on with it. Yeah, I mean, look, you can see he's not happy. And to be fair, he has a lot of good points there.
Look, the one phase thing, what he means is that they're taking it into the tackle and losing it. And really, you have to build phases to create the space.
That's it. It's all about patience in attack and waiting for your moment to come and not forcing the opportunity. That was a really good take, though. Have the words sunk in. Can Brazil get something going? Here we go. Sarda, the captain, leaves it. Arujo, she's dropped it and it's gone forward.
Yeah, so the systems they were trying to do, the execution wasn't quite right. They're spinning it to the second person in from the sideline and then looking to go inside one more time. There's often a hole there. If she had have made the pass just a little softer, who knows what could have happened.
Well, the French have split their attackers behind the scrum. I can tell you that the captain, Fanny Orta, has come away onto the right wing, so that would lead you to believe that that's where they're going to go. That's exactly what's happened. Amdi, under a little bit of pressure, looks for a gap. That almost came. Chloe Pell, one try for her already. Looks for the offload, gets it. Went backwards, that's okay. France now trying to secure possession. Brazil making life difficult. Referee says illegally so. In from the side, and Chloe Pell wastes no time. This is a monster overlap. Surely it's just a case of hands here. It should be. Ladagnu. Oh yes, it's easy as you like for France. Wasting no time getting on with it, but Brazil looks bent.
Great reaction from France. Ladagnu's over. And that happened because Brazil had committed so many players there, 4 to that breakdown. The quick tap, the accurate passing out. Looked slightly forward, didn't it? But hey, this is a try. Referee didn't call it up. Really good response from France.
If you commit that amount of players in a sevens game to a breakdown, you have to win the ball, or else give away a penalty, because
absolutely.
That's where they were caught. No good with the conversion attempt. 19 points to 0. And this is impressive from France. You never want to show your full hand, I suppose, in the opening game. Important that they got the win against Spain, but this is definitely taking up another gear. And Christelle Ladouf to restart. Oh, that's poor from Brazil again. You could see Cocan right underneath that ball. She should have claimed it, but she didn't. But Brazil can see the penalty. Not releasing on the ground. Time to get on. Toma. Nice looping pass. Oh, yes, beautiful, beautiful. Fanny Horta, she's not going to be stopped. And France are in again. This is an impressive performance from France, and Brazil at the moment, they just don't want to know about it.
They're so accurate in the second half, France. Everybody's playing as a team, putting it through the hands. Horta here, she even had a player on the outside of her as well if she needed it. They're on fire.
I mean, you don't like to single out people, but Raquel Ocohen for Brazil, their number 10, should have taken that restart. She just buried her head, and the conversion attempt off the post and over. Good kick by Ladouf, so 26 points to 0.
Yeah, the quality of this French side means you can't make one error. They'll pounce on it, they'll make you pay. And very good.
Ladouf, 3.5 minutes left to go. A lovely high restart. All about giving your chasers enough time to get up there, contest for the ball. And Thomas just put her opposite number straight to the ground. Now, Brazil, 3-on-2 here. France drifting across, but so too the attacker, and absolutely smashed in the tackle by Ladagnu. Little dummy once again. Strong shoulders.
No arms in that either.
No. Taken up by Brazil. Santini gets them on their way. This is Gavert. Looks for the offload. Gavert gets it back. Tackle was good from Thomas. France have come away with it. Almost at the halfway line. And they have the advantage. Brazil, again, committing a lot of numbers to that ruck ball. Can France make them pay? Ladouf. Thomas. Support back inside if she wants it. Thomas, beautiful. Well, she's not going to be stopped. The long stride of Rose Thomas, and she's in again, and France are in again.
Oh, the defence from Brazil was in disarray. Once again, they went the one phase, knocked the ball on, lost it. The French, they pounced, used their flair, nice little in-pass Thomas, quite determined. The chase was on there from Brazil, but really all too easy. They're really wiping Brazil off the park, aren't they?
Brazil looked dejected, and however angry Chris Neal was before the second half started, you can imagine he's none too impressed by what he's seen. Another decent effort with the conversion. That one doesn't go through. 31 points to 0. And France are cruising.
Maybe they can sniff New Zealand's blood.
Maybe. Maybe the Invincibles are vulnerable. We'll wait and see.
Back.
Ball just went back there for Audrey Amil, but again, Brazil,
Stay.
they're all over the place. committing a lot of numbers there to the breakdown when France clearly had that ball. Fourcade dropped it. Now Brazil come through and put pressure on. That's a decent tackle by Roca. And they get the penalty. Now, for pride in the jersey alone, they want to score and get across that French line. Can they do it from this time? Lovely pass and an even better line taken up this time by Godoy. Strength to carry, almost at the line for Brazil. But have they been held up? Ball's gone to ground. Did it go forward? No, says the referee. Play on. Chance still there. No, not anymore. They have the penalty.
That was so near a try. Godoy and Rocha had got their body positions just a little lower, really driven the legs. Sure, it would have been a 5-pointer.
Another chance to go. Godoy here. Look at the strength. Look at the strength with 4 French players hanging off. Surely it is. It is! Brazil are in. Well, that'll do their coach maybe raise a little bit of a smile for Chris Neal. I think it's Gavert who's got it, and 5 points back. Too little, too late though.
It was Rocha who went over in the end.
It was Russia, sorry, yeah.
And Godoy, well, this is what you use your bigger players for, your power players, just to hit it up short. And then all the defensive players were pulled in, and Rocha just jumped over the melee.
Her 5th try for Brazil, right at the death. Conversion attempt won't matter, but this has been a lesson for Brazil. Left-footed kick is no good. That is the final whistle. France step it up a gear. How many more gears have they got over the next day and a half or so? But this was certainly very impressive. 31-5, the final score.
Confirmation of the matches we've just seen. An upset by Spain, ending New Zealand's 37-game winning streak, winning that match by 19 points to 15 in referee's time. France 31-5 over Brazil. And still to come, Australia take on China, the United States take on Fiji, Canada, South Africa, and then the hosts, England, against a very good Russian side, joined by Sue Day, former international. And Sue, that's what we love about sevens. That result by Spain really has just opened the door, because New Zealand have to play France in their last match, and there's no guarantee they can win that game.
I tell you what, it could make the other side of the quarter-final draw interesting for somebody. New Zealand have topped the pool constantly this series. Now the pressure's on. Can they finish on top of their pool? And if they can't, it's going to be a tough old draw. Whoever does well this time and ends up playing New Zealand in the quarter-finals will not be very happy about that. It is the joy of sevens. Nobody would have called that result. Spain 19, New Zealand 15.
Hi, I'm Shani Williams from the Australian Women's Sevens team, and this is my 7 in 60. Smiley, passionate, and aggressive. I do love Bon Jovi. Whoa, living on a prayer. Most likely Chloe Dalton. She's pretty witty, so I think she'd come up with something really good. I'd have to say my buddy Shannon Parry. I know Banger Sisters, we go out there and cause a bit of havoc. Usain Bolt. I'd say Dubai. That sticks pretty well in your memory. Nickname's Worm, because I can do the worm. Can't do it now. Ready? There you go.
And here are the two sides. Williams there, the worm, is the captain, Dalton Turner, Etheridge, Tonigato, Beck and Kaslik. So 5 changes from their coach, Tim Walsh, that earlier defeated Fiji by 15 points to 5. And for China, they were beaten by Team USA by 40 points to 7. Yang Hong in the reserve bench is the person who scored the try, was later that scored the try, but the top try scorer actually wears jersey number 9, Jian Qian. Australia currently sitting 3rd in the World Series with 56 points. They're 2 behind Canada. Strong finishes in Dubai and Brazil making the finals, but in some ways they've gone backwards in Atlanta and Langford. And Sude, what do they need to do, the Chinese, to try and get an upset here against the Australians?
Even harder to see an upset here, China against Australia, than it was Spain against New Zealand. We haven't seen China string enough consistency of 7s together, so you'd be very, very surprised if they could challenge this Australia team. That said, Australia have left a lot of experience and firepower on the bench. Emily Cherry, Elia Green, Lissu Quote, but actually Shannon Parry on the bench. That doesn't happen very often. Australia rely on her to win them good ball, to put in big hits.
Beatrice Benvenuti from Italy, and her 9th appearance here in the World Rugby Women's 7 Series. Match number 9 of 18. This is the halfway stage of day 1 here in London. As the captain, Shani Williams, pulls the ball down to Kaslik. Turner is there, as always. And now they look to try and find some space. Turner, good support on the inside. She's got pace. She's got plenty of pace, Turner. 30 years young and as quick as you like. Australia score after 24 seconds.
Lots of experience on the bench for Australia, but some experience on the pitch too. Shani Williams, first of all, fielded the kickoff. They got the ball through the hands and finally into the hands of Amy Turner, and she does have some gas. She doesn't usually play that outside role, but she does it very well when she gets the chance. Pins her ears back, ball in the right hand so she can get the fend out if she needs to, but she never does need to.
Born in Tokoroa, New Zealand playmaker, and showed a lot of maturity over the years. And now I've been told that on Twitter that is Wilhelmina, not Joey. Joey's for the men. So my apologies in calling Wilhelmina Joey.
She'll let you off, I'm sure.
And now the restart. Australians really started this game so much better than they did earlier today against Fiji. It took them a long time to actually get some dominance, and now China, they've shown a lot of improvement of China with their ball control and getting the ball into positions, but Turner and from an incorrect position, and so Chan taps and says, let's get on with the game. Lillian breaks through Zhao Ming. The offload there has gone forward, and so an advantage here for Australia. Tonigato, she's got pace and a lot of power as well as Emma Tonigato. 2 defenders required to ride her to ground, and we go past the halfway mark. The Australians, Kaslik looks on the outside. The try scorer Turner turns the ball on the inside to Kaslik, and now some great ball movement here by the Australians. Chloe Dalton tackled there from Yuan. Quickly recycled as Kaslik. Look at the passes, they're crisp and accurate. On the outside, Etheridge from the inside. It's got too much power. And the Australians playing the game of 7s as it's supposed to be played, using the width of the field, and the passes are sticking.
Yeah, good accurate passes and lovely interplay. Comes out from Kaslik, but then it's all about Tonigato and Etheridge. You to me to you. And in the end, it's number 4, Gemma Etheridge, who gets over. It could have been either of them. But really good play between them, really good understanding between those two players.
28-year-old, grew up on a farm. Her 6th try in her career, a qualified radiographer. There's the girl on screen. Australia now to a flying start. 10-0. The restart hasn't gone the required 10 metres and it's out on the full, so China will get possession from the restart with a penalty on the halfway mark, and Zhao Lilian.
Bit of possession for China finally. It's been all Australia. They've taken the kickoffs well, recycled the ball, finally trying to get a bit of ball in their hands.
Yeah, they've got some lovely skills too, Sue. There you can see just changing the angle, but they just get isolated. And that's the problem, is that they go into contact against the bigger sides where they do get isolated, and then the turnover occurs. Here's Kaslik, no sweeper in behind. So the kick would work. Big tackle coming in on Turner, and she just throws the ball out the back. Where Shani Williams goes and tidies up, gets rid of the first, can't get rid of the second. The Australian captain, Etheridge, gets it out to Turner, to Kaslik. Good width and good space. Now they attack. Tonigato puts on the accelerator. One to beat. Watch the class. Tonigato puts the ears back. See you later. Good night, John Boy. She's too quick.
Should get it over the try line in a minute. That ball will go down. Everybody talks about Elliot Green on this Australia side as being the real speedster, but Emma Tonigato, 24 tries in her World Series career. She's the one that called that switch. You could see a little bit of space on the inside. And once she'd shrugged off that first tackle, nobody was catching her, and she pulls away from the covering defence to such a degree that there's nobody anywhere near her when she finally goes to score this try.
Quality player. Comes from a league background, just 20 years old. Played for the New South Wales Schools in 2013. And she has got gas. That's a bit of restart from the Australians, going up and high and claiming it. Putting it back was Dalton. Australia with more possession, looking to inflict more pain on the Chinese. The step and straightening it was Kaslik. Cleaning out was Dalton, and they quickly recycle it. Now they've got a line up here. Turner with a big wide pass out to Pinatani, who was standing out in the wing. Pinatani can't break the tackle. It was made right around the bootlaces by Yang. Counter ruck coming in from the Chinese, and it's effective. Now can they go the distance? No, she can't. Yang didn't have the pace, didn't back herself, and so China with possession pins her ears back and says, I might be able to get there, Xian Xian. Then she throws an awful pass, and she's in an offside position there.
Offside.
Goodness me, China made a mess of that in the end, didn't they? They had a great opportunity. There she goes, powering through the gap. Then that was the poor decision. I think if she'd just pinned her ears back and gone for it, she'd probably have been in. Throws a poor pass, then they end up offside off the kick. Ball to Australia.
She certainly has got the pace, Xian Xian. She scored 7 tries in her career, and so just looked up and saw a defender, but Australia from their own 22 now, the late cut. Calling in Etheridge.
The rock.
Becomes a ruck when Nicole Beck goes over and gets over the ball. Pinatani coming in off the bench, and they've got an advantage here. Kaslik goes in, there won't be any advantage for them, and they'll come back for the penalty.
There was an offside. Come back on mine.
China just really struggling to compete with Australia at the breakdown. Australia, as much as it's about their size, it's about their speed. They get to the breakdown so quickly, and China just can't compete with that.
Speaking of quick, here goes Tonigato, just a sweeper to beat. Looks on the inside, the supporters there. Kaslik forces the way to the ground. Tonigato can't release it, and she's lost it forward. So the knock on there. Half-time here, Australia have scored 3 tries, and they lead China by 17 points to 0.
Was your call? Yeah, okay, cool. Was it in your side? I'll look at, yeah.
Much better urgency around that ruck and roll, okay? When they've got hold of us and we've got the ball, latch on. Okay, latch onto him to make sure he comes back our way. Okay, we're playing all the footy, get our heads up and stand. Right, and keep on it. Absolutely. And the switches and movement support play off him. Okay, the big thing about him is our integrity and defense in his half. Right, I want to see people pointing up. I want to see him square. I want to hear from the sideline who's got who. They were up. We were relentless in our defense. Okay, and we're pointing and talking. In attack, execute. They hold the ball, be active on the ground, and that nice trick, that ball's got to get out of it. Okay, that allows us to play and get this right? Big half girls. One change. Charlie off, Quirky off.
Great positive words from the former international himself, Tim Walsh. Played Super Rugby for the Reds, Australian Sevens captain, under 19s and 21s.
1, 2, 3,
And I like the way that he said, Sue, that better start because they weren't that efficient against Fiji earlier on today.
It was a much better start, hasn't it? They came out of the blocks much more quickly, and it's that speed and speed of mind around the breakdown area that's been the biggest difference for me against China.
I like this Italian referee. She's got a great feel for the game. She's a great communicator. And I think that head of the referees, Paddy O'Brien, said that she certainly is one for the future. Dalton gets us underway, Chloe Dalton. They've got possession, the Chinese, but look at the line speed from the Australians, and so that forces the Chinese to come back on the angle, does Xiao Meng. Picks up and goes, does Yuan. And she's got isolated, so Turner goes in, wants to get on with the game quickly, does Amy Turner. And the Australians will just come back to a set piece. They use Toni Gato as the go-to person, as their playmaker. She's got a lovely step.
Just what you want when you're playing out on the wing. A penalty move's called, you're starting it and you're all the way over on the other side of the pitch.
Well, she offloads here to Dalton, and now they look for some space out on that wing. This is Chloe Dalton. Dalton beats the first, can't get through the second. Turner hits, spins and places the ball now. Dalton, another good pass there from Beck. Like the distribution, here's Penatani. Can't get through the gap there. Penatani closed very quickly, and now it becomes a ruck. They can't play the ball on the ground. The step into contact they go again. Etheridge cleans out, but good steal from the Chinese, and it was Lu Yuan.
Side entry.
Yeah, Australia falling into the trap of taking a bit too much contact there. There's space out wide.
And that's what the Chinese want to do. The show and then the go. It becomes a foot race now. She's over the 50. She's just got to back herself. The pass on the infield. Inside goes to Hong. Now the tackle coming in. It was a good tackle from Quirk as well. There are more yellow shirts than there are Chinese. Gone backwards. Big wide pass there. Just under catch up to the play now is Yang. 3-on-2 coming back on the angle. They needed to just back their pace and skills there. Did the Chinese, but the turnover, and that's gone forward.
Knock on.
Well, backwards, says the ref. So it's coming down to a slow pace with all of the players exhausted.
Just sat here shaking my head. What was Chen doing? She was speeding away from the defence. Instead of looking for that pass, all she needed to do, here she goes. She speeds through that gap. There is no way Quirky, as Tim Walsh calls her, is catching her there if she just keeps on going.
Well, that was the interesting thing, wasn't it? Chan did all the hard work, and maybe that's just the little things that they're going to learn over time in the game of sevens, is backing yourself, having the confidence to just go coast to coast.
Take the easiest option first. Just keep running. If you don't need to pass it, don't pass it. Get over that try line and score the try. When she watches that back, she'll be so disappointed when she sees that Alicia Quirk is not catching her.
They've created a lot of opportunities in the tournament, Sue, and is that a coaching issue, or is it more confidence of a player making that decision?
I think it's when you're in two minds as a player, when you've been coached and your coach is telling you, remember, when you've made the break, you need to look for support if you're going to be caught. And so she's thinking, oh no, should I be looking for my support? Should I be? And instead of just going for it, she's in a little bit of doubt, and that's what's caused the problem there.
Let her bind on you.
Elia Green on in jersey number 12. You can see her there for Australia. And also Shannon Parry in jersey number 1. So Tim Walsh making the changes. They can't get the ball clear. That's good play from the Chinese, and now it becomes a ruck. Green playing in the forwards well. We haven't seen that too often as Parry says, follow me, and takes half the Chinese team with her.
Stay on your feet. Stay on your feet, Gold. No, she, 12.
Shannon Parry, as ever, dragging loads of defenders with her, but Chinese ball.
Now it's in America. I haven't been back since.
Use that.
There's Zhao Lilian. Can they score a try here, China? They've certainly had their opportunities. His final passes and also his mistakes. Good turnover there from Beck. She's been good, Nicole Beck. Etheridge breaks through. Quirk is there to cover up. Now they'll look to get the ball into Elia Green. Goes over the head of Parry. Green is back there, so is Tonigato. She's isolated. Good clean out though from Green coming in and just cleaning out the player. Tonigato has to go in again, and now you can see the counter ruck coming in from the Chinese, and they've won the ball.
Yeah, they've certainly been much better in that contact area since half time, China, haven't they? Obviously talked about that, need to get in there quickly, really compete with the Australians.
Sun Shi Chao, have a look at this, the numbers. There's the clean out firstly from Green. Tonigato held on to the ball as Xiao Ming looks, tries to get on the outside, and then the late cut coming in from Shi Chao, the captain. Pixton goes again, the offload to Hong, the try scorer in their earlier game against the United States. Parry's looking for the steal. I think she's going to win it.
Come play ball. From.
Yeah, Shannon Parry was doing everything she possibly could to steal that ball.
Red 11. You're off.
Gets into the breakdown very, very low, trying to get her hands on the ball. Arguably there's a player holding on there, but the referee says ball to China.
And the player down is Shannon Parry, New Zealand father and an American mum. As Shannon Parry made her debut in Amsterdam in 2012, qualified teacher, and just needing some running repairs. She's been good for them, so there's no doubt about it. Just one of those hard-working forwards that you just enjoy seeing them on the field.
Yeah, she's not the glory girl, but she's the player that the other glory girls on the pitch want on the pitch, because she gets through so much hard work, puts in the tackles, puts in the hard yards. Interesting, Australia haven't yet put Emily Cherry on the pitch there. The comeback girl missed the last tournament, but she's had very, very few minutes so far.
Elia Green was out in the wing because that's where she normally is, and so they said, no, you've got to come into the scrum. So they're there. China with a real opportunity inside the 22. Taking the direct approach was Xiao Ming. Quickly recycled and quickly in there again was Shannon Parry, and they've lost the ball forward. So good pressure coming in from the Australian forwards.
Yeah, again, Australia putting the pressure on at the breakdown. China just can't quite live with the amount of pressure that they're putting on there.
I see what they're doing by having Green in the forwards. Gordon Titchens did it a lot with Jonah Lomu in his career, because when you've got somebody that's strong and has got pace, that from the set piece it goes out wide, and then she becomes the next attacker as a forward. As they get it wide, Beck gets it out to Tonigato. She's got gas, has Tonigato. She's broken clear, and this is what the Chinese players needed to do, is back yourself. Tonigato inside the 22. She skips, she runs and scores.
That was a very long run in. Emma Tonigato is a little bit out of breath now. 25 tries in her World Series career. You talked about Elia Green being out on this side. They didn't need her. Emma Tonigato made it through. It looked like she might get caught, but she just manages to make it, puts a little change of direction in there to take her away from the defence, and a nice flourish of a finish. But goodness me, it feels like a very, very long way when you're running those tries in. Interesting, as you say, about Elia Green playing in the forwards and being out wide. It's exactly what New Zealand do with Honey Hirame, Carla Hepper. It's exactly what England do with players like Michaela Staniford, Joe Watmore sometimes, and it does make a really big difference if you can go all the one way down the pitch to a player like Tonigato and bring it back this way, and you've got someone like Elia Green who can finish off.
Boy, you've named some quality players in that sentence there. Sude, Staniford, what a player. You look at Green and Hirame as well. Hazek on the 10 metres, no, so China will get the final say of the game. They're never short of enthusiasm, are the Chinese, and I think that their ball skills have certainly improved over the years, but just decision making and also in the physical exchanges is where they really do struggle. As Xiaoming comes on the late cut, and now they get it wide to Miyake. The turnover from Green. Play on, says the ref, and so Australia with another chance. They look on the inside. Here comes Parry again. Quickly recycled. Turner in at first receiver. They'll try and get it out to Green if they can, but Turner says no thanks. I'll just show a little bit of footwork and run away to score my second try of the game. Australia's 5th, and that's the icing on the cake.
Lovely break from Amy Turner. She's saying we don't need Elliot Green out here in the forwards being quick. I can do it already, thanks very much. Steps on the inside because the Chinese defence are just pushing too wide too quickly, probably because they're worried about Elliot Green on the outside. That's what makes the space for Amy Turner, and she doesn't need asking twice.
Conversion is successful. Full time here, where Australia continue with their unbeaten record against China, having beaten them by 31 points to 0.
Nice. Broken muffin? No. Are you sure you're right? Well,
Once again, thank you to Gilbert, our match ball supplier.
Well, an interesting one this. The United States completely outclassing China in their first game, running in 6 tries in the process. A dominant display. Fiji went down fighting against Australia and are hoping to get their first win of the London Sevens. Beautiful afternoon at Twickenham Stoop, and ideal conditions for sevens, not too hot, which is always a good thing for the players. And Sue is beside me. United States were very impressive in their last win, but this will be a tougher test against Fiji.
It will be a tougher test, and it's always a little bit difficult to know what to expect from Fiji. They always do the unexpected, so hard to plan for defence against it. But US have really improved the last 2 or 3 tournaments. They've been better every time.
Well, a quick glance at the Pool C, and you'll see that United States, courtesy of that 6-try victory last time out, are in control. China struggling at the moment as the two teams come out onto the pitch. Well, head-to-head, last time they met was in Dubai in December 2014 in the plate semi-final. USA lost that one 21-24. So they have a bit of a score to settle here. It'll be interesting to see how they get on. So we're almost set to go. Victoria Falayan, dangerous strike runner for United States. 2 tries last time out. Fiji have to watch her.
They really do. She's been such a good player for them over the course of the series, actually. A really, really good finisher, but also extraordinarily good in defence, her positioning, her tackle technique.
So Kelter to get us underway. Ball went backwards, so this is straight away possession for United, and here she is. First touch for the danger woman for the United States of America, and she's tackled to the ground. Fiji are going to have to do that a lot more. Kelter again through the gaps, and the United States are going to have their first try. It's the woman who got us underway in this match with a kick-off. Perfectly judged. United States get possession, and she finishes it all off.
Yeah, she's just very quick to react. Alev Kelter there, 10 tries now. There she goes. It's the offload, isn't it? The ball goes loose and she picks it up. Those powerful legs. Gets going really quickly over the line.
Flags go up with the conversion attempt as well. So Kelter converts her own try, and 7 points to 0. USA, ideal start for them. They picked up where they left off against China.
Yeah, they're being very, very targeted about the way that they're playing. We've seen from them in the past not quite enough precision. But the last couple of tournaments, they've been really stringing some good play together.
So Fiji, after just over a minute, find themselves 7 points down and needing to get back into this one. 15-5 they lost to Australia, so still searching for their first win. And they have possession, shipped on there by Sobe Siata. Taken in this time by Savu. And a chance to run here. Rataluva. And the outside comes back in for Rongetha. And back to Rataluva. Long looping pass by Tisolo. Doesn't really find the target though. Little step is from Siata. And back to Rataluva. Now, chance here. Coates, lovely pass, timed it to perfection. How much gas has Savu got? Savu, little dummy. The tackle goes in, and the offload is good to Rongetha. Oh, she's hauled to the ground. Brilliant cover tackle by the United States. I think Megan Bonney it was who got it across, and look at that, they've managed to turn it over. Brilliant play, and Folayan sets it up back for Megan Bonney, who made that tackle and got all the way across to save an otherwise certain try. Pass this time is from Johnson. Went forward though. Referee's whistle's gone, and we'll have a scrum.
What defence from the USA there. That looked for all money like it was going to be one of those great Fijian tries, moving the opposition all over the pitch. But Megan Lee Bonney not only gets back to tackle Rongetha, but turns the ball over and gets a precision offload to one of the most dangerous players on the pitch for Lion. Wonderful play.
To put it into context, you know, the technique and strength to make the tackle, get back, support your own body weight and rip the ball.
Yes, it's the speed of movement, the speed of thought, making all those right decisions in a short space of time.
Now, danger here. The line, look at this. Beautiful run. Oh, look, over the halfway line. They're not going to stop it. Rongetha gives chase, but for Lion, easy as you like. One-on-one. Portia Woodman will be proud of that one.
I tell you what, it's always a matchup when Woodman and Folayan play against one another. Both great finishers and great defenders as well. 54 tries in her World Series career. Such a balanced, relaxed runner when she gets going. Looks so easy, doesn't it? Really looks like a 100-metre sprinter.
Reminds me a bit of Michael Johnson. Do you remember how he used to be so steady in his head, everything in coordination?
Yeah, quite upright as well, not leaning too far forward, absolutely.
Third top try scorer this season, Victoria Folayan, behind Portia Woodman, who's just out on her own at the moment, but certainly you expect more from her as the tournament progresses. The conversion attempt by Bara Vilalas just to the left and wide, which means it stays at 12 points to 0, but you give this woman an ounce of space and she is gone. Kelter the restart. Couple of chasers either side. Got to be careful again. It's another example we see where the runners are ahead of the kicker, surely, Sue.
It certainly looked like she was just in front, didn't it? The referee's been a little bit lenient on some of those so far this tournament.
Following with the pass back into the captain, Kelly Griffin, hits the ground. It's back to Kelter. Flings out a quick ball as far as Catherine Johnston. The pass not particularly good to Lauren Doyle, who had a try in the opening game. She might have a second here if she can beat the last tackle. No, she can't. Was that high? It was high by Siata. And the referee right on the spot.
Yeah, referee says, I don't think there's any intention in that. It was a desperate grab. Ends up being a little bit high. She got around the neck there, so a deserved penalty.
It's like an enthusiastic hug, isn't it? Just a little bit too high. Oh, the interception, almost. Almost.
So close, wasn't it? If that one had stuck, it would have been a long run in.
Well, she would have made up for that high tackle, Siata. In fairness, the United States took too much out of that ball, and Siata was right at hand there.
She read it really well, didn't she? Read
Beautiful.
it really well.
Quick ball again from Kelter to use. Baravilala to Folayan. Look at the room she's got on the outside. She's going to back herself. Good tackle went in. Very good tackle from Tisolo.
Oh, and Falayan did just enough to not let that ball go out, and in the end it went out off a Fijian foot. Great tackle, wasn't it? But the ball didn't creep out, and it's adjudged that it came off a Fijian foot.
Número 5, número 5.
Unusual tactics or unusual style of throwing in, shall we say, to Falayan. Takes it. Paravilala under all sorts of pressure from Fiji. That's much better from then, and you can see Brittany Coates as well appealing for the referee's decision there, but the coach is not happy on this side. Do they have a point?
Coach is never happy when we get teams get
Good
the
point.
call against them.
Catherine Johnson, little dummy switch, comes back inside, hauled to the ground by Savu. And it's there for Megan Bonney again. Kelter looping past to nobody. Well, it was in between the two intended targets there for Lyon and Baravilala. And another bad pass as the buzzer goes. Last chance for the United States here with ball in hand. Fiji having to defend. You get the feeling if they concede another one, this game is over.
Yeah.
Work ethic of the United States, though, has been very, very impressive with and without the ball. Quick tap and go from Griffin, the captain. They're queuing up outside. Kelter thought about the return pass, lost her foot at the crucial moment. Baravilala almost at the line, thought about reaching. She's short, though. She's not going to get there. Doesn't matter, we'll come back for the penalty. Go, Gadget Arms didn't work on that occasion.
No, they didn't. And another penalty against Fiji.
Griffin goes herself, big, runs into a wall of Brittany Coates. She's going to have a headache after that one. Another big tackle, Rongetha. They're waiting up outside. Oh, lovely little dummy, lovely dummy. Second try for Falayan, and we kind of feared that if United States had scored that third try, no way back for Fiji.
No, and in the end it's Falayan that scores it, but the USA left a couple of chances on the table there. Kelly Griffin should have passed out earlier, then the pass goes all loopy in the middle of nowhere, but fortunately it's Falayan that's on the end of it, and she's getting over the line.
29 years of age, I mean, she has that incredible weapon of her pace. Next couple of years, though, it's just a natural progression of things. She is going to get slower.
Hopefully for the USA after Rio 2016.
Exactly. Well, half-time whistle sounds. Falayan with 2 tries, the United States with 3, means at the break it's USA 19, Fiji 0.
Stop.
Two. 3.
Good job. Hey, same thing Richie tells you, look early, pass early. We can't afford to 50-50 against them, all right? So be brave, like we said. If it's not on, cut the seam. Just take off and go. We've got 2 support players there. We're really good at the rucks. We're really efficient. We're really disciplined. Get your depth, move the ball, 2 quick passes. They're going to jag out. They're taking off. Even throw a dummy, and you have a goal yourself, okay? Hey, remember, double around on everything. Keep everything flowing. Keep a rhythm to the game. And let's run these guys off the park. If there's any doubt in your mind, cut a seam and take off and go, okay? Yeah. And look for them to put the dial on a little bit. So we got to be fitter than them, all right? And we definitely are, all right? Let's get a good start to this half. Let's go. Good job, guys.
Keep it fight. USA on 3. 1, 2, 3. USA!
It's interesting listening to Rick there. I mean, obviously he knows how fit this team is, and he's telling them to back their fitness and to run Fiji off the park.
A good advice, I think. You don't need to overcomplicate this game. He's telling them if they're not sure what's on, just give it a go. Give it a go yourself. Don't worry about it. And I think that's absolutely right. This is a really fit team full of athletes, this US team, so why not? Give it a go.
Absolutely. They are incredibly well built. They are incredibly strong. And Fiji, at the moment, well, they're just going to try and come up with a little bit of magic to get back into this one. An early try, perhaps, but they need something soon.
Oh, if there's any team that can come up with the magic, it's Fiji. We saw that in Langford.
Well, the restart doesn't go to plan for the United States. Megan Bonney took her eye off that ball, and the gap just opens up. The sea parts, and Siata is going to score. We wanted a quick try for Fiji. That's exactly what they got.
They certainly did. It's not exactly the sort of magic we were thinking of from Fiji, one of those tries that goes through about 25 passes from side to side, but it'll do. They compete well at the kickoff. The ball comes loose, it works its way into the hands of Siata. She's in a bit of space, and there's no one stopping her.
Her 10th try for Fiji. Not a bad way to get to double figures. The conversion is pulled to the left and wide. So 19 points to 5. Fiji are, well, they're crawling their way back into this game. Substitution. Just see Ratoluva has gone off. And the United States have to deal with this one better than they did the last one. Bonnie was the target again. This time she stood up and took that ball. And that'll do her confidence a world of good. Good strength there by Kelly Griffin, the captain, in the contact area. And quick ball for the United States from Johnston. Fired on. Little bit of a gap on that left-hand side now from Lauren Doyle. Back in towards full line. 2 tries already in the first half, if you've just joined us. United States with the advantage. Johnson. Johnson still. Siata makes the hit. Lovely offload, though, to Kelter, who's coming at pace. Ball went backwards. USA again, low body positions, but this time they didn't let go of the ball in time.
Yeah, USA putting some lovely offloads in, just trying to force it one too many times.
Ball on the outside from Savu. Good strength. Steps out on a little pass. Lovely little pop there, back as far as Nyangato. Oh, lovely. Savu again. Savu for the line. Boom, into the contact. Oh, the lovely offload as well. Fijian Rugby, welcome back. We've missed you.
Now that's more like the magic we were asking for from a Fijian try. In the end, it's Nangata who's just come on the pitch, who finished it off for her first try indeed, but these offloads, there's one before it, then that one, then boom, you think the movement's over, but she gets another offload out into the hands of Nangatu. Nice bit of Fijian magic.
Fiji are back in this game, and the United States must be wondering what happened after the first half, because this is a different game.
The joy of sevens, you don't know what's going to happen next. It looked for a minute like USA were all over Fiji, 19-0 ahead, powering away, but 2 quick tries, and it's anybody's game again.
The gap is now 7 points. 4 minutes left to play, and Fijian tails are up. A couple of substitutions for the United States. Catherine Zachary's come in. Now you'd imagine this kick is going exactly where it has done for the last 2. That's it. Zachary underneath it, and it's her first touch of the ball. It's gone forward. USA needs something to calm themselves down here.
Yeah, and it's a big call, isn't it? Throwing somebody on Zachary right into that position where those kickoffs have been going, right into that problem position. As a player coming on, you're thinking, got to get this right, I've got to get this right. Putting yourself under pressure, and she didn't get it right. Ball to Fiji.
It's one thing coming on when your team are 19 points to the good up, but when Fiji have just scored 2 tries and they've all come from restarts and you're in that position.
Exactly.
Rongetha with the pass, couldn't hold it, could not hold that ball, and maybe that's what USA needed.
That's a big moment, that takes the pressure off USA. It's been all Fiji. Now they get a chance to calm things down, get the ball in their hands, take their time, impose themselves back on the game. That's a big moment.
Rick Suggan's advice at half-time, run Fiji off the park. They haven't had the ball to do that, but they have it now. What can they do? Doyle, little pass. Very high on Falayan there. She stood up in the tackle, did not let go of it, and the momentum, like a clock, switches back to the team in white.
Leave it. Back.
Falayan looks a little bemused at the referee's decision. She didn't think she was given a lot of time. The invisible man with the tackle, but Fiji still have it. Little dummy, nice one too from Siata. Taken up this time by Nanguso. Oh, look at the handoff is good! Fiji are in again! Can you believe it? Savu with 2 tries in a row, and she's going onto the post. This is an incredible comeback.
Fiji, the rugby that they're playing in their second half. 28 tries now for Savu. Gets the ball in a bit of space. Zachary can't catch her. But I was worried here. I was thinking, Sub, just put the ball down, score the try. You don't need to get any closer to the post. What a try from Fiji.
Were the United States paying any attention to their coach? They have completely switched off. To level the match with the conversion. Tisolo. Flags go up. We are tied.
Sometimes on the sideline as a coach, you're just tearing your hair out. You give your team instructions, you expect them to put it into practice, and they do exactly the opposite. What can you do? Now, what the USA need to do right now, get hold of the ball, secure it, and move the ball into the hands of that woman who just came on the pitch, Kristen Thomas, because if she gets going, no one's catching her.
Rick Suggan has a bottle in his hand. He needs a stiff drink after what he's just seen. This game was over at half-time, and Fiji are back level. Next score is vital.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Well, just as I say that, Fiji make an unforced error. Advantage and America playing on. The captain leading by example, Griffin, to try and drag our team back into this one. This is Zachary. Gives the pass. It was a dangerous one because Fiji again looked for the intercept. And this is Kelter. Kelter with one try already. The looping pass out to the danger strike runner. And here she is. Falayan sets off, tries to break the tackle, almost does. Yes, she does. At the 22, there's 3 Fijians trying to bring her down. And the United States have numbers on the right here. 3 on 2. Fiji drift across. Can they get across? Yes, they have done. Good tackle goes in. Zachary inside the 22. What a finish we have inside the last minute. Next score wins it. Penalty the United States. Decision to make here, Sue. What do you do? What do you do?
You tap and go quickly before Fiji get themselves organised. That's
Griffin
what you
does
do.
that. Little dummy from the captain, spins out of the tackle! Match-winning try! Oh, yes! We have 20 seconds left to play, and the captain, Kelly Griffin, has scored her 17th try.
An unassuming player, Kelly Griffin. She does the hard work, she keeps the rest of the team ticking, but this time she's the glory girl. Spins out of the tackle, gets over the try line, does the captain's job. One of the smallest players on the pitch, but really big in stature when the team need her.
There is the buzzer, the conversion to come. United States of America, well, boy, did they get a fright from Fiji in the second half.
What a game of sevens.
Barry Falala drags this one to the left and wide. There is the full-time whistle. United States, well, at half-time you would have put money on them just pulling away and have been out of sight, but Fiji came right back, and as Sue said, an incredible game of sevens. Final score, United States of America 24, Fiji 19.
Oh yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I will. Come on, England.
I was sitting there. Yeah. She's really chatty. Next to one center. Right? Yeah, you were talking, and she was like, wait, you couldn't hear her. She was like, yeah. Just one.
A huge match between those two sides, given what is at stake at the start for qualification to Rio 2016. Score so far in this second round of matches, New Zealand 15, Spain 19.
Very improved so far as well. Very aggressive. Really improved from what we've seen so far, South Africa. Can't wait to see what happens in this one.
Earlier, Canada took care of Russia in a tight match, winning that 14 points to 12, and South Africa really gave England a run for their money, losing that match by 28 points to 7. Plaiki, Gorda, Pina are the forwards for South Africa. Jordan is really starting to run the game along with Graham Gardu and Simmers. And here is the Canadian side.
She's a big name there, number 10, Magali Harvey. She's had to work on her turtle game, her decisions, but she's got speed, silky skills and dancing feet. Can't wait to see what impact she has as we have a look at South Africa and Canada. Jen Kish there at the front. Such such an imposing figure, very athletic and just a great leader on this field.
And Zene Jordan, a little playmaker, top point scorer and captain. Started playing rugby at the age of 14, a former sprinter and long jump athlete. And they were in terrific form earlier, taking on the hosts, London, England rather. We are in London, of course. But really impressed with the way that South Africa, Spain and also Fiji, Mel, have really worked hard in the last month to get up to the standard and the level that's expected.
This is the thing about the Women's World Series. It's every tournament we've been to, there has been a step up. This time, the games are even closer than we've seen before. And a lot of better tactical decisions as well from many of the teams. It's not just, say, New Zealand and Australia and England, the big nations that are playing good sevens. It's all of them.
English referee Sarah Cox in control, and Zene Jordan in jersey 5, the captain for the South African team. Placed bottom for the season, but they've been spirited and they certainly have been working hard throughout the week. Saw them in the gym earlier throughout the week and they certainly were in there meaning business. But Canada with first possession, getting up, and the Moleshki gets it wide. There's Stacey. Stacey has Kish on the outside but just holds on. Here comes Jen Kish. Quickly recycled Paquin. Paquin running across the field, and then the offload. Here is Harvey, player that Natalie Robinson was talking about, Fadela. She's another dangerous player, and so good ball movement here by the Canadians. Lovely quick hands out to Aladi. Aladi goes one way, looks on the inside, and so more ball movement and distribution here. Harvey's got a player on the outside, draws in the last defender, and now the offload. Then it becomes a foot race. Too much pace. Here comes try number 1 for the Canadians. Kayla Moleshki will race away and score her 22nd try in her career after a minute.
Yeah, it was the threat of Harvey on the inside that created the space, wasn't it? She held the ball in 2 hands, sized defence up, took them on. Here she is, got the pop away. Moleshki, nice bit of footwork, lovely step off her left. Bit of credit has to be given to her. Canada, so calm, so consistent. They've got to be one of the favourites at least to take out this tournament.
They're in second spot at the moment. Langford were in their home series. They finished 5th, third place winners in Dubai, Brazil and Atlanta. 58 points, they're just 2 ahead of Australia. And this is probably the most important event for their Summer Games aspirations. The restart by Stacey gets it nice and high. Fadela goes up and charges and knocks it forward. And so finally some possession for the South Africans. She's offside.
Knock on first.
Here's an opportunity for South Africa. I want to see them build, maybe a couple of phases. They've got the strength enough to be able to form ruck ball and then take the opportunities after that. They've got quite a bit of flair also in their back line as we have a look at the standings in Pool B. England on top at this point.
Yeah, this is the pool of death, let's be honest. Canada, Russia, England and South Africa. And 3 of those countries, Canada, Russia and England, still very much involved in a fight to try and qualify. It's one of the core teams. And they're missing a couple of letters. Oh, well, they've got, oh, there it is, Canada. That's right, they didn't have it up. So
good.
Canada, there it is, finally. South Africa have possession. Trying to work the ball out was Jen Kish onside. Yes, says the referee, and ducks to get out of the way. Harvey now has to try and control possession, and they know how dangerous and what a threat she is because the defence is up very quickly. Kish again out to Stacey. Stacey with that trademark step, the offload. Here comes the second to the captain. Jen Kish is in.
Jen Kish, superwoman. Her involvements in that try were 3. She stole the ball first, then she got around again, and then she was the support on the inside. Wowee. Take a pat on the back. Here's a look. Passes the ball up. Stacey, beautiful swerve in and out, and then support player on the inside. Lovely.
You can see the heavy bandaging on her left knee. She still didn't look too comfortable, even though she was able to get to the try line. But what a player, what an ambassador. World Rugby Player of the Year in 2013, graduated at the University of Victoria, and she sort of lead by example, captain, and she was outstanding in Atlanta prior to getting the injury. Stacey, the architect of that try, gets us underway again, and the South Africans now just looking for some possession. It's gone backwards, and the knock on forward from the Canadian hand means that the South Africans will get the ball. Jordan needs to get involved in the game for me.
Yeah, she really does. She's a playmaker for South Africa. Interesting on these kickoffs, most of the teams are now competing for them in the air, going up. United States has become very good in that area. New Zealand used to be the only team that used to do it. Now we've got tactics being used by pretty much every side. They've analysed other teams and they're picking up bits and pieces and then executing it.
Intelligent, the coaches, and also the skill level from the players as the pass goes forward. And so the knock on, Stacey quickly gets the ball, gets to Maleshki, and now they get it to Harvey. Harvey holds up the ball. Here's Maleshki again. She's got a clear run to the line. Here comes try number 3. Took a bit of time, but she finally got there. And Kayla Maleshki scores her 23rd try, rather. Her second here in London.
Good backup, Maleshki. Good support play. Gave a good pass away first to Harvey. She knows her well enough to just expect the offload after Harvey tries to create something, and then her work rate and strength and fitness gets her over the line.
Member of the Williams Lake Club in British Columbia. Played for Canada 15s against France last year, and 2 tries here in the first half. Canada extend their lead by 19 points. The all-important restart, and that's an area that Melody Robinson was talking about. Look at that, getting up and competing again, and Kish gets rid of the first. She'll offload here at some stage and holds on to the ball quickly in as Maleshki to clear it. This is better play from Canada. Jinking and jiving is Aladi. Maleshki, she's been involved in everything. Throws the ball there, it goes backwards. Stacey has to go back. Paquin will come in, clear the ruck. And now Fadela, who scored the try in the match where they won against Russia. And now the handoff, here comes Elisa Aladi. She won't be caught. Try number 10 for the young lady with the accounting degree.
Yeah, that was lovely, Ellery. She shaped up for a kick, didn't she? Looked like she was going to chip it over, but she didn't need to. Slight hesitation in that South African defence. There's your kick-off with Kish. She's like the perfect prop in my eyes. Does everything so well and keep the ball alive. And here's the end of the try for Ellery. Gee, this Canadian team look fit, well conditioned. They're really smarting from their poor performance for them at their hometown sevens.
Still enough time for the restart, and so this will conclude the first half, and more possession for the Canadians, but just on that occasion, Paquin loses it a little bit forward, and the referee says, let's take a break. 4 tries by the Canadians in the first 7 minutes. They lead at half-time by 26 points to 0 over South Africa.
One, 2, 3. Okay, good. Pretty good. Really good first half of these. You're keeping the ball. We got a little bit choppy there, so you just need a clear call and relieve pressure on the ball carrier. While you're looking for someone, just call it, move it early, and let's reset off that pass right away. Okay. We've got a few changes coming in. The forwards are out. Right, 3 forwards coming in. Patser, you're coming off. Okay, and let's put Jiz at 6 and B at 5. Okay. Okay. So you got Mags still at 7. Okay. Right back to game plan. Let's look for booms when they happen. Work hard on the backside.
There is the message from the Canadian coach John Tate, and he is a big unit. 6'8", 41-year-old. He's had the women's team since 2001. The former Canadian rep played 37 tests for the Canadians. Has a wife and 3 daughters, so he certainly enjoys being around females.
And why wouldn't he, Willie, eh?
I agree, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with him. I'd love to be in his position.
He's so calm as well. It makes me laugh because Gordon Titchen's halftime speeches are very animated. And you can tell he's quite emotional, whereas a lot of these coaches, John Tate, very calm in their communication.
So what do you make of the Russian coach Pavel Bavlanovsky?
Yeah, I love it. It's theatre, isn't it?
The restart from Harvey on this occasion gets it nice and high. South Africans yet to open their account, but they have got possession and they're inside their own 22 now, just pushing it wide. Heldenhays just comes onto the field. Here's Jordan. This is when they start looking better to the South Africans with a little bit of width out to Plaiki. Plaiki won't have the pace to get around Landry, and so she just brings the ball back in field, quickly recycled. Simmers gets it out, stepping, weaving his gourd up. Oh, this is much better play from the South Africans. Landry goes in.
Down, please.
And illegally, and so Plaiki taps and goes. Simmers, Heldenhays loses the ball, and so here's an opportunity for the Canadians. Farella, quick as Farella, wasn't held, so she's picked up and went again. Support coming in from Wachamroy. And another turnover, and so South Africans work it through. Theron keeps the ball in field and gets the offload to Gadu. That's a hospital pass here in London. Big high pass, but I want to bring it down. Heldenhays does well to release the ball, and look at that, the steps and bringing in two of the defenders was Gadu. Good passage of play here from the South Africans. The pass there from Jordan needed to go to hand. It's gone backwards, says the referee, and so Gorda just picks it up, takes it into the point of contact. The steal there from Landry was good, and so another turnover. More turnovers than a bakery in this game. As they get it wide, Marchuk. Alari, Harvey. She can move, Harvey. She's got the step, she's got the pace, and she's going to race away to score. Gets rid of the would-be defender. Magali Harvey scores her 9th try. Racks up 95 points, and the IRB Player of the Year in 2014 scores Canada's 5th.
Well, this is going to give Magali Harvey a lot of confidence. She's been out of this tournaments for quite some time. Look at this, beautiful, just a bit of footwork. Gadu nearly reeled her in, but it was poor tackling technique. So Canada just inching ahead more and more. I like the Fox Glacier, slowly moving ahead here, 33 points to 0.
Time off.
Got to remember too, Harvey was Player of the Year in 2014, the 15-a-side game. An absolute sensation. They thought she'd convert straight away to 7s, but she's taking her time.
There is Rochelle Heldenhays. Made her debut in 2012, 13 COs.
Backwards!
And they go backwards on this occasion. Theron gets very close to the tide line, and that's the problem when you start flirting with the touchline. And if you can't control possession, you're going to give it away.
No, it's formed.
You should have just pulled up in that situation, just waited for her support.
They might be bottom placed in the competition, South Africa, but they are certainly giving a couple of teams in this pool, the pool of death, England earlier. And they've had their chances, Mel, but just the execution hasn't been quite right.
Oh, well, they haven't had possession really much in this match, have they? They're trying to build phases before they went to, then they made the error at the breakdown.
Crouch, bind, set.
The feed from Alari. Farella runs wide, and Landry hasn't been used too much today.
It's back.
But they have used Wachamroy quite a bit as Harvey that goes on one of those trademark runs. She's beaten half of the South African team. The big wide pass, one out now, and that's Marchuk. Mandy Marchuk goes for the corner. That's majestic.
Oh, how many hands did that go through? In the end, Harvey was the one who orchestrated it through the middle, just beating players with ease. Have a beautiful pass out wide. Here's a look at how it all started, Landry. She didn't catch it quite right there, but have a look. Just that balance off that left foot. A massive pass over to the right-hand side. Accuracy right out to Marchak, waiting where she should have, out wide.
Cal Juvie did so well in jersey number 4 for the Canadians to collect and to distribute immediately. That's not easy to do. And the Canadians making up for the disappointment of Langford. And if you are watching on stream anywhere through Canada, congratulations on your support at the inaugural tournament there. I know that the organisers, the clubs, also the union were very nervous. They should be absolutely proud of what they delivered. It was a terrific tournament. And the contact there, that looked painful too. Brittany Benn, I think it was, going up for Canada. And she made contact with Heldenhuis. And thankfully, they're both on their feet.
They're used to that contact. That's how they train week in, week out. Just absorb the pain a little bit. Let's have another look here. Up in there, Heldenhuis goes. Yeah, they were both off their feet. It's like a sandwich.
Well, we called her Big Ben earlier on today, Brittany Benn in jersey number 1. Landry identifies there's no sweeper in behind, but Plaikey is racing to get back. Landry is quick. She scored a number of tries. She's second top try scorer in the Women's World Series this year, but couldn't get there in time. And South Africa will have to go coast to coast. Nobelli's just come on the field. She won't get around Harvey. And so she just holds on and goes to ground. Rolls one more time. The tackler's got to get out of there. Another new player on the field is Claire in jersey 11. South Africans. I love that. Jordan, she's such a great playmaker. Even from her own goal line, she wants to chance her arm. South Africans under all sorts of pressure here, but the Canadians were offside. The tap and go, they want to get on with it. That's what we love about the game of sevens. It doesn't matter that you're behind on the scoreboard by 38. You want to play the game because you love it and you want to play with ball in hand. Here she goes again, Jordan. Watch the step. And the vision there, just getting it out. Nobelli, one more pass. Inside and outside. Court is Thron. They have improved out of sight, South Africa, considering this is the 12th ranked team playing against the second best. Quickly released. Coming through, looking to try and steal the ball. Canada with a turnover. And Nobelli held on.
Yeah, good pressure at the ruck there, Canada.
Brittany Benn taps and says, let's get on with it. Now she feeds it off to Aladi. One will do it, one more pass, and here comes Marchuk. She's going to get a brace in this game. She's got winger fever. She scored on the right, she's out on the left, she's brought it around to improve the position. And that puts it beyond doubt.
Yeah, textbook sevens there. Very easy for Canada. They just kept the ball, let it beat the players, put it through the hands. Marchuk was on the end, and that South African defence, well, really there was nobody manned up. Great 5 points for Canada. They've been very dominant today.
Her longevity in the game has been outstanding, has attended 3 Rugby World Cups. A couple of tries here. Canada get the job done against a spirited South African side. They have run out winners by 45 points to 0.
Starting team Number 2, Natasha Hunt. Number 4, Emily Scarrett. Number 6, Katie McLean. And number 9, Kate Wilson. Starting for Russia, number 2, Christina Severino. Number 5, Beza Kanagova. Number 12, Maria Titola. Number 4, Marina Bolacheva. Number 7, Marina Petrova. Number 8, Marina Kikina. Number 9, Tessa Kudinova.
Well, this has the potential to be one of the games of the pool stages. Two sides just outside the all-important top 4 positions in the overall standings, and both, of course, hoping to overtake France over the last 2 weekends of competition. England scored 4 tries en route to a 28-7 victory against South Africa, while Russia must still be wondering how they managed to let a 12-0 lead slip against the Canadians. Sue, you're beside me, and you're a little bit surprised at the England team selection?
It's much closer to what you'd expect from us from a starting lineup. Marley Packer on the bench, probably the one that surprised me most. She'd been a really important ball carrier for England, but you can't really argue with a forward line of if indeed that's what it is, of Watmore, Staniford and Wilson Hardy. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of Emily Scarrett in the forwards as well. Big loss for Russia, of course, with Kazakova being on the bench. I'm pretty sure they were 2 tries up when she went off against Canada. She's been pivotal for them. So England without Alice Richardson for this tournament, Russia without Kazakova, certainly starting for this game. 2 big losses for both teams.
To be a fly in the wall of the Russian dressing room, Grigori Malyutin had a lot of words for his team after letting that lead slip against Canada. I'm sure they felt pretty despondent afterwards, but this is a chance to make up for that, and no better scout than the host of the tournament.
This is a huge game. 2 points between these teams in the series. 2 points between these teams in the chase for Olympic qualification. England at home looked a bit tense in that first game. Russia in many ways nothing to lose. They've been getting better and better as this series has gone on. What a game. And of course in Atlanta, Russia beat England by 24 points to 0, and England didn't even get a sniff.
Plenty to play for, plenty of history between the sides, as Sue was saying. Sao Paulo, of course, England beat Russia the previous time before that in the plate semi-final, 22 points to 12. So both teams know how to win this fixture. Who wants it more? The team on home soil, or the Russians, who have that psychological edge after that last meeting between the sides? A fascinating match awaits. Russia in red, England in traditional white, and both teams hoping to improve on their first outing. This one is going to struggle to make the 10 metres. It hasn't done so. It's a bad start for Russia. Shakes of the heads all round.
It is just what you don't want. A really good attacking position for the opposition.
Natasha Hunt gets on with it. Nice little switch, and the pace of the attack from England, forcing the tackle out of Russia. And again, look at that for strength and carry. Hauled to the ground eventually by Bogacheva, but England with the initiative here. Good line again from Wilson Hardy, just couldn't hang on to that ball. It went backwards, says the referee. Dug out there, the scraps by Katie McLean. And England still have it, trying to force their way around the outside. All the support for the women in white, as you would expect, at Twickenham Stoop. Taken this time by McLean, looking for support runners. Staniford scored in that opening game. Huge presence on the field. Pass this time to Watmore. And patient stuff by England. Just waiting for those gaps to appear. Russia so far have met every carry with a decent tackle. Again, McLean looking to break free of the tackle. Hands it off to Watmore. Inside the Russian 22. It's been a patient build-up on the attack.
Stay up, what?
Lovely little line, and the pass was delayed beautifully, and there's the first nudge off the pad. Scarrett! Oh, is she over? She stretched for the line. Referee's given a penalty to Russia. She was almost there. 2 movements and not releasing.
The crowd don't like it, do they? Boos from the crowd. She didn't quite make it to the line, Emily Scarrett. Here it goes, short ball. Emily Scarrett powers through 1 tackle, 2 tackle, 3 tackles, trying to get to the line, lands, tries to place it, and then, of course, has to release it.
Well, Russia obviously deciding to clear the danger, but they've handed it straight to Natasha Hunt. Big tackle went in there.
Rock, hands up now,
That's
Rock.
a captain's tackle if ever I've seen one. And referee just having a word with the Russian defenders to stay on side. This is still England in control. Big physical tackle, but it looks like, can't see the Russian who's on the ground there. It might be Bogacheva who made that hit, holding her hand, and play continues without her. Little chance to break through the middle there. Titova still on her feet. Penalty to England this time.
Up on your feet.
Yeah,
and England get on with it.
Referee judged he hadn't let go of it.
Staniford with a little pop pass to the unrushing Wilson Hardy. Still Russia down to 6 players because
Turnover's good.
I'm pretty sure it's Bogacheva who's on the ground,
Release
still getting
now,
attention,
release
and
now.
it does not look good, I can tell you. Can England take advantage of the extra woman on the field? Lovely looping pass from Hunt. Scarrett again, Scarrett through the gap. Will she get there this time? Yes, she will. Scarrett, the first try of the game for England. They took advantage. Russia were down to 6. You have to think that really didn't help them at all, but Emily Scarrett, fantastic try.
Yeah, Emily Scarrett sees the gap, steps inside because Titova's overrun. Hamidova can't catch her. So Scarrett over the line, first blood to England, harsh for Russia. Down to 6 with Bogacheva on the ground, but that's 7s for you. You have to make the most of any opportunity you get, and that's what England have done. Some patient play for them. They've been interesting for me. England keep running that inside line. They keep throwing Amy Wilson-Hardy up the middle rather than going for the outside channels. Not sure why that's the tactic they've chosen, but it's what they've chosen to go for, and now they have to make it work.
Bogacheva is off the field, I'll tell you, and she looks in considerable pain. It's either a wrist or shoulder arm. Anyway, in fact, my mistake, it's Kukina who's come off. It's Kukina who's been injured. And Russia back to 7, but they're 7 points down. That one, again, didn't go 10. That's 2 kicks, 1 from either team, not going the required 10.
Both teams, and it's just such an easy mistake to make. You know, don't go for 10 metres, 2 centimetres, go for 11 or 12 metres. Your players can still sprint that far to get to it. Don't risk it.
Kudinova with a little pass to Petrova. Petrova trying to go through 2 England cover tackles. This is Titova. Ball on the outside to Hamidova. Hamidova! It's easy as you like for Russia. Ghosting through the tackle. And Hamidova touches down underneath the post. It's going to be 7-all. That's the perfect response.
Perfect response and poor defence from England. That was just simply a missed tackle on Hamidova. 49 tries now. She goes around the outside. There's plenty of defence at home, but it was a missed tackle. The cover should have been there too. But a lovely finish from her. You can't take that away from her. She seems to be reborn in this tournament, Hamidova. We haven't seen this sort of form from her so far this series, but today, the tackles she was making in the first game against Canada, and that finish now.
Captain converts, Kudinova adds the extra 2. Hamidova eyed up the England defence and just ghosted around. As you said, the tackle non-existent, and you've got to put those tackles in on players of her quality. So quick, and if the confidence gets up, well, that's what we know she can do. There's the restart. Watmore's waiting for it. Back to Hunt. And again, McLean fires a long looping pass to the try scorer Scarrett, who ships it on again. Tackle goes in from Petrova. And Russia, you can see, breaking up very quickly, trying to stop England getting that ball into the wide spaces. Staniford. She turned the wrong side, did well just to roll on the ground there and get the ball back for the scrum half. A lovely pass again from Scarrett. England with possession and Russia having to defend. Again, look at the break in the Russian midfield, just to cut off that supply, and that's why the option was there to kick the ball. Not a bad decision. The execution, will it stay in? It will stay in, and the chase is on. Watmore is after it. Watmore against Hamidova. Watmore gets an arm. Oh, it's gone backwards and play on, says the referee. Well, it's mile-a-minute stuff. Kudinova, the captain, is there, or is she? Just about, just about.
Proper football, isn't it? Kudinova manages to touch it down. gets there first. Captain playing such an important role. But England, went for the kick that time. Joe Watmore just manages to get there to kick it forward. But England need to think about the loop pass over the top of that defender coming across. Keep the ball in hand.
Draw your breath if you can. Last second before the hooter sounds, and a chance for England. Scarrett again goes round her number, tries the handoff inside the Russian 22. Don't want to concede here. The Russian Staniford digs it out, only as far as Katie McLean, who's had a good game, just controlling things as she does, pulling the strings for England in the back line. Russia trying to come through. Scarrett digs it out. Staniford, little step, and the pass. Oh, not held. That should be it. The half-time whistle goes, and England draw first blood, but Russia strike back through their own striker. Hamidova taking on the mantle after the injury to Kazakova, who of course isn't in the squad after the first game. 7 points each, everything to play for.
Yeah. Joy? You all right? Real simple. In attack, right, get to see quicker. Right, we must support the ball to see quicker, so we can just keep the tempo up. I'm not talking about getting more width on the game, I'm just talking about tempo. Keep the tempo up, right? Contact, B, you must stay stronger. Stay down, stay locked, and stay stronger. And let's get the ball a little further back. Right, they're going to counter-look on every play. All right? In defence, right, we have to have the same urgency when we haven't got the ball as we have when we have got it. Right? So we've got to pressure their space, not pressure their space flying up, but we've got to push, start to induce some pressure, and then we can hold some shape. Okay? So attack, see quicker, contact, B stay in low and tight. Okay, defence, a bit more urgency and pressure. Okay, our continuity, our game plan execution has been outstanding. Right, nothing changed in terms of that. Just go there. Yeah, cool.
Come on,
England.
Stay with it, guys. Come on. Come on. 3, 2, 1. England! Great work, guys. Keep it there.
What do you make of those instructions?
Interesting for me. He's saying C needs to be quicker. That's the third player at the breakdown to get in there, move the ball away because they want to speed the game up. But he's saying, I'm not talking about more width. And for me, that's an interesting call. They've got one of the best finishes in the game, Joe Watmore, lurking out on the opposite side of the pitch, or certainly she was last half, and they never got the ball into her hands in space.
Stronger in the contact as well. Wants better protection for the ball, and the Russians have done a reasonable job of slowing it down when they have got in to contest. And I suppose if England, if you have possession, you want quick ball, that's the key to scoring tries.
Yeah.
Decent restart this time. Hanging high, giving Emily Scarrett a chance to get up there, make the tackle, and Russia with possession now. Seradina. Here's the captain, Kudanova. Still going, Kudanova with a dummy. She's sold the ball over the 10-metre line. Kudanova, how much pace? She's got to get in. She is going to get in. Brilliant stuff by the captain. Kudanova sold them all.
Including her own players, didn't she? Looked like she was going to make the pass. That's exactly what a dummy is, and she had enough pace then to finish it off. Nadezhda Kudanova, such an important player for this team. It looks like nothing's on here. Steps inside. 2 or 3 players there. First of all, it's Kay Wilson, then Michaela Staniford, who has a lot of gas but can't catch her.
£12-7. It's a difficult conversion, and Kudanova comes up to 4th in the all-time points list for this season with that try. Conversion attempt is not a good strike, so England need to get a converted try to get back in front, but that was a brilliant try by the Russian captain, and England need something now.
It really was. Big test for England now. What Russia did so well to England in Atlanta was on the kickoffs, peg them back, not let them get out of their half of the pitch.
The restart from Fefilova for Russia. England, a bit of purpose about the carry into the tackle. And a good one it was too from Titova. But what can they get going here, because it seems like a long time since Emily Scarrett's try in the first half. Well, you can see there that Joanne Watmore looking for anybody to come and help her. Scarrett digs it out. Advantage still being played to England, so Natasha Hunt has a try to nothing here. Might as well go for it. Scarrett has to get low. Hunt once more, taken up this time by Watmore. Fefalova tries to bring her down, but she's strong in the carry. Can't get that ball back quick enough. And again, Russia slowing down England ball.
Yeah.
They do it very effectively, perfectly legal as well, but a beautiful line and a handoff as well. Packer over the 22. Packer still going before she's unceremoniously dumped to the ground. That was an important tackle, and she's in from the wrong side. I think just maybe she got hit in the head there because she didn't seem to know where she was.
Good line, Miles.
She arguing that she didn't think it was a breakdown. She thought the ball was out, but it wasn't. Ball to Russia, great break from Packer. It's that switch, goes through and then just doesn't quite have the pace to finish it off and can't get the ball free to make the pass.
Brilliant line of attack from her, which her strength as well, just to burst through the tackle. But England still on that Russian 22 if they can disrupt at the line out here.
Sorry?
Yeah, they'll certainly look to disrupt with the height. I was about to say the height of Hamidova, but I think there's a blood injury there, so she's going to have to get off.
You've got to go. Stand it up.
Yeah, she's got to go off and get that stitched up. Hamidova, try score in the first half for Russia. Referee's going to allow her to just get it cleaned off. It doesn't seem like it's a gushing wound, so
Okay,
maybe.
can we get a blood sub, please?
Yeah,
blood sub.
He told her to get off. He's quite.
Get someone on there, please. You've got to go. Yeah, she's got to go on.
Russians trying to do a bit of a stroke there, but referee strict in the instructions, so crucial throw now for Titova.
Challenge.
It's got to hit her mark here. England look like they're setting themselves to contest. Three tall figures in that line out. There's the throw, it's over the top. Who's going to get there first? The answer is Katie McLean, gets the pass away, back inside to Packer. Packer with the offload. Did that drift forward? It did. That was a chance. They caught Russia on the hop, and now it's England who need to defend a Russian counter-attack. Taken into contact by Saradina. England get the knock on.
Yeah, Molly Packer there just needed to release the ball a little bit sooner. It was a great turnover from Katie McLean. Quick hands out to Emily Scarrett, but she had to get the ball away sooner. That offload from Katie McLean, very good. Inside ball to Molly Packer, but then Packer needed to get that ball away, didn't she?
It was on. It was on.
Fine.
It might still be on here, though.
Sit.
I think England want a short ball to Emily Scarrett is what I'm calling if England get this here.
Out the tunnel, McLean drifts across, needs a runner. Scarrett, you called it, Sue. You got it spot on. Packer in to clean out. She's so strong. Now, is there an overlap here? There might be. Switch comes back inside. Wilson Hardy, 5 metres short. England still have it. Russia having to defend. This is where you got to take your chances. The crowd roaring them on. Yes, it is a try for England. And Watmore goes in underneath the post. They are back with the conversion to come to put them 2 points in front.
And finally, England give the ball in space to Jo Watmore out wide. And what does she do? She scores a try, her 30th try of the series. You don't need to keep playing that inside ball when you've got players like Jo Watmore waiting on the outside. Give the ball to her, let her do what she does well and finish it off.
14 points to 12. England have their noses in front, and Russia lead a score to get back before the end of this game. Russia, don't forget, lost their first match against Canada.
Yep.
Again, when they went in front. So England going for 2 for 2, and they have 90 seconds to see this one out.
A huge 95 seconds in the context of this series, of this seventh year of the run-up to the Olympics. A huge 95 seconds.
Who wants it more? Substitution by the Russians. On comes Maria Shemchuk. And England get it back underway. Now the chase from Staniford here. She did brilliantly. Look at that. And turns potential Russian possession into England attack on the 22. That was brilliant from Michaela Staniford. and that's exactly what England would have wanted. She ships it on. McLean tries to switch. Scarrett using her strength. Not always easy when you're the tallest player to get yourself low in the body position and set that ball. She does it brilliantly. Dummy switch from Hunt. Ball on the outside from Wilson Hardy. Pumping those legs. Tackled by the Russian captain Kudanova. And Russia running out of time inside the last minute. England, they'll do this all day. Possession, possession, possession.
Last, come back out.
Crucial pool match, and it hasn't disappointed. Wilson Hardy trying to make those hard yards towards the 5 metre line. Russia over the ball there, and they haven't let go. Clear penalty, not rolling away. Hunt wastes no time. They weren't back, surely they required distance. Doesn't matter. Packer packs the punch and gets over the try line.
And that's what Marley Packer's on the pitch for, those short balls from the scrum half, popping the ball into a hand. What a time to score your first try in the series this year, just what England needed to settle the nerves. They kept possession from the kickoff. It was Michaela Staniford at the kickoff there against the tallest player on the pitch. Brilliant work. And from then on, England never relinquished possession. Really good, patient sevens. Well finished, Marley Packer.
Simon Middleton can breathe a sigh of relief as the conversion attempt looks pretty good from here. The flags go up. A fantastic finish for England, and they've answered those questions after their first round performance when perhaps they hadn't reached top gear.
A much, much better performance than the last game for England. They've just looked in control. Not 100% sure about the tactic of the short ball when they've got players like Joe Watmore out wide, but hey, you can't argue against it when it works. They lost 24-0 last time out to Russia, so this is a huge improvement on that.
England restart. It's gone straight into touch though, out on the full, so all the way back on the halfway line, Russian possession. It won't matter though, because they're 9 points down.
It won't matter, but as a player, those things frustrate you. You want to get them right, and what she needed to do then was a nice short one, 11-12 metres over the line to let her team compete against.
Well, Russia, finalists in Canada in the last round, are going to lose their opening 2 games here in London. What a difference a few weeks makes.
That's sevens for you. So unpredictable.
One last throw of the dice for them. I'm not quite sure.
No, leave it!
Punching the hand away is within the rules, but the referee says play on. Here's the captain, Kudanova.
Van it!
And the band's been played.
Leave it, leave it! Knock on the side.
England told to leave it, and Russia get
10.
one more go. Looping pass out to Bogacheva. Kept alive now. Shemshuk. Hamidova, little grubber kick from her. England have it though. If it touches the ground, over the line, that should be that.
Carried back in.
Oh, it was carried over, but that's it. The final whistle sounds at the end of the second round here at the London Women's Sevens. It's been a fantastic conclusion to this particular batch of games and a very entertaining match. England beating Russia by 21 points to 12. So with one round left to go on day one, let's have a look at the pools. France, well, they topped Pool A from 2 points from New Zealand. Who'd have thought that before today started? Spain with that victory against New Zealand, putting themselves in 4 places. That pool is by no means over yet. Pool B, Canada and England joint top on 6 points with 2 wins each. Russia in trouble now with 2, and South Africa also with 2. But Canada and England looking pretty good so far with one round left to go. Pool C looks like this. Australia and the United States, as you would expect. Mind you, Fiji, well, they really put it up to the United States in that last game. But 6 points each for Australia and the United States of America. We're taking a break for the next 30 minutes or so. We hope you join us for a very exciting last round at the Women's World Sevens here at Twickenham Stew.
This here top back? Oh, you're talking top back, yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing it. Yeah, I can hear you. Ah. So today is Friday. We're at Twickenham. There's some weird character walking past us. Yeah.
Well, welcome back for the final round of pool games on day one of the World Rugby Women's Seven Series in London. And the crowd at Twickenham Stoop and everyone watching at home indeed have been treated to some really entertaining top-class rugby today. We have 6 games remaining to decide the pool standings and the lineup for tomorrow's knockout games. First up, we have Brazil still searching for their first win against Spain, who of course dramatically ended New Zealand's unbeaten run of 37 games in the last round. Can they follow that up? We're about to find out. Sue.
We are about to find out. What a result for Spain against New Zealand. Can they back it up with another good performance against Brazil? Martinez, the captain, needs to lead from the front.
Yeah, they were so impressive in that game against New Zealand. I think everybody had written off their chances of upsetting what is the most dominant team in this series, but it just goes to show you, if you go out and you're anyway, I suppose, off your approach, or if you're not fully committed, the quality now is such that any team can take care of you.
There have been so many close games today. It's what's so exciting about sevens, and if you're in with a shout with a minute or two to go, anybody can win it, anything can happen.
The big question, I suppose, for Spain is the euphoria of beating New Zealand. How much has that affected them coming into this game? They have to regroup and refocus now.
It's really, I mean, that is one of the biggest challenges in sevens. You have to get yourself right up for the big games, and then in between you've got to get yourself right back down again so that you can relax. And they'll have had a huge adrenaline spike with that victory. Can they get themselves back on the right level to play this game?
Well, these sides last met in Langford in the Canadian Sevens in April. In the bowl final, Brazil lost out by 14 points to 12. Very little in it, but Spain have been improving since then, as we have seen today, and on form, you'd have to back them to go and get their second win in the pool stage.
On form, they're the team to beat, aren't they? They've just beaten the world champions New Zealand, they've beaten the series champions New Zealand, so theoretically Spain are the best team here. Brazil ought to have their hands full.
So Raquel Cochan to get us underway for Brazil in their traditional yellow and green, Spain in the familiar red, and victory here will put them through to the quarterfinals. A hanging ball on the restart. Did it go 10? Well, there was very little in that, but Spain with the advantage, waste no time. Garcia taps and goes and offloads the pass as far as Alameda, and they're already trying to attack inside that Brazilian 22, taken up this time by Berta Garcia, and there once more. Here it is. Her namesake, Patricia Garcia, fires one out. Nice line from Casado. In turn to Martinez, scored that try in the first round of games. So important, the captain. Brazil was at a deliberate knock-on. Advantage being played to the Spanish. The offload doesn't go to plan, and the advantage is now over. Just as I say, they get another one. Martinez scoops it off the ground. Now chance here. Del Pan ships it on. Spain, Alameda. Oh, beautiful. Lovely pass, try in the corner. And it's Berta Garcia who's gone in. Spain picking up where they left off against New Zealand.
Good sevens from Spain. There's the little celebration from Berta Garcia. They just kept the ball, moved it from side to side. Good hands here. The last pass from Alameda out to Berta Garcia. Really good, simple sevens, stretching the Brazilian defence.
Well, we wondered how much the New Zealand match had taken out of them. Not a whole lot by the basis of that.
Quite the opposite. It looks like it's really lifted them, given them confidence, doesn't it?
That's the other way you can go. And then the kick, the conversion attempt just off the crossbar from Patricia Garcia. So 5 points to 0, the perfect start, and Berta Garcia, the name on the try sheet. Brazil, it's been a difficult afternoon for them. That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, it's been a difficult afternoon, and the last tournament didn't go quite so well for them. The 2 tournaments before that made it to the quarterfinals, which is a great run. They've not quite found their form ever since.
Restart, allowed to bounce, but Brazil come away with it, firing out a pass, and it's taken up by Estevez in the scrum cap. Lovely little offload as well to Ishibashi. Ishibashi stepping inside, tackled by Patricia Garcia. And they work the blind side. Estevez rolling to present the ball. Ishibashi, little gap for her. Ishibashi almost through, but again Garcia read it and forced the penalty. Holding on the ground, says the referee, not releasing. You must do that once you hit the ground. And Spain get a chance to clear.
Lovely little break from Ishibashi, wasn't it? But Patricia Garcia was up to the mark, just manages to get there and haul her down. And there, Ishibashi doesn't release it, gets straight back up again. Penalty Spain.
They've played each other 8 times. Brazil with just 1 victory, Spain with 7. First line out of the game, Maria Casado. Brilliant steal though to get up, but just as I say that, couldn't tidy up from the slap back in the line out, and Spain come away with it, and it's Alameda's on the ground, but she didn't let go.
Hands in.
Hands. Brazil wanted to get on with it quickly there.
Yeah, not sure we ever actually saw a tap. It's a great, very, very good turnover from Brazil.
So can they use the possession and make it count? Araujo. Oh, lovely little cell dummy in the pass as well to Ramalho. On the outside is Ishibashi. Oh, the pass didn't go to plan. That has let them down all afternoon in those critical situations.
So close, so near, but yet so far. They were in, if only that had gone to hand.
And now Spain with a chance to get outside their own 22 and counter-attack. They're set up nicely for it. All the backs calling for the ball. Forwards having a bit of a struggle to get it out. Brazil slowing it down, and they're miles offside as well, so Spain have the advantage. A bit messy from both teams after that early score. Patricia Garcia decides to let one loose. Brazil have to make the tackle. They do so. And Spain can see the penalty. I mean, discipline from both teams poor. It's a bit scrappy at the moment.
Yeah, the contact area is what's letting both teams down. They're not getting there quickly enough to recycle the ball, allowing the other side to get their hands in. So both teams getting caught in possession.
Brazil up to go up the line for touch and take the line out. It's an area that after the first round of games, one of the Brazilian players in trouble there.
Time off.
Is it Koshan? Who just is getting a bit of attention. It is Koshan, the Brazilian number 10. She's 22 years of age, took a knock to the leg. Looks like her thigh that's
Let's
a bit of bother. She's told to get on with it though, and she's limping back to her position. Doesn't look right to me.
No, it looks a bit sore, doesn't it?
Time on.
Just got to get on with it.
No, but what time on, double throw.
Double throw, says the referee. That's another unforced error. Those kind of things infuriate the coaches.
Poor coach on the sideline could do nothing about it. They'll have practiced that line out dozens and dozens and dozens of times in training.
The result of all that is that Spain have a chance to counter-attack. Martinez. Ball's got into touch. Flag is up on this near side.
No, I've got flag. Flag. Same as me, high tackle. Penalty only.
That was for a high tackle. I thought there was a foot in touch, but penalty for a high tackle spotted by the assistant referee.
So scrappy this game at the moment. Neither team can get any continuity.
There you see. That was what the penalty was for. Anywhere around the head area, you're asking for trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, it wasn't the final tackle. It was initially the contact was just too high.
Well, Spain went up the line, but they lost the line out. If you're going to make that decision, you've got to get your set piece right now. A chance for Brazil to attack. Araujo trying to go on the outside of Martinez. Not many can do that. And Spanish captain equal to the challenge. Brazil still with possession. Spain trying to slow it down. They've done a good job, but they've been told to release it. You have to listen to the referee. She was clear in her instructions.
Yeah, you've got to pay attention. You might think you're right, but it doesn't matter. The referee's the only one who's right.
Now, try scorer in the first half, Berta Garcia. calling for that ball on the outside. She's trying to back herself here. Needs a bit of help. Good tackle went in. From Sarda, Julia Sarda, the Brazilian captain, and advantage has been played to Spain. Can they get another try here before the half-time whistle? Trying to get the ball out. Santini in a bit of trouble. Here's Martinez, sizes up her opponent, whips around the outside, and that's Spain's second try. Martinez so good at that.
Yeah, an excellent finish from Eli Martinez. Important that she scored it because she had outside of her Patricia Garcia, Barbara Platt, who are the most experienced and best players on the team, chose not to use them. So if she hadn't scored that try, they might have been too pleased with her, but her footwork was just too much for Raquel Cochan.
Conversion attempt. Garcia, no mistake from there. Half-time whistle goes and Spain in control. A very early try, which put to bed any kind of question marks about how they were feeling after beating New Zealand, but only one team in this at the moment. Spain 12, Brazil 0, the half-time score.
Entry to the ruck. We had won the ball and we come from the side. Do you understand? Square hips. Paula, are you okay? Is your head in the game? Because you've made 3 breaks and someone touches you, you go down on the ground. You didn't accelerate. Are you sure you're in the game? You want to? Yeah? Okay. Girls, we talked about mistakes. Just here is a mistake and we watched them play the ball. You kill the mistake, half-time, 7-0, and we restart again. Duka, you're listening. High tackles, side entries to the rucks is killing your game. Pass the ball into Preto, win the collision, set the ruck and go again. This is simple. You need to fight through. When you go through half, you fight all the way through. Ball position. Do you understand? Okay, you have 14 minutes, 7 minutes, 14 points. You can do this. Marty, you're off.
Fala, mãe.
Gloria.
Vamos. Brasil.
Well, an interesting insight into a frustrated coach, and he is very frustrated. There's very little he can do. It's just basic mistakes from his team.
Yeah, you could tell the frustration in his voice, couldn't you? Saying you've won the ball and you're coming in from the side and giving it away. At this level, you can't make those kind of mistakes. You've got to play simple rugby, you've got to play it well.
Patricia Martinez to restart, hangs a beautiful kick up. Look at that, gives the chasers time, came off a foot, so it didn't go forward according to the referee. And Spain, well, advantage to Brazil actually. That's a brilliant counter ruck, and maybe those words from Chris stuck at the half-time team talk, because Brazil are on the attack and they're going on the outside. Santini, beautiful run from Santini, eventually brought to ground. Spain surely in an offside position there, but they actually get the penalty. Brazilian off the side, and Garcia goes quickly, runs across the field, needs a bit of support, gets it in the form of Barbara Platt. She's tackled by Russia. And Brazil managed to turn it over. Araujo fires one out. Only as far as Muthbauer. Nice hands. And Brazil just over the halfway line. Spain having to defend. Early try for Brazil. They're right back in this game.
Yeah, and they've got all the possession at the moment. Now's the time to score, that's for sure.
Always interested to see how a team reacts when the coach has those stern words, because if they don't react, you wonder, do they have any kind of respect for what he's saying? But they have certainly reacted here, Brazil. Garcia put her head on the line for that tackle. Still there for Brazil. Araujo picked off the ground that time by Santini, who's made a bit of an impression in this second half. Little dummy was a nice one as well for Gavert. And they retain it and recycle it. This is good from Brazil. All standing deep, coming onto the ball at pace. This is Roja. Little loopy pass on the outside. Men for Sarda, the captain, trying to burst through. But Garcia, I'd love to know what her tackle count is. She's been everywhere.
She's put a lot of tackles in that time off her feet, though.
Gives away the penalty. Brazil go again. Is this a chance? Well, it must be, but again, Spain making a nuisance of themselves at the ruck there. Have they managed to turn this one over? Yes, they have. Good work in defence, but again, Brazil, infuriating if you're the coach, coughing up possession like that.
Poor contact skills from Brazil, wasn't it, that let Spain in there?
Just not protecting the ball. You've got to secure possession. That's your first protocol. Echevarria trying to get over the 10-metre line, breaks the tackle. How much pace has she got? Echevarria is going to go in, surely. The captain gives chase. Sarda won't catch her though. Over the 5, on the line. She's got it down. Spain are in again.
She just made it, Echevarria. She's hurting. That was a long run in, both for her and Sarda. Her first try this weekend, and it's an important one because Brazil were just starting to come back into the game. Despairing tackle of Edna Santini on the pitch in this second half, couldn't make it, and then it's a long run for Echevarria, but she makes it in. Good finish.
She grits the teeth and does just enough. Garcia adds the extras, which means Spain now have a 19-point advantage. I mean, we've seen that already hold back by Fiji, but Brazil are not in the same league at the moment.
No, they've not been showing the same sort of attacking potential as Fiji. It was Edna Santini we saw miss that tackle there, but must say it's great to see her back on the pitch this series. She's been out with injury for a long time and has been such an exciting and important player for Brazil, but it's good for them to get her back finally.
Yeah, a real live wire anytime she's had the ball. Garcia again restarts. This time a little bit too far for the pack. And Ishibashi decides to spread it. And here she is, Santini. Decides this time to give it off. Not a bad pass as well. And look at this for pace. Down the wing, the flyer for Brazil. Over the 22. They're not going to catch her. Absolutely brilliant try out of nothing. And just when we thought this one dead and buried, well, we won't write them off just yet.
What a finish that was from Claudia Tellez, her third try in her World Series career. Where did that come from? We just haven't seen a glimpse of that pace yet today. She left all the defence for dead, made it a little bit difficult for herself in the dead ball area, but finished it off. Fantastic finishing.
Tactic number 1, give the ball to Tellez.
Don't make it too difficult. Find your fastest player, give them a ball and a bit of space and wait for them to run. They'll get it over the gain line if nothing else, and hopefully they'll get it over the try line.
Absolutely breathtaking speed down the wing from Claudia Tellez, and Spain could do nothing about it. 19 points to 7. If Brazil score next, we have a game. We only have 2 minutes though. Well, just as I say, Spain knock it on when they needed some composure.
Yeah, now or never for Brazil. Get on the scoreboard here, and it could make the last minute or so very, very interesting. Santini at 9, Ishibashi at 10. If anyone can make something happen, those two can.
Ball comes flying out of the scrum. Here's Ishibashi. Now, Tellez is outside. How much breath has she got left to have another go? Because I'm sure that last try took a lot out of her. She decided to give the pass, probably the wise option. There wasn't a lot of room for there. Santini weighing up the Spanish defence. Any room? Any room? Yes, there is. Santini still going, looking for support now, and gets it in the form of Godoy. She's brought down eventually. Ball still there for Brazil. Now, what have they got? And whoa, just when you don't want it. And it's Tellez of all people, but the penalty offside against Spain. They get another chance, and they've got less than a minute. 2 tries needed. The pass goes forward. That's that, really.
Oh, Brazil, they just crept too far forward. They took the quick tap, and they needed composure. They needed a bit of depth to run onto the ball. They were also flat. Look how flat they all are here. There's no space to get the passes in. Godoy far too close, far too flat. Couldn't get the pass away, but goodness me, that was a huge opportunity for Brazil.
Inside the last 25 seconds now, and Spain, well, the work that they did in the first half has really paid off. Brazil came at them, it was just they left it too late is all.
No, straight out the same tunnel.
You know, you wonder, you look at Chris Neal, you know, can he take the positives out of what they've done in the last 4 or 5 minutes, or will he just rue the mistakes the pointless mistakes, you have to say, because they all brought them on themselves, really.
I think he'll be disappointed overall. It's not been a good day for Brazil. They really haven't shown what they can do, and they can put some great sevens together.
Well, take heart from that at least, because they will have more chances to show what they can do tomorrow. For the time being, they have one last throw of the dice to narrow the gap and end on a high. Chance here. Ishibashi, looping pass. And who is it? It's Tellez! Good defense from Spain. 5 meters short. Still they go. Ishibashi once more. No room on that side, I can tell you. Needs her teammates, sets up the ruck, and it's there for Brazil once more. Any room through the middle? Malbar, is she down? Yes, she is. Try for Brazil. They finish with a flourish.
Yeah, good for Chris Neal. He'll at least be happy with that. They played to the very end. They strung some good stuff together at the end, but not quite good enough. Beatrice Futuro Mulbauer gets over the line, but it's not enough. Just powers over.
Well, the conversion attempt was good, I can tell you. She lost her scrum cap and looked to be holding her arm as she came up from that, but Spain do enough. Their second win on the bounce. Delight for them after beating New Zealand. Full-time score, Brazil 14, Spain 19.
Match 14 has New Zealand up against France. And what a mouth-watering prospect this game is. France have won both their matches earlier today against Spain, 12-5, 31-5 against Brazil. But New Zealand beat Brazil 34-0 and then lost to Spain 19-15. And New Zealand have never been beaten by France. They'd never been beaten by Spain earlier, joined in commentary by former Blackfern Melody Robinson. And Melody, Sean Horan has responded in the best possible way with the strongest lineup.
Absolutely, he's made some changes. For the first time we see Sarah Goss, the captain, starting in this competition, and Portia Woodman, the highest try scorer in history in the women's game. So this is arguably his strongest team combination-wise. You know, they really want a victory because France, they've been the form team. They've shown they can play fluid, accurate rugby with plenty of flair to boot.
Keep an eye out for number 7 in the French team, Caroline Ladenus. 14 tries she has scored this season. She scored 2 here in London on day 1. And she has got plenty of pace, and plenty of class.
Got to point out too that New Zealand, even though they lost to Spain, they have scored 9 tries to France's 7. So we all know how dangerous they are with ball in hand, how much flair they have too.
New Zealand will still qualify, well, they should qualify as one of the worst out of the pool. But they were rocked earlier today, and so time now to have a look at the character of this team. How do they respond, Mel?
Well, the only way they can, which is not only to play to their structure, because they have been doing that well, but basically looking to break tackles. We haven't seen them really putting their head down and trying to smash through the defensive systems. So I just want to see them, you know, play like they normally do.
American referee Leah Berard has the whistle, and Tyler Nathan Wong has the ball. The third match for these two sides in Pool 8, and the start down and taken in is Mayans. Quickly moved across, coming up very quickly was Broughton. The ball went to ground, and now the tackle on Gracinu. Quickly cleared. French playing in the white strip, New Zealand in the all black. As Mayans, the firefighter, goes into contact yet again. Recycled, a wild pass there, and the French are happy to just go backwards to go forwards. They're still in control of possession, but New Zealand looking for a turnover. Good line speed, good defensive work so far. And Ledouf gets it out here, looking for a little bit of a break, and they finally spot some holes in this New Zealand defence. It's not easy. Brazier's out of the line, and now Broughton's got it. They should score here. Woodman's got it. Woodman's in for another try. Portia Woodman scores try number 88.
Well, New Zealand, how about that? They turned their defence into attack. They were up in the French spaces the whole way, and that pushed that mistake, which Kelly Brazier just picked up, that loose wide pass, and then Woodman, first try of the tournament, first game.
45 tries this season. She scored 2 in the match earlier against Brazil, and their all-time 88. And just putting things in perspective, if you have just joined us, she scored 45 tries in 4 tournaments, this being the 5th. Seabelo Sinatla from South Africa is on 43 tries in the men's series, and they have played 8 tournaments.
What you're saying is she is damn good.
She's special, there's no doubt about that. And now the restart, this combination works well. Tyler Nathan Wong, and Goss goes up and claims it, the New Zealand captain, but it's bounced back, that's been lost forward. The referee says it's back, and so Goss claims the ball, and here is New Zealand again on attack through Brazier. Nathan Wong, Broughton steps, tries to create some space in a mismatch, but a good tackle coming in from Horta. One way and then the other, the dive pass from Woodman. Brazier draws in few defence, and here goes Goss. Goss trying to create some space for Hidemi. Look at the ball movement from the New Zealand side, prepared to find some space, and Broughton's got Woodman on the outside. Woodman's looking for a brace, one to beat. Good tackle coming in, had to be made by Gracinu. And now the Kiwis, not a great pass, but picked up beautifully by Tubic. Swarming in are the French. Brazier. Here is Broughton. Back, says the American referee, and good control there from Broughton with the ball. Running across, looking for Tubic back on the inside. A lot of tackles now being made by the French. Woodman identifies the space out wide. Brazier, and that pass has gone forward, I think. Referee didn't see it, hasn't been called. Broughton with a lovely offload. Tubic, and Tubic scores.
Well, New Zealand mean business big time in this match. The intensity is lifted, what, 1 or 2, hasn't it? That was a beautiful little back pass from Broughton in the end, but it went through plenty of hands. Look at that power from Tubic. Woodman identified Brazier was out there. Here it is. Back Sonny Bill alike pass, and Tubic so busy. Great work rate. Gee, they're looking good so far.
This is the New Zealand side that we've come to know this season in particular. Defending champions here in London. They went 37 games unbeaten. Upset earlier today, but they're responding in the best possible way.
They look angry, don't they? I like that anger. They admit themselves they had a very poor performance in that loss to Spain. They would have been so disappointed because their standards are so very high, aren't they?
You wouldn't want to finish second in the competition though, would you? In pool play, to have to face New Zealand tomorrow that will probably finish 7th, even if they beat France here. France have won 2, Spain have won 2, so they're looking like they're guaranteed to go through from this pool. Nathan Wong, that's a lovely kick. Goss goes up again and claims it. What a captain she is. Kept her eye on the ball. Never took her eye off the ball at all. It was beautifully weighted, and now Brazier runs across the field. Nathan Wong out to Broughton. Broughton with that dummy and that trademark step. There's Gail Broughton. Takes 3 defenders. Tubic, the try scorer, out to her captain Goss, who got it going. Tackle coming in from Amir. Looks like he's fallen the wrong way. The referee says they never release the ball. Quickly tapped. Brazier steps, brings in 3 defenders. Now they've got some space here. They need to go straight. Tubic has options left and right. Hidemi comes on the late cut. Goss is there. Goss with another tackle coming in from Mayons. She's been impressive, has the French number 3, rated as one of the most physical teams on the circuit. There's so many of the opposition players, now the French,
And that's got to be a penalty there. See the New Zealand player on her feet, not able to get it.
Sealing. It looked like what they had done there. And it must have taken a toll, all the defending that they have been doing. Big hit coming in from Woodman. And now the counter ruck comes in. Ballers, a little bit of football skills. Mayans is there again. What a work rate from Marjorie and Mayans. France. Now they look to try and put the hammer down. This is a good run from Ladanus. 11 tries, and now she just waits for some support. And it's always there in Horta. Now Ledouf. Out wide. Brazier comes running across, and there's a lovely gap that's just opened up. Goss gets back, and now the offload. Stepping on the inside. And out to Gracenu. One more offload. Look at the hands, the skill level from the French. Passes going to hand. The New Zealanders now called on to do some big defending, and Goss thinks that she's stolen it, and she has legally.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know the New Zealand team are nervous because what they're doing is they're trying to make sure of the tackle, so they're going quite low, but that gives France the opportunity for the offload. I mean, in every tackle they offloaded there, it's quite dangerous. I'd rather to see them wrapping them up a little bit higher in the tackle.
And one of the New Zealand players just getting a little bit of attention now, and it's Nathan Tyler Wong. That right knee doesn't look too comfortable. The physio on with her at this stage. She looks like she is in real discomfort.
Got to say that was a great passage from France, though. Really accurate in this tournament so far. And it is a loss. Tyler Nathan Wong, highest goal kicker in the history of women's sevens as well.
The versatility of Brazier, Kelly Brazier, she goes from being first receiver to now going into halfback. And Fada Simpkins comes on and moves into second receiver. Gail Broughton moving into that first five role. So that is the siren, or the hooter, for the end of the first half. There is Broughton, and here's the first touch for Fada Simpkins. Can she create some space for Woodman? She looks up and she decides to kick it. How's the bounce? Fada Simpkins just come on the field. No problems. Woodman gets it out to Chubik, who just plays a little bit of basketball. They hand it on. Oh, this is a wonderful try from New Zealand. Honey Hitami will go in and score their third. They've gone coast to coast. Beautiful skills.
Well, that wasn't basketball, that was volleyball, mate, on the sevens field. That was fantastic. It was that beautiful kick here from Fada Simpkins. We've seen that before earlier in this tournament. She didn't quite collect it. Woodman was there, and look, a little set, just perfect up to Goss, who is so fit, always on the support, and Hiremi to finish it off.
Dual international, played rugby league for New Zealand, the mother of three, nicknamed HBW, gets the job done. Conversion unsuccessful, but as we head to the break, New Zealand comprehensive in the first 7 minutes, leading 17 points to 0.
Yes, best performance, best half so far we've seen from New Zealand. Certainly back to business for them.
Hey, girls, that defence down there was outstanding pressure. They didn't get past that post. Gail, awesome. The pressure kept on coming. Look what happens, Kels, eh? When we look after the ball, we are very, very good, okay? So take them to the fringes, but we're going to work harder on our threes. And it's that third person getting there, okay? Don't expect for us just to romp over. They're good tacklers, and they're alive, okay? Now, when we're in D, though, from fractured play, they offload. So we've got to make that tackles count and pop up. We've got to start coming back in, okay? Squeeze it on the offload. We can't just sit back, okay? So squeeze on the offload, let the outside go, and then we'll drag the outside down, okay? Yeah. Squeeze it in. How are we feeling, Gail? Better, eh? Okay? Breathe, go, be direct, be decisive, be smart. Go, you got it.
That's so good. Fucking man, let's keep it up. 7 minutes. Finish it. Sisters on 3. 1, 2, 3. Sisters!
Yeah, interesting words from Sean Horan. So the New Zealand defensive system, they're going to leave the French winger, person out wide, alone and free, so they can suffocate those offloads.
And apologies if there may have been some words there spoken. Emotion from some of the players wanting to get on with the job. As the restart from Ledouf. It's high, but it hasn't gone the 10 metres, and so more problems for the French. 4th position on 52 points, 4 behind Australia, 6 behind second place Canada. They will qualify through to the quarterfinals. Well, France with their 2 victories earlier today, but this New Zealand side is angry, and Brazier runs across the field. Now Broughton gets the ball, spins out of the first tackle, places the ball back. The dive pass from Fada Simpkins out to Webber, who's just come on the field. Goss gets it out to Hidemi. Lovely step up, be decisive, be direct, was the words from the coach, and they've got to release her now, but the French saying that they're holding her up. Could be a turnover here. Ball available. Webber is there, and no clear release.
Oh, and discipline there from the French team. The player was off her feet. That means she's out of play. Let's not Mayon it. It's just this.
Horter, I think it was, jersey number 6. Fanny Horter, and New Zealand, this is intelligent play, Mel, just slowing things down and taking it to a set piece. They're well in control of this game as New Zealand.
Well, a set piece means that they have a man-on-man situation in that back line. Gives them an opportunity to attack somewhere in the midfield or out wide.
Kelly Brazier, Blackfern since 2009, loves surfing in her bio, and she gets her captain to hang 10. Up high goes Goss, the ball now available. It's there. The scrap comes in, and that's good play from France, but they've lost it forward, so Brazier goes and clears it. Broughton out to Fada Simpkins. She's got Woodman on the outside, trying to create a bit of space for her, and now Broughton comes across, and she's created the space. Here goes Woodman. Bye-bye. That is sublime rugby from the New Zealand Seven Sisters. Woodman goes in yet again. Try number 46 for the season, 4th in London. And there's nothing worse than an angry New Zealand female.
Well, you'd know from experience, Willie, but I tell you what was great about this. Fada Simpkins put her foot down. She tried on the defensive system. Woodman was outside, but it was Broughton who came round for the wrap and created the extra player there. Well worked, 3 players involved. Gee, this New Zealand team are looking really good. France have to get their hands on the ball.
Look at that. There was a close race at one stage there with Woodman, Landry and Falayan, but now she's just run away with it. 89 in her incredible career. She is definitely up there with some of the best. You think of in the men's game, Philemoni De La Salle comes to mind immediately, Mel, and what he achieved, and she's special.
She really is, and look at that massive hit she's put on too.
Ladinus will be checking the ribs a little bit later on, because Woodman shows not only great on attack but also on defence with that tackle as Horter goes on one of those trademark runs of hers. Fanny Horter places the ball back, and now Mayons. Oh, she's terrific. She is a great player. There's Mayons, gets up to Brazier and says, get out of my way. The firefighter from France wanting to try and extinguish the fire that New Zealand are on at the moment. Horter just slowing things down now out to Ladinus. New Zealand making their tackles. Webber looking to try and get the turnover. They're in control again. Horter on that loop between her and Mayons, and really starting to take its toll now with the amount of defending that they were asked to do in the first 7 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. Fatigue set in, and also it's about mindset here. It's very difficult when you see the scoreboard says 24-0 to try and get yourself back into it. And they must be really disappointed, France, because they have played so well before this match in this tournament. But this, as you say, is a New Zealand team on fire in this. It's Ruby Tui coming on as a replacement in the forwards.
And Fourcade, one of the tallest players on in jersey number 11 for the French. So it's all about using the squad. Top try scorers here, 13 were New Zealand. Heading into this match, New Zealand had only scored 9. The United States were ahead on 10, and so they've taken the lead there with the 4 that they have scored in this game, and the ball quickly cleared out to Fada Simpkins. Simpkins with a wide pass out to Woodman. She's got 2. Will she get 3? The tackles had to be made, and that was a beauty right around the bootlaces. Wasn't Howard, so she gets to her feet, and now the French can't get their hands on the ball. Brazier runs across the field and then unloads it to, you can see the intention from Goss was to just receive and offload to Tui. Thomas
Scrum advantage.
gets the bar pass.
Advantage over.
And the advantage, as you hear, is now over. So what can the French do? Well, they can't hold on to the ball. That's a problem. So Broughton goes in and wins it. Fada Simpkins needs to go over the ball.
11. White hands. Buck is formed.
Brazier and taps, says, let's score some more points. There is the step from Fada Simpkins. Look at the counter-ruck coming in from the French, and that's legal.
Contest.
That's been well done from Pelé. Just one of the new players, big and strong. Now just fighting it with Brazier, and so Brazier knows that if she can hold on to the ball here, it will be a maul, will be a turnover. She's got her knees on the ground. They've got to release her now, surely.
I think everybody is quite happy to have a bit of a rest in there, to be honest. Yeah, if you take the ball in and you're on your feet, you've got to get down and release it. And then New Zealand held up the French player, and she was unable to do anything. It's upper body strength for sure.
Good show of strength. There's more replacements come on for both sides. For New Zealand, Shide Tane, 3 tries from the Hamilton Girls High School.
Time on.
Former student, and so that moves Woodman a little bit closer to where the action is.
Set.
Fada Simpkins stands behind the scrum. There is Woodman, who was standing out on the wing. Now will she create some space for Tane? That's not a good pass.
That's all right, Pete.
Yeah, it looked like she expected Tane just to be a little bit wider than she was. Must be a bit tough. She's been on the wing the whole time, and then she's asked to pass a big wide one in the middle.
The French, Goss goes up and competes, taps it out, and so they'll come back in again. The French want to get on with it, and so they do. Through Ledoux. Wide pass there. And it falls for Ladanus. Now look at the New Zealanders just pile in there, looking for the counter-ruck. The tackle from Goss, and now Weber is there. Lost forward, so it will be a scrum. No advantage here. We'll come back for that. Swarming defence has been a real feature of this New Zealand side.
Yeah, and they're throwing everything at the breakdown area, aren't they? It's a lot of hunger to get that ball back. And the pressure they're putting on there means that the French players just don't have clean ball to run onto. Makes it really difficult for them to get their attack and rhythm.
Bind.
Mel, we've been told that with this victory to New Zealand, they will qualify as the first team through to the Rio de Janeiro 2016 Summer Olympics. Congratulations to the Seven Sisters. Great way to come back from the disappointment of losing to Spain earlier, but New Zealand getting the job done. 4 tries, 24-0. What a moment, Mel. New Zealand are through to the Olympics as one of the first teams.
Oh, fantastic work from them. And the way they came back from that loss, their first ever loss to Spain, regathered mentally hard and put a nearly 100% beautiful performance out there against a French outfit that was, until that point, one of the form teams of this competition. The girls in black, the Kiwis, will be very happy with that result. You can see too the smiles, the relief, quite a bit of emotion. Seven Sisters having a bit of a moment to themselves.
It's a great moment too. They have struck back best possible way. They were clinical, they were accurate. They played some scintillating Sevens rugby in the 14 minutes. And they're through to the quarterfinals tomorrow, which means that they are guaranteed to book a place to the Rio Olympics next year.
Yeah, well, it's making history, isn't it? First time we'll see Sevens at the Olympics. First time we'll see the women's. Such a huge audience.
What a tremendous competition we've had today, though, Mel. The quality of the Sevens on day one. Normally we see that level on day 2, and we see every team know how important it is on day 2. But today we've seen Spain, we've seen Fiji, we've seen South Africa really put some of the big guns under pressure.
Well, two sides here looking for their first win of the day. Fiji showed a lot of guts and heart to drag themselves back from 90-0 down against the United States before a last gasp winner gave the USA that victory. China have been willing, but so far without a win. Can they topple Fijiana in their final pool game? Mel?
I'd have to say that Fijiana are the favourites in this one because the form they have shown so far in the tournament on day one, they've been feisty, they've shown fight, but also they've been pretty organised as well as having that Fijiana flair. They inject elements that no other team does with that short passing game. It's so entertaining.
Well, certainly you'd have to say if they can produce anything like the second half against the United States, they're going to be very difficult to beat today. Some of the passing, as you said, that Fiji flair, the magic, the soft hands, and whatever about the first 7 minutes, they'll forget about that. How they finished the game was very impressive, and actually USA, if they're honest with themselves, they'll say they were lucky to come away with a win then.
Oh, absolutely. This is the first time in a tournament we've seen Fijiana consistent from one game to the next in terms of their performance. They've had two very tough teams to play earlier in the day.
Well, these sides have played 3 times. Fiji have won 2 of them, China just the once. Last met in Atlanta, and in the bowl semi-final, Fiji dominating by 24 points to 0. But China have played some nice rugby at times. Defensively, they've been a little bit lapsed, but you know, they are more than willing. They've got some pace in the team. Maybe decision-making at times has cost them.
Yeah, that's right. When they go away from their structure, they get a little confused about what to do next. So best to keep it simple, go nice and wide, use the ball to beat the player.
Fiji will take it first, and it's Miyake using her pace to try and create some space for her teammates. The pass doesn't go to hand, but Fiji still have it. Shipped on nicely by Nyangato. Flirting with a touchline there. In fact, the flag has gone up, and it should be a line out to China.
Yeah, they love playing the short side, Fiji. They just take about 4 players over there, so they're playing in 4s. Usually teams play in 3s, and they just do the little short passes, just get the ball around the body when they're tackled.
First line out goes exactly according to plan. Let's see what China can do with the ball. Oh, nice hands, and create that space. Look at that, that's brilliant, and it's all a training ground move as well. If you're watching from the sideline as part of the Chinese coaching team, you'd be delighted with that. They get the penalty. Fiji going off their feet. And a quick tap and go as well by Kian for China. Just short of the 5-metre line. The ball goes loose, and again that pass to nobody. And the result is play all the way back on the 22-metre line.
Come on.
That's the decision making we were talking about. China get away with it on this occasion with the penalty. But Mel, they nearly made to pay there for a crazy pass.
Yeah, at times the execution hasn't been on the money with the Chinese girls.
Quick tap, and Xu Chao, the captain, offers up the pass. It's good, strong running by Yang Hong, and she's just short of the 5-metre as well. Still there for China, looking for a try, which would put them in front. The ball went forward.
Not caught from wide.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a little ugly, but at the same time, Fijiana defence had been basically pushing them up, putting them under stress, basically. See that scrambling defence? You know, they're leaving the player on the outside free, Fijiana, but they're able to scramble and force the error.
Set.
China putting pressure on the scrum, but
Free kick.
illegally so. Kicking the ball, and quick tap and go this time from Miyake. And Brittany Coates went forward.
Maybe what coach should have done is hands, which means rather than the miss pass to the winger, just give it to the player next to her. I think that was a little bit too ambitious there to Ravisa. This one here, see, she had a player on the inside, the number 10, Nangasal, just would have meant it was more accurate.
Bind. Set.
So China get the put in, and it's Zhu Lilian who had a pretty good game last time out. Not the quickest, but her decision making in the China team has been top notch, one of the few.
Bind. Set.
Let's have a look at the scrum again. Decent strike with a hooker, And ball there for Zhao Ming to try and spread it a little bit. Back inside, it's a nice line as well from Lilian. Oh, beautiful look, step in it. Wonderful try from China. Out of nothing, really, Lilian. And she beat the defence. Beautiful step. They have that pace.
That was lovely. It was a set move, what you'd call a strike move, a try-scoring move. So they move it out here, and then Lilian was always going to be hitting that hole hard on the inside. And then she had good footwork to also beat the Fijian sweep player who'd come across to try and make the tackle.
Conversion is good, so the extra 2 added. China 7-0 up, and Fiji guilty again, slow out of the blocks like they were against the United States. They managed to come back, but ultimately it was too late. They don't want to switch off for the next 3 minutes or so that's left in the first half here.
Yeah, I think they have got good intent. I think they've been aggressive in the tackle. They just haven't had much of the possession yet.
Restart, not a bad one from Zhao Ming, but a lovely turn as well, equally from Savu. And look at this now, Fijians coming down that wing. They're queuing up, and it is going to be Savu who takes that pass. She started off the whole thing with a lovely turn back inside to Rongeta. And the Fijian number 7 touches down. Lovely support work. Beautiful little twist and turn there. Fully deserved.
It looked like it was going to be a standard try there for Savu. She kept her head up. Here she is taking the ball on the inside, looking back at her support player. Very accurate indeed. She just gives that little back pass, and Rongeta takes the 5 points. So they've struck back immediately, haven't they, Fiji?
Savu adds the extra 2 points, 7 points each. That's the response that Fiji would have wanted. And China, after all that good work in the first half of the first half, if you get me, well, it's undone in 30 seconds of magic.
I get ya.
You get me. I get you too.
Please, 4.
Fiji to restart.
Behind.
And Shi Chao, the captain, or I should say, sorry, it's Nangasu who's going to kick. And look at that, brilliant retention as well. This is Brittany Coates. And she gives the pass to Rongeta, couldn't hold on to it.
Great work at the kick-off there.
By
So
White
many of the teams
from
use it as an attacking weapon. It was Nangato, the number 12, who'd gotten up in the air and reclaimed it for her team. She's really tall anyway. It was basically a one-armed catch, really. It's skillful.
Point. Set.
Not an easy thing to do, I can tell you. Ball at the back now, China inside their own half. Indeed, just outside their own 22, looking to try and attack here. Shi Chao, the captain, goes down.
By Red.
Doesn't release on the ground. And Fiji get possession inside the last minute of the first half. Still there. Nagaso.
Advantage, offside.
Nangato. Good strength again, as Mel was saying, just to hold that ball up, get her hands free. And Brittany Coates now looking to use the outside runners. Here's one of them, Savu. A pass to nobody.
Yeah, well, they play high-risk rugby at times, Fijiana. So you're going to see the eras creeping in on the odd occasion, but at least we can watch it and be entertained.
Yeah. Certainly don't mind teams having a go. There is the hooter for half-time, but we'll have one more throw of the dice for China at least, and it's the try scorer Lilian to hit her target again. Set piece really good from China. All about timing of the lifters as well as anything else. The throw has to be good, and of course the ability to catch that ball, but still there for China. Lilian with an ambitious pass off the base of the ruck. Little step this time by the number 9, Kian. Oh, look at that, into space as well. Now Rongeta has to come across to make that tackle. She did well because there was no cover apart from that. And we'll be interested to see if the Chinese could have made it.
Advantage over.
Advantage over, says the referee. Did that go forward? Nice take nonetheless. Good hands as well. And look at the wrist. Race for the line. Oh, beautiful stuff. Yan Yan is going to score for China. Well, right at the death. And Yan Yan doesn't look the quickest, but a beautiful strong handoff and a touchdown on the left-hand side.
Well, she might not look quick, but man, is she tall. She's like a power winger out there. Nice, good little pass. You see the defensive player from Fijiana had gone in, outside and left a hole for this lady. A lot of determination on her face. Doing very well, China.
12 points to 7. That will be the last action. In fact, here comes the conversion. Before the half-time whistle sounds, not a bad strike, just pulled it a little bit. Zhao Ming, and there is the half-time whistle. Very impressive from China. Fiji, again, after coming back into it with that try, guilty of letting one go at the end. Half-time is Fiji 7, China 12.
Hello, karon na kiki. Pabilis ko ito ko today. Wala ko sa saw. Teka, senang tu bitar cuma bangku. Cuma tu saya drift gitu. Jadi kalau sekolah, tu sini lah aku pindah foot. Dulu, total na scrum tu. Satu dolin, satu lah kena bet, satu dolin lama. Cuma itu sama-sama ni. Itu drift bat. Hello, ini kali ni lah kena sisi, tu lah aku berdekat. Sini lah aku ngai tu luar watal itu. Tu lah aku berdekat. Tu sama kena, mas spesial. Bukan 50-50, but it's killing us. Ada nervous, itu na sekolah. Kemarin mengenai pola ni, oh no, saya usianya tu itu. Aku nak lomba pun dia ini. Kamu, santu na raja saya rupa dia nak polis tau. Set, Ustaz.
Now, at a guess, I reckon that Tiny was talking about their defensive systems because he's talking about backing up on the inside. So it's like they have to have a string attached to each other. So when China moves to the other side of the field, sometimes you've got to let the player on your inside go. You head out to the outside player and just trust you back up on the inside.
That somebody's got to come across and make that tackle. I mean, so much of this game is based on trusting your teammates, right?
Absolutely, all about that and communication. And I have to say, Fijiana, they've looked great on attack, but it is their defensive systems that are letting them down.
China have taken full advantage with 2 tries, so 7 minutes to go. Neither team with a victory after 2 games. That's going to change, we think, at the end of this. And a decent restart again. Very good kick from Fiji. They did it twice against the United States to score the try, just a hanging ball. And here is Savu. He's had a good game so far. Vondo, little pop ball to Coates, looking for perhaps that little miss pass on the outside, but she's drifted across, and Rongueta had to make that switch back inside because there was nobody else out there. Coates again, looking to keep ball in hand. Vondo, Savu, oh, tried that little magic pass, didn't go to hand. Just a support line too flat to take it. Coates once more. Vondo looks to shift it on. Here is Nagasu. Fiji doing a good job just to hold on to possession. Little dummy show. Oh, any gap in the middle? Not at the moment. Here's Coates. Can she go? Yes, she can. Stretching those legs. Needs support and gets it. Step back inside. Ravisa will score for Fiji. No, she won't. Rongueta. Little pass to touchdown underneath the post to make sure of the 7 points. Beautiful try. The conversion here would put them ahead.
Oh, look, I loved it because it's a really great interchange of passing between so many members of this Fijian team. Nice little pop from the ground. She did it immediately. That means it was legal. Coates. She's a great distributor of the ball. And of course, Rongueta. She's the one that got it closer, straight under the posts.
Conversion attempt was good. Fiji 14, China 12. They edged themselves in front, and China once again looking to come back and try and get something here. Watch the restart from Fiji on this near side. The chasers, the hanging ball, they do it so well.
Yeah, a lot of these Fiji girls play football before rugby.
Well, that time China come away with it, and look at this. It's Liu Yang over that 10-meter line. Fiji, just as I say, the commentators curse how good the restarts have been, and China come away with it, but the penalty is against the Chinese, and chance for Fiji now to get back inside the China half. Ayangato, nice pass to keep that ball alive. This is Sabu, lovely pass again. Oh, lovely run from Vavisa. Will she get past? No. Good tackle from China and forced the knock on as well. That's really good defense by the Chinese.
It's kind of like the Fijians, they're on holiday, everything's in slow motion.
Yeah.
It's a pity that the ball went forward because she did have 2 players backing her up there. It's been a good contest, this match. Think about it, China are in 11th position. Fiji currently 8th.
Time back on. We are
And
in
once
22.
again, that's an
There.
example of how these teams are improving. So many of the games just close.
We're in 22. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Free kick China. Chance to go quickly if they want to. That's exactly what they do. And Fiji just having to hold that line and defend. They've decided to put a bit of pressure on. China, lovely hands, lovely soft hands just to keep that ball alive. This is Yang who keeps it past the try scorer. Yan. Ball's gone forward
First
though.
knock on red, second knock on white. No advantage.
I like it how China speed the game up. They take the quick taps very quickly.
6
They
and
back
3
their
white,
conditioning.
please. Correct.
At that time, Fiji in defence, very good indeed.
Ella Marama comes in for Fiji. Number 11 on her back. And Rongeta will put the ball in for the scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Brittany Coates, New Zealand born of course, but firmly in the white of Fiji in this 7 series. There for Sabu. Rongeta, Fiji again. It's like they're on their holidays. Exactly what you said, Mel. It's just in slow motion. It's like, sure, anything will do. Hopefully it'll work out. This time China putting pressure on, and they've lost, what, 15 metres in the space of 5 seconds, Fiji. Any pace on the outside here? No, China, one thing they are not is slow. And equal to it on that occasion. Coates, Rongeta again. Now, and for options now, Nagaso. Nice run, little show as well. Savu, it'll pop up for Coates, takes the tackle.
Knock on.
But just couldn't hang on.
Yeah, Fiji didn't panic though. They were being pushed back on defence.
1.
They're definitely showing more consistency, more patience, more intent in this tournament.
So Huang Miyake comes in, 21 years of age.
Time back on.
And the try scorer, Yan goes off. 2.5 minutes left to play. The gap 2 points, and China not out of this by any stretch.
Bind. Set.
Fiji are going to have to play right until the final whistle if they want to grab the win points here. Little switch, nicely done. Xin Chao, the captain, back to our number 9. This is Chan Chan. Did they keep it in play? Brilliant stuff. Xin Chao once more.
High tackle number 11.
Penalty against Fiji for the high tackle. Marama, the guilty party. Not from the mark though. China, don't waste your energy because you're going to have to come all the way back. All the way back.
Take a look at the high tackle. Crunch, definitely high over the collar.
You need to play the ball from the mark.
Probably would have hurt a little.
No problem.
That was what you call a Chinese sandwich.
Chinese choker. All right. Zhao Ming with the penalty for China. They need some kind of points here to get themselves back in front. Anything would do. Oh, look at that. Lovely little flick pass. And a chance on the outside here for the break. Shi Chao, the captain. Beautiful hands from the Chinese. Zhao Ming. Little offload to Qixi. Trying to go on the outside. Fancied herself there. Was that high as well? Another one.
They've got to watch it, Fiji.
Quick tap and go, wasting no time. Miyake keeps it alive. This is Lilian. Oh, the pass. Let them down. It went backwards. Play on. We haven't had a whistle yet. Play to the whistle. There it goes. First rule of rugby. Don't stop until you hear the whistle.
Absolutely.
Guys.
I think these girls are really tired at this point.
Yeah, they look it, don't they?
There has been a lot of running in this game. I remember how much pain I went through when I played sevens for New Zealand.
The lungs burning.
Everything. So you have to admire them. I'd say the skill set of the Chinese team has been really high in this match.
Bind. Set.
Rongeta trying to dig it out, but China making life difficult for her illegally, so they get the penalty, Fiji. And a chance to attack and break the line here. Any support runner? Well, China in the right place at the right time. You've heard the hooter sound, so this is it. Last throw of the dice to leave the pool stages with a win for China. Look at that for a hit. Welcome to London. Ball's still alive. Coates is giving chase. China, well, that's it. They don't care. They just want to kick it out. That's fatigue for you. That's how tired they are.
Oh, what a great game. Close, everything you want in a sevens match. Fijiana have their first victory of this tournament so far. Really well earned.
Well, it has been entertaining, that's for sure. And as Mel said, Fijiana winning out by 14 points to 12.
Mouth-watering prospect up next, where Australia will face the United States. Third game for these two sides in Pool C. And as we look at the head-to-heads, the United States lead 5-2 in the series. And the last met in Langford last month. Former England representative Sue Day's with me, and Sue, Australia, Tim Walsh has named his strongest side.
Well, he's certainly gone back to the big guns in the forwards, Shannon Parry and Shani Williams. Maybe a surprise to see Aaliyah Green on the bench, that pace, but Emma Tonegato has shown some real turn of speed today, so maybe they're not missing all that much.
And head coach Rick Suggett has started with his strongest as well. Doyle is their playmaker, but Victoria Forlane has scored 4 tries here in London in the first 2 matches. They had to go with her 51, and she will be the real threat and danger for the Australians. United States in 5th position with 48 points, like England, 5th equal. They made it to the final against New Zealand in Atlanta. They finished outside the top 4 in Langford, but have been the biggest improvers this season. Plenty of pace and panache from this side, and they're hoping to gain one of the 4 spots for Rio. And there's the winning percentage for the Australians, around 76%, 55 for the Americans. The Australians in their 2 matches have scored 46 points and they've only conceded 5. The man in charge, outstanding Australian referee Rasta Rasivinge, in his 31st official match on this, the Women's World Series, of course. That adds to the 100+ he has on the men's quality referee.
Blue. Gold.
Chloe Dalton from Australia gets us underway. The Australians in their traditional strip, the Americans in the red and blue, as Victoria Forlane gets the first touch and breaks the first 2 tackles. Just the sweeper in front of her, Kaslik. Now she pins the ears back. Kaslik comes at her once, twice, and she's done brilliantly to make the tackle and then try and win the ball, but she didn't retain her body weight, and so the Americans want to go on with it. She's gone to 10 metres, but there isn't an advantage. Johnson with the carry. Quickly out by Bonnie. The advantage is over. Here goes Kelter. She's been good today. 2 tries.
Move!
To Layla Ali of Kelter. Another advantage. With Shannon Parry offside. What a start for the Americans. The quick tap. And now they move it here. Doyle. Doyle gets it out one further. Inside, outside. Badavialala. She's going and she's going to score. First try for the USA. They've dominated the opening 60 seconds and they deserve it.
They have dominated. All started from Victoria Forlane's takeoff, kickoff, and Australia's chase didn't hit the mark. Forlane gets the ball, then just goes for it. Tonegato can't get her. Alicia Quirk's trying to catch her. In the end, it's Kaslik. They move the ball out all the way up to the other side of the pitch. Baravilala isn't held, so he's quite within a right to get back up. finish with a flourish there, put the try down, do the somersault. What a start.
Fijian born, living in Hawaii. In America, they've got a number of players contracted at the Olympic Stadium, and that conversion's great. But she's opted to live outside of that, so there are 5 players within their squad that are not fully contracted, just the part-timers, and she's one of them. That's a great start for the Americans. The restart up high, going up and contesting is Johnson. The Australians finally try and get their hands on the ball, and they will from the scrum.
Yeah, just a little knock on from Catherine Johnson. Good competing at the kickoff, but couldn't quite keep hold of it.
That's forward.
Talking to Rick Suggett earlier today, and you're in the car as well on the ride here. So interesting to hear what their structure is, and 15 professional players that pretty much from Monday to Friday are just thinking about sevens, and you can see the improvement.
They have improved beyond all recognition this season, playing much more instinctively.
Big scrum coming in from the Americans, but early and going too high. So they've rattled the Australians a wee bit there. Shannon Parry didn't look too happy with what was going on post the whistle. And Charlotte Caslick, nominated Player of the Year for World Rugby in 2013-14, and a lovely little skip pass here has created some space on the outside. Trying to get around was Cherry, Emily Cherry, but that's good defensive work coming in from Lauren Doyle.
Very well watched in defence, Lauren Doyle. Emily Cherry, it's not often she gets bundled into touch. There she goes on the outside, but the tackle's good. And Catherine Johnson comes in just to finish the work off.
That's not straight. So there is an advantage for Australia, and here's Shani. Parry gets it to Shani Williams. Williams stepping on the inside. She's going to be pulled down just 4 short. Quickly recycled. Ball is available. Vanavilala just claims the ball, and this is good play from the Americans. Johnson now has it. Australians offside. And another chance gone there.
Great defensive work from the USA, wasn't it? Australia are used to scoring from those positions, but USA managed to turn it over.
They're going to run the ball. That was Griffin that got it wide. Griffin, the captain, out to Johnson, who's a hard-working forward. Here's Bonnie, Megan Bonnie, the offload. The ball's gone into no man's land, and here's the Australians with a real chance through Dalton. Dalton out to Tonigato. Tackle had to be made. Caslick is there. Ball's available again. Quick hands here. Williams, the captain, pass on the inside. Finds Quirk, and now it's Shannon Parry gets rid of the defender and slams the ball down. Australia are back. She's gone on with it.
Shannon Parry wasn't having any of that, was she? Strong, strong player. We knew she wasn't going to get stopped from there. Alicia Quirk makes the final pass. Shannon Parry almost takes the contact. Boom, 2 of them. Gets the ball down, and then a few words, let's say, between the 2 players straight afterwards.
Yeah, didn't need to really possibly get too excited after she had scored the try. Lovely delivery, good kick, just falling short. United States leading 7-5.
Yeah, as a player you need to be very, very careful. Score the try and then get on with the game. No need for anything else. You can get yourself into trouble. It's not what the game's about.
Third on the World Series are Australia, 56 points, just 2 behind Canada. They got off to a perfect start of the series in Dubai and Brazil. Not the perfect, but they made the finals against New Zealand, and then they've really struggled in Atlanta and Langford. Cherry back has certainly made a difference. But there's another mistake, which means that possession will go to the Americans. Kelly Griffin, the captain, will tap and go. Pace from the Americans, just wanting to get on with it. Kelter breaks the first tackle, releases now for her captain, Griffin. Little pop pass, trying to get it to Falayan. She goes one way and then the other, and then the pop pass to the try scorer. And Vanavilala. Patient build up. Look at this warming defence coming in from the Australians. Good tackle there from Cherry. But now it's out the door. Like the look of Doyle. Doyle's got plenty of class, and she's got plenty of pace. Caslick won't catch her. Doyle's in to score.
Really classy from Lauren Doyle. As you say, it looked like nothing was on. The defence was a bit broken up because the ball had gone backwards, but she finished that extraordinarily well. The ball's just bobbling free. She takes it one look up, step past Shannon Parry, out of the grasp of Emma Tonegato.
Let's go, Blue.
Can't catch a Charlotte
Let's go, we've got to kick.
28 tries, 140 points. Volleyball, baseball, soccer, and track at
Make a tackle.
Meridian High School.
There's got to be a defender to make a tackle.
Bara
Nikki, have a
Vilala
word with me there.
from a very
Change the
difficult angle. Makes good contact, but it won't have
Sorry.
the distance. Hooter has sounded, and so Team USA leading Australia by 12 points to 5.
That's why I didn't know if you're saying it was in my field of play. It hit the line. What you do there, lift your flag and run to the halfway line. Is that what I'm saying?
That's the way we want to play. We want to play that guy. You want to be able to keep up, right? When it's lost, don't panic, especially on the penalty move. Keep your shape. Let them move the 2 or 3 quick passes and balance it off at the ends and make tackles and use the sidelines there. Hey, we're getting great line breaks. We're trying to get into the passing lanes. Keep driving your feet and keep looking for the offload. It's there for us, all right? Because they're not aggressive in that tackle. So keep driving, and if we can get the 50-50 pass, let's go for one. Let's get the 50-50 pass, and let's take off from this goal. Let's see if we can open this thing up right away. Now, focus. Focus for the first 2 minutes of this half. Constant focus. Do your jobs. Work for each other. Pick each other up. Run these guys off the park. Make your passes when they're on, when they're not on. By gosh, run and have some fun. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Words of encouragement there from Rick Suggett, the former Canadian player. Coached both the men's and women's Canadian national teams. The men in both 7s and 15s, and the women's 15 side knows many of the Canadian players very, very well.
No surprise, though, that he's telling his team to focus, focus, focus. They were 19-0 up against Fiji earlier in the day, and Fiji came back to 19-all. Half-time seemed to make all the difference. So Rick Suggett really needs his players here to focus, keep their foot on the gas. Don't lose concentration like they did in that game against Fiji.
The Australian referee says, let's go. And Kelter with a start, and that's an early mistake. It hasn't gone to 10, but
Put it down. Yep.
Johnson just grabs it, and now the Australians will get possession on the halfway through the penalty. Kaslik has got Tonegato out to the right just by herself. Everybody else has gone out to the left, so chances are that's where the ball will go. And that's where they do go. Quirk with a big wide pass, and that's found some space down that left-hand channel. Been stolen. No clear release from Catherine Johnson means that there's another penalty for the Australians.
Yeah, lots of possession for Australia. They've got to make this count, haven't they? Chloe Dalton takes it in, and Catherine Johnson, adjudged to be playing the ball on the floor. Maybe it's tight, but she's on the floor when she gets that ball, so you've got to give that ball back to Australia.
It looks like a one-on-one strip, but the Australians have got on with it, and Tonegato tapped it, and now she's trying to find some space down that right flank. Baravilala tackles her, and now the ball comes out to the back line here, and Shani Williams, the captain. Williams says, follow me, steps on the inside. Australia are back. Shani Williams, like every good captain, scores at the right time.
Brilliant finish and vision from Shani Williams. Rick Suggett told his players at half-time to focus, and it's here that Megan Bonney just makes a mistake, comes up out of the line. Shani Williams sees it straight away, like the good centre from 15s that she is. Steps through. Bonney just came too tight in defence and left Shani Williams a big old hole to run through, and she said, thank you very much.
All tied up here with that conversion. There is Wilhelmina. Getting quite a bit of traffic on Twitter was Wilhelmina when I was calling it Joey, so pleased that we corrected that. Chloe Dalton, born in Singapore, basketball convert, now needs to make sure that this goes 10, because the Americans didn't go the 10 metres, gave possession to the Australians, and they scored up. Going high was Johnson. You've got can't play a player in the air. And so Shani Williams goes from hero to villain in the space of 30 seconds.
Too many errors from the USA, isn't it? Said focus at half-time, and what have they done? They've not kicked at 10, they've come up out of the line in defence, and they've knocked on in contact, all in the space of 2.5 minutes, and those sort of mistakes against a team like Australia, that's too many mistakes.
Yeah, straight, Kate, yeah. Okay, crouch. Crouch. Bind.
The Australians trailed 12-5 at the break. Kaslik with the feed. Big scrum again coming in from the Americans. Quirk goes back and then just pops the pass up to Cherry. Cherry has Tonegato on her right, but decides to come back where the forwards are. Kaslik goes in to try and clear that ruck, and Quirk just passes it up. There's Williams to Parry. Parry's big and strong. She won't have the pace to get through, but she's got the power. There's no question about that. Gets rid of Bonnie as well. Dalton had the ball and
the last feet.
Wasn't behind the last feet, so there will be a penalty here for Australia heading into the last quarter of the match. 2 passes and the advantage could be over. So Williams says, that's Parry rather, just follow me.
Wait, come back here. This way, this way, this way. Not behind the last feet at the ruck entry there. Not behind the last feet.
Australians now looking to just slow things down.
Let's go,
Thought they might go to a top
go.
line-out, but they're actually going to tap it because Tonegato is running all the way from the wing to get there.
Yeah. It's that move again where the poor old winger has to run the width of the pitch to start it off.
They want to go down that channel again. Kaslik looks and then opts for a better option. Here's Quirk. Quirk, the big wide pass out to Dalton. She couldn't handle it. That would have been interesting because it was open spaces in front of her.
Right decision from Quirk, poor execution. She could see the space was out there. She wants to get it over the top, but it's just a bit too loopy, too high, even for a former basketball player like Chloe Dalton.
Time off. Yep, get 8 on. Is 8 on?
Some changes, and
Eight on.
really
Okay,
to win the
time back on.
competition you
Start.
need at least some quality players, quality from the bench, the impact from the bench, and so let's see what the impact that's going to have. As Paravilala tries to find some space for Folane. We know how quick she is, we know how dangerous she is, and so does Tonegato, and she wraps her up, she stays in field. So good play. Tonegato looks like she's injured herself, and Turner wants to get on with it. Taps and moves at Cherry. Kaslik back on the inside. Cherry now just presenting the ball. That's the 22 line, you can see. Don't think she was allowed to play it. Exactly. Tapped and go. This game been played at real pace. Here goes Griffin. Griffin on the outside of Kaslik. Griffin, can she go the way? Tackled, releases, gets to her feet, and then plays the ball. Paravilala arrives. They've got a big complement of players out here. The Americans should be able to score here, 2-on-1. Someone's got to go straight. That pass needed to be held by Johnson. And that's the chance that's gone big in.
Oh, USA, there was such a good opportunity there, wasn't there, for the killer score against Australia. But it's here, this pass from Doyle, just in front, just in front.
Yep, 5 blue.
When you're tired and the mind and body is not in sync, little mistakes like that just cause problems. And so a draw here is going to make it very interesting for obviously the draw of the quarterfinals.
It really is. You're talking about tired. Both teams have just brought on amazing speed in reserve. Aaliyah Green one side, Kristen Thomas the other to match it.
Kaslik with the feed. Kelter gets through and got the ball. Here she goes, breaking away. She's been good today. As Kelter wasn't held, so got up and win again. Kaslik had to complete the tackle. Griffin looks to clear. They've lost the forward, and in fact, they've played the ball illegally on the ground, and so the Australians will have to go from their own 22.
Let's go.
God, they're deciding what to do, Australia here. Should they kick it? Should they run it? It looks like she's going to go for line, make sure.
Takes time off the clock as well. Oh, this is a brilliant game of sevens. Punch, counter punch, two sides, desperate for the victory. And there you can held onto the ball a little bit too long.
It was very good work from Shani Williams in the breakdown, wasn't it? That's what put the pressure on the USA.
Kaslik with the throw. And they're going to look to try and get the ball into the hands of Green. Firstly, they'll use one of their power forwards in Shannon Parry to set the ruck, and now they look to go wide. Here's Turner. Turner with Green. Green is here. Green's got the ball. Green drawing the attention of 2 or 3 players. Turner's there. Quickly out, Parry. Out to Quirk. Williams, the captain. Tackle had to be made by Zachary, and it was. Siren will sound shortly. Now we're into referees' time. 12-all between Australia and USA. Here goes Green, Elia Green. She's got real pace, as Green. Tackle coming in from Kristen Thomas, but they've recycled it. They've still got possession, have Australia. They've got players out to the right-hand side, trying to create some space here for Williams. The captain was Tiana Pinatani, who's come off the field, who's come off the bench rather, and she's just going to kick it out. Bizarre end to this game. All tied up, 12-all. And that'll do it for their third match in Pool C. A draw here between the United States and USA. Both teams will progress through to the quarterfinals.
Are you still parked here? It is actually really good point though. Did you take it? Yeah, alright. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Izzy. Huh? I've been running all over the place. It makes it easier.
Well, it's fair to suggest Russia will feel they have underperformed in their 2 games so far today. The finalists in Langford blew a 12-point lead against Canada before being outplayed by England in their second game. South Africa, for their part, have only managed 1 single try so far today, and they've conceded 73 points in the process. This is about pride for them as much as anything else. Mel, I mean, Russia, maybe they just didn't feel it today, but certainly the performances have been a little bit flat by their standards.
Well, they've scored some fantastic tries. They've shown a lot of fight. Don't forget they're in the pool of death here. They lost to Canada and England. Number 9, Kudanova, the captain. She's one of the most dangerous players in this competition, in particular around rucks and the breakdown. She has scored some fantastic tries in that area, so I'd look to see her lead from the front in this match. There she is in the front.
And the asterisk beside the Russians as well is that Kazakova got injured in that first game, and such an important player for them. So without her, really you can say they're missing a huge weapon in their armoury. South Africa haven't fired at all today. As I said, just that single try. So, you know, for as much for themselves and their coaches and for their supporters, they want to put in a good shift against the Russians today and not let themselves down. It's the final game in the pool. Tired bodies, tired minds, I'm sure, but this is their last.
I think think if you looked at some of the tapes of South Africa in earlier tournaments, you'd be able to see there's a massive improvement in their performances despite the losses so far today.
Hamidova is strapped up from that blood injury picked up in the last game, but okay, obviously, to continue in this final match. And likes of Jourdain for South Africa. Theron, Simmers, Helden Heiss, Nobele. Dangerous players when they get space, but it's getting that space that's been the problem for them. And there is the key figure, Kudanova, the captain for Russia, trying to pump the legs and using a strong handoff as well against Plyke to make a bit of space for herself. Picked up the deck there by Petrova at 7, and here is
Backwards.
the Russian number 5, Hamidova, wearing the strapping around her head. Ball still alive. Jourdain, little kick for her. You can see what she was trying to do as she got the pace and the muscle to get in between the Russian defence. No was the answer because the captain came back, Kudanova, to save the day early on. Hamidova brings play to the 22. Little offload, looks for support and finds it as well. Petrova, decent pass to Fefalova. Steps back inside, nice handoff. Fefalova over the halfway line. One runner outside if she can find her. Maybe she doesn't need her. Fefalova puts the head down, but tackled well. South Africa competing, slow it down crucially. Is it going to be enough though? Shemchuk for Russia. Little ball on the outside. It's for Bogacheva. Brilliant, brilliant by Russia. They worked their way from their own 22 all the way down for a wonderful try.
A team try. They linked with each other very well. No mistakes. Nearly everybody got their hands on the ball. She was the lady, Bogacheva, to end up with it. That left-hand side, you can see the smile. Now, this was a run through the middle, which really wasn't particularly electric or fast, Fefalova. But the thing is that they got the ball back, they recycled it, and they continued the attack out that left-hand side. It's really well worked.
Bogacheva, just 21 years of age. Debut in Atlanta. The conversion is good as well, which means the Russians are 7 points to the good against South Africa. Well, that's the start they would have wanted.
And the great thing is that finally Russia are building some depth with a player like Alina Bogacheva coming in. There's their fantastic coach, Pavel Baranovsky.
He's an animated character, is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
He gets stuck in the halftime team talks, I can tell you. If he's not happy, they all know about it fairly quickly.
Passion, drama. He loves this game.
That's what we want to see. Well, unforced error from the restart, so chance here to try and move this ball. Chasing already. Had that chance early on though, and inside the opening, 60, 70 seconds or so inside the Russian 22. Tap penalty, little switch. There's the captain, Jourdain. Nice pass as well. Coming back inside is Theron. Russia wastes no time getting on with a Fefalova with the pass. Nice interchange. Here's the captain, Kudanova. A little space on the outside here to work with. How fast is Petrova? She's very fast. Too fast for the South African defenders. And that is a brilliant try by Marina Petrova. Superb. Watching her in flight. She just took off and South African heads dropped immediately. They knew she was too fast.
Oh, they moved it well from that congestion area, didn't they, Russia? They have got a really good passing game. Nice wraparound. And just got it out wide. It was Hamidova involved too. Ball tucked under the arm, and yes, she is very fast indeed.
And if you're going to be critical of South Africa, that was all from that quick line out. They turned their back on Russia before they knew it. The ball was out towards the 22 and they were gone.
Can't afford to do it against this team, so fit.
Conversion's good, 14 points to 0. Yeah, the Russians, certainly one thing in any sporting code you can never accuse them of is lack of fitness. If they put on a jersey, doesn't matter what it is, they're going to be up for it.
Well, I always say this team looks like a group of jackrabbits because they're all very long and lean.
Yeah. And the knock on again from South Africa. Throws the ball down in disgust with herself, Mathurin Simmers, and you can see just dejected really. Silly mistake creeping in. 2.5 minutes still to play the first half. That was a long way to go in this game.
Okay, bind up properly.
Yeah, that's a basic error that.
Not one for the highlights trail.
No.
Coach. Bind. Set.
Russian backline standing very, very deep. Is the captain trying to twist out of a Kudanova. Did well to get that ball to the back. Is the try scorer Petrova. Looks to release Hamidova. And she's tackled by Jordan, but
offside.
all of the South African backline offside. Quick tap and go. Chance to go again.
Advantage,
Petrova chips it out. Should be a try. Oh, just as I say, the pass didn't go to hand. Now it is. And Feflova goes in. Easy as you like.
All about forward momentum there for the Russian team. Numbers, support. Just pushing the short little passes. Here's Petrova, nice tackle there. The South African defence, they just recycled there and reached over, popped it on Feflova.
3 tries to the good for Russia. Conversion still to come.
Clear.
Yeah, this is all about getting form for the, because even though they qualify third in their pool, only 4 teams out of the 12 miss out from being in the Cup quarterfinals.
Conversion is just off the mark, so 19 points to 0. First one missed for the Russians. South Africa to do.
And don't forget too, Olympic qualification on the minds of the Russian team. They're in 7th position on 46 points. Well in with a chance.
I mean, reaching the final last time out really helped their cause as well, putting pressure along with the United States on the French, who still look vulnerable, you'd have to say, to those coming behind them. Oh, lovely interchange there by South Africans. First real passing move that's cut the Russian defence open. Scrap for the ball on the ground. Advantage being played to Russia. Bogacheva digs it out. Shipped on again by Shemchuk. And the strength and the speed of Hamidova to get away. Nobody will catch her. Way too quick. And South African heads are down. And with 3 seconds to go, they are out as well.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous Hamidova. We've got to give her some credit. In this tournament all day, she has been an absolute workhorse. She doesn't, I guess, get the glory that often, but wow, look at the fins, the power, and she's supremely quick as well, Hamidova. A great try. Going for the tennis player look, Hamidova.
The Djokovic look.
Exactly.
Strike with the right foot. 26 points to 0. This is a right already, and you have to say South Africa have been extremely disappointing, but Russia full credit. 26 points to 0 they lead at half-time.
Твоя главная проблема, что ты бегаешь от мяча, ты бегаешь от борьбы. Вот возьми, я тебе сейчас прошу тебя целый тайм, сойди с ума, сделай минимум 5 захватов, 5 передавливаний, 5 раз там вычисли мяч, 5 раз подави вперед. Это ненормально, когда человек бежит целое поле, а потом берет, как говно падает в мешок. Ну ты не можешь вообще в контакт входить, ты же перебежал все поле. Ну беги поперек поля, играй крест, еще что-то, девочки. Я вас всех прошу, игра, ну легкая же игра, ну поиграйте. Понимаете, вы не отдавайте мяч, а его посохраняйте. Это ненормально, то что опять не даем им возможность побежать. Дальше, начальный удар. Я вам разрешаю ударить на линию. Я тогда должен видеть, что взять мяч, кто-то бежит бороться. Но вы же бьете на 10-метровую зону, а никто же не борется за этот мяч. Вот тут же берете с 5-метровой, ну, он не проходит, опять с центра поля начинает свободный удар. Ну дайте дальний тогда и защищайте защиты. Но в защите тогда, будьте любезны, тройку я хочу увидеть. Я хочу увидеть крест, кто берет третий игрок. А то сейчас опять ты бежишь туда трусой, вот еле-еле, и все, третий игрок нет у нас, проблема из-за этого возникает. Нормально играйте, добивайте.
Somebody should tell Karel Baranowski that his team are actually winning 26-0 and not the other way around.
I just want to know if he took a breath. That was awesome. But you know what? That would motivate you every time.
I think he wants to see 100 points on that board or he won't be happy.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's about maintaining a standard, isn't it? It's about keeping consistency for when the games come, that it's become second nature to you. It's very difficult to switch off when a game is won and then expect it to just click back into gear against the likes of New Zealand, England or Australia, whoever's to come in the knockout stages. But Russia are 26 points to the good with an unhappy coach. You'd hate to hear what happened in the South African team talk.
Oh. Yep.
Well, here they are, trying to get something going. Pinar for South Africa, trying to hang on to that ball. Look at the Russians in, trying to snipe that ball back. Plaiki, thanks to scrum half, and the Russians offside, a little too enthusiastic, perhaps to impress their coach. So Jourdain taking her time.
So they've got some kind of move worked out.
Goda, little switch. Jourdain, little dummy, nice one. It's gone around the outside. Decent tackle though by the Russian Petrova. There again for South Africa to use, shipped on by Plaiki. Little step off her inside, this time is Grain. Still going, Grain. Needs a bit of help, doesn't want to be held up in the tackle. We've seen that a couple of times already today. It's not something you see often in sevens. Little switch from Helden Hayes. Oh, lovely line of run as well. Back inside, Goda. Couldn't get through that last one. Helden Hayes back on her feet. She's going to have to be scrum half, but she's under pressure. Needs some help now. South Africa slow to react. Good defence there by Seradina for Russia. South Africa still have it. Taken up this time by Pinar. Just over the 22-metre line. Options both sides now if they want to use this ball. Oh, little gap in the middle and the handoff. It's going to be South Africa's second try of today. And a well-worked move. The salute to the crowd. She enjoyed that one. And good to see Grain heavily involved in the build-up.
That was wonderful. 6 phases. After each breakdown, each tackle, each ruck, they built on each phase. They stayed patient. Everybody got involved. And of course, Grain in the end was the one that came away. Lovely little push off too. Showed a few wheels.
26 points to 7 with the conversion. And Vareska Grain scores her 8th try for South Africa. 24 years of age, really enjoyed that one. Good to see him celebrate as well.
Thank you. Back on.
So Zenai Jourdain, the captain, to restart. It's a long one though, doesn't give the chasers an awful lot of room to work with. Just got to make the tackle, no chance to contest it. There on the deck, Russia trying to use it. Lovely pass, look at that, to put the runner into space. Beautifully floated, nobody's going to catch her. And a wonderful sprint to the line for Alushina. Just on the pitch as well, and that'll do her confidence well ago, but it was all about that pass, wasn't it?
Oh, so accurate. The execution. The captain again involved Kurtanova with the ball. Of course, this young lady hit it at pace. Lushina, here it is. Bam, right on the money. And then she had enough pace to get over the line. Fresh legs, of course. She's another new player to the Russian outfit.
Well, if you've got that amount of pace and you see a pass like that coming, stars in your eyes before you even set off. Conversion attempt, unusual kicking style, but I tell you what, it's effective. Another one goes over.
Well, she's the second highest goal scorer in this competition since it started 3 years ago.
But she kicks it facing straight on. Doesn't turn to the side like most people would when they're hitting a drop goal, but straight in. Almost a toe bog, we call it back at home in Ireland. But South Africa, after scoring that try, immediately concede, and Jourdain, with just under 3 minutes left to go to try and inspire her team. Big hits going in. Here is the captain. Any room for her to work some magic? No, but a nice little switch all the same, and the support line of runners. That's how you get through. Anyone there now popped up the pass more in hope than anything else, and the Russians read it, and they've come through to steal possession. Options really all on the right-hand side, but they do so illegally. Quick tap and go now by South Africa, taken up this time by Goda. An advantage still being played.
Rock.
This is Theron. Referee says advantage is over. Jourdain looping pass to the outside to Pinar. Pinar weighs up, and oh, lovely little burst and acceleration by Pinar. All the way in for the try. Good stuff by the South Africans. And the perfect response.
Nice little goose step. The stop and start Fijian styles for Pinar down the sideline. Here it is. Stop, start. Flat-footed the defence slightly. Got her arm off, brushed her off as well. Well worked.
23 years of age, Marathi Pinar from South Africa. Made her debut in Amsterdam last year. And the conversion attempt from Jordan is just left and wide. So 33 points to 12. The try tally for South Africa creeps up slowly.
You don't really see that goose step on either the men's or the women's circuit very often these days.
No, but I mean, if you can pull it off, it's so effective. I suppose the problem is now that, you know, it became overused for a long time, so people just withdrew a little bit.
I tried it once and I looked like a goose.
You did. Well, if you're able to admit it, it's okay for me to say it too. Russia with the ball. Strong hand. And another one. 2 handoffs and a third. How do you like that? That's quality time in the gym right there. Now, chance to move this one. South Africans give chase. They're not going to be able to catch her. Beautiful stuff. Second try of the match for Bogacheva. She scored the first one. Is this the last one? Bogacheva, calm as you like. Beautiful run to the line. Super stuff by Russia.
Yeah, I talked about their physiques being like jackrabbits, the long, lean. What it means is that repetitive speed just keeps going and going like an ever-ready battery. She's a great example. Look at this power and strength. You're right about time in the gym. Fabulous. Drew in 2 defenders, and then this young lady, Bogacheva, finished it off.
Conversion attempt. This time it's Lushina, and she makes no mistake. There's the full-time sound, but we'll have time for one more play. 40 points to 12. This has been an emphatic and impressive performance by the Russians. They'll set themselves up nicely. I said today they had underperformed by their own standards, but I'm sure that they were keen to lay down a mark and say, hey, don't forget about us in this London Sevens tournament. We're not going away. And that's exactly what they've done. South Africa, one last spin for them. 2 tries today, bettering their entire total for the afternoon before kick-off in this match. So that's one positive to take. And here is one of the try scorers, Pinar. Pinar still going. Pinar still going. Eventually dragged into touch. A good effort from her, but the penalty comes because it was high, the tackle. And the referee right on the spot. South Africa go again. Theron ships it on. Grain this time. 1 try for her already. Helden Heiss is not the quickest, but she's a strong physical player. Oh, she sold them all to the world, and they bought it with a cheap buck. Helden Heiss in the corner. Beautiful dummy, one-handed. The Russians caught asleep really in defence. They expected the pass to go, and Helden Heiss says, you know what, I fancy this one.
It wasn't even hardly a dummy. She just put the ball out. Who knows what the defence there from Russia and Petrova was thinking, what she was doing. But Heldenhurst, once again, she's been one of the hard workers in the South African team, so it's a nice reward for her to get that one.
Huffing and puffing after that one, as you'd expect.
Russia.
Conversion attempt will be the last act in the second last game of the pool stages on day 1 of this very entertaining tournament so far. And the best is yet to come, you feel.
Absolutely, these quarterfinals do or die. 7 teams in the hunt, or 6 teams now for 3 positions for those Olympic qualifications.
Conrad isn't going to add the extras. It doesn't matter. It's immaterial, though, because Russia have done enough. They've blown South Africa away, if we're being honest. And that man there must be happy with that at the full-time whistle, despite the half-time team talk. 40 points to 17, the final score.
Up next, the match between Canada and England is the Pool B game, and the final match of the round for these two sides. Two unbeaten teams. They are tied 6-all in the series. They last met in Canada, where Canada got beaten in the quarterfinal by 12 points to 5. Very strong England team, and former captain of the English side, Sue Day, is with me. And Sue, strong lineup.
It is a strong lineup, lots of experience with the likes of Burford, McLean, Scarrett, Stanford, but a lot of pace on the bench, interestingly, from England. Brennan, Hunt, Wilson, that's a lot of this squad's pace. So looks like England aren't planning to play a particularly wide game.
And for me, when I look at Canada, there's one name in particular that hasn't done too much on day one. I'm not sure whether she's carrying an injury or not. You may be able to help me a little bit more on that. But Ghislaine Landry hasn't got involved in the first two matches.
No, we haven't seen as much from her as we usually do. Maybe this is the game for her to do that. For them, on the bench, Mandy Marchak and Magali Harvey, a couple of strike runners, so more pace on the bench for Canada too. Magali Harvey, that fantastic player from the 15s World Cup, hasn't quite shown what she can do in sevens yet, but you have to think, give her a chance, give her a bit of space in a game like this. This is the sort of time that she really could make a mark. And there's Alhambra Nievas, one of the best referees on the circuit, Spanish, former player.
Yeah, there's no question that, in my mind, the players are improving and so is the officiating. It's a really high standard in this competition, and so congratulations to everybody involved. It's been a brilliant day one. I normally see some of those matches on day two, but we've been treated as some absolute pearlers today. Final match of the day. Stacey kicks off. Burford down in the pocket. Now just releases, and a lovely little pop pass up to Packer. Takes a lot of stopping, does. Marley Packer, England first possession. Good control, just showing a lot of patience here with Wilson Hardy. Needed to do more and try and stay in.
Yeah, poor from England. If you're going to play in those wide open channels, that's one thing, but it wasn't even much of a tackle to move her into touch. You can't be giving the ball away like that, not this early in a game.
And the position as well. Kish goes high, brings it down and delivers it. Offload to Stacey, and now they look to clear it. Kish again, down the short side, identifies a little bit of space. The offload to Paquin. Paquin takes some stopping. Inside the 22, Canada ball is there. Been stolen illegally by Marley Packer.
Took a long time for the ref to make that call, didn't she? Packer thought she was okay, but no, still in, says the referee.
Stacey has the ball out to Farella. Good play. Here's Landry. The offload there to Ben. Ben on Watmore, keeps the ball in play, and here's Landry. Just wonder whether that hamstring is correct, or right, sorry, rather, on the left leg of number 9. Ghislaine Landry.
Very, very heavily strapped, isn't it? Very heavily strapped, and that could be the reason why we haven't seen quite so much from her in this tournament. But you have to think she wouldn't be playing if she weren't fit to play.
Open, please.
Not in a game of this magnitude. Stacey to feed the line.
Right.
Kish asking for some space. Jen goes high. Farella with the ball going back. Stacey has got involved a lot earlier on. Molesky, she's been good today, scored 2 tries. Inside the 22 again. And she's held on to the ball. Great work from Burford.
That is where Rachel Burford's so good, in that contact area. Gets in there quickly.
And wants to get on with it as well. So lovely little late cut there from McLean into Scarrett. And she's been isolated now, so one apiece. Landry wants to get on with it. Here's Paquin out to Kish. Kish, Molesky breaks the first, and so it's the forwards. Big tackle coming in, had to be made. Jen Kish gets across and over the ball. Landry Landry hasn't done much, and this is why she's one of the best players in the game. First opportunity for Canada, and Landry scores.
Yeah, so we hadn't seen much from Ghislaine Landry, but that's not bad. Scores a try when her teammates need it. At the moment, playing into Canada's hands. They're not trying to play the ball wide. They're hitting it up, getting themselves isolated. Emily Scarrett got turned over just now, moving the ball up the middle of the pitch, making it too easy for Canada, giving Canada possession in their attacking 22.
Converts her own try. It is Ghislaine Landry 7, England 0. Yes, she has 30 tries this season, just 16 behind Portia Woodman. I shouldn't say just. What a quality player she is. Cometh the time, cometh the superstar, and she has delivered. Ashley Stacey with the restart. It's gone the 10 metres and it's been able to bounce. And so Watmore wants to get on with it and throws it on in very quickly. Running across the field was Burford looking for some support. She offloaded to Staniford, who in turn offloaded to Packer. Quickly recycled. Here's McLean. McLean, good pass out to Scarrett. Scarrett's big and strong. She draws in two of the defenders. Jen Kish comes and tries to hold her up now. It's to release her now. Knees her on the ground. This will be a penalty.
Yeah, not releasing Jen Kish. It counts as a tackle when the player's on the floor, so she has to let go.
Burford again out to Packer. She's taken some stopping and really getting involved in the game here, not rolling away, so ill discipline again from the Canadians.
Yeah, no effort whatsoever to roll away there.
Staniford taps. They're trying to get some space for Watmore out on that left-hand flank, and here's Staniford. Staniford tackled. And they've got players out to the right. They opt to go to the left, and now they decide to swivel around. Here is Watmore. Should have too much pace for Kish, but a lovely little pop pass there on the inside, and McLean couldn't handle it. Good defensive work. Here's Landry. This is dangerous for the English side. Landry down in the tackle. Kish is there. Paquin clears it. Fadella. Pass out to Ben. Brittany Ben. Ben gets it to Stacey. Stacey sees that there is no sweeper in behind, and now it's a foot race. If it stays in play, she should get there first. Stacey chasing the ball down. Gets to it first, beats the first tackle of Staniford, then goes inside, outside. This is one of the great tries of today. She had no right to score that try, Ashley Stacey.
Brilliant play by Ashley Stacey. Brilliant. England was slow to chase back. Ashley Stacey pace onto the ball. Look at this, the pinpoint precision of this kick. Goes over, stays in. Then she manages to gather it and evades the tackle brilliantly, inside and out, gets over the line. But at the moment, England are just playing one-dimensional sevens for me. It's taking the ball back in every time. It doesn't matter whether there's space outside or not. That's the game plan, so we're going to keep taking it back inside, playing right into Canada's hands, who on the other hand are making the right decisions, moving it wide when it's the right thing to do, kicking to do at the moment, have complete control of the game.
45-0 against South Africa, 14-12 in a titanic battle against Russia for the Canadians. England 28-7 and then 21-12 against Russia. So, lady of the moment, Ashley Stacey, 3 Canadian inter-university sports champion. And she's showing her class as they opt to kick out towards where Joe Watmore is standing. How can England respond? And down by 2 converted tries. Burford, she's not afraid to go into contact. Hits, turns, presents.
Again, England taking contact, again getting turned over. They've got to learn.
Molesky gets it out to Kish, Jen Kish. Inside the 22, places the ball back. Molesky, Fadella's there, she's a good finisher. There's Fadella, won't be able to break the tackle of Burford though. Staniford there, looking for the steal. She's done brilliantly.
That time it's England turning the ball over in contact. England need to run this. They need to move the ball into open space. They need to give it a go.
And that's what they're going to do. Here's Packer. Inside pass. Look at the tackle there on Wilson Hardy. The ball's been spilled forward, and so no advantage to the Canadians. We'll head to the break to hear what both coaches have had to say, well, we'll have to say rather. No doubt John Tate will be thrilled at what he's seen. Simon Winnington not so. But after 7 minutes, Canada leading England, the hosts, by 14 points to 0.
Let's just get to the game plan, all right? I think if we're going to drop, we have got to support each other from the inside, all right? Because we're getting too isolated, all right? And then we're just getting an easy turnover ball, all right? So let's get a little bit more width from the game. We've got to produce a quick ball so we get them on the back foot. Then we can go to edge a little bit more positive contacts. Okay, so tighter threes, just get after each other, pass, really get after each other quick, speed the play up a little bit and we'll go from there. Okay, defensively, a bit more urgency, okay? What we're going to do is off the ball, take the space off the ball, right? So what we're knocking off and then they're shifting back and then they're getting into us. So let's make sure we take all that space off the ball, okay?
Guys, let's get a bit of fucking grit about it now. If you're carrying the ball, you go an extra metre. If you're supposed to be at B, you get there a second fucking pass there. Yeah, everything off them. Come on, B. On 1, 3, 2, 1!
You might want to explain, now apologies too if some of the language is a little bit colourful there, but the passion from these ladies where they want to win, and Sue, you might want to explain what Simon Middleton was meaning off the ball.
Well, it was good to hear what he did say. So he said, if we're going to drop it in tight, then we need to get players there soon, but let's put a bit more width on the game. For me, England have just switch play back in constantly. It's very easy for Canada to read. So he's saying if you do that, you've got to get there quickly. But how about a bit more width? We've got players like Joe Watmore, he's saying. Why don't you use them?
The restart for the second half. Watmore goes up and tries to compete. It's been tapped at by Ben. Landry is there, and so too is Packer. So first possession, Maleshki. Kayla Maleshki does so well to get Sauder outside. No problem at all with the counter ruck coming in from Packer, and now they're going to try and hold her up. This should be a turnover for England. Great work from Packer. Great awareness of the rules, and she got in there and held her up. But the referee says no.
Referee says Canada ball. England thought they'd held that up. England thought that was theirs. I think the referee's judging that Canada got the ball to ground, perhaps. Tough call, I think, probably for England there, but that's the referee's call. They've got to get on with it.
Ashley Stacey with the feed. Yeah, I thought they'd done everything right there. Farella gets it out to Landry. And now the kick and chase. Ben on the outside. Coming across for England is McLean. She'll get there first. Ben straight down on to the tackled player. That there could have been another penalty. And it's gone against the English side.
I think England again will be a bit unhappy with that. Katie McLean never had a chance to play the ball there. The crowd certainly not agreeing.
You can't dive on a player on the ground, and that's what they've done. But nonetheless, we carry on with the game. Everything going the way of the Canadians. Kish. The offload here to Paquin. Paquin's got the angle. Paquin's got the pace. And Canada have got their third.
Excellent finish from Karen Paquin. We know that she does that very, very well. England will feel a bit hard done by with a couple of decisions, but you've got to pick yourself up, get on with it. Lovely ball from Jen Kish out to Karen Paquin, and she has bags and bags of pace. That's where she needs to be, on the outside, finishing off, and she did it very, very well.
31 tries in her career, 155 points. Grew up in Quebec, graduated from Les Centres School, and here's Landry looking to try and add the extras. Looks good, denied by the woodwork. Wow, this is a Canadian side desperate to retain their second spot in World Rugby's World 7 Series. A couple of tough calls, but England can come back from this. The restart. And this is the sort of spirit that we expect to see from Wilson Hardy on that occasion, keeping the ball in play. Recycled, and now stepping, going in and out and into contact again. They need to get some width in their play coming in. There's Chamberlain. No advantages, so we'll go
Offside.
Abigail Chamberlain off the bench, and England really need to get on with it.
As you say, though, yes, go for the line, but do it quickly. They need to get up there, get this line out taken quickly, keep the game moving. Those forwards need to sprint over there.
That's a great touch finder from Katie McLean, MBE in last year's New Year's Honours list, former primary school teacher. Finds a good touch. Michaela Staniford goes high, and Paquin's got up and competed, and the Canadians playing disruptive rugby, and they've stolen another ball from the line out. Fadella gets it out to Landry, and she says, let's just get out of here. The chase now coming from Harvey. She's come off the bench. Hunt is back there. Natasha Hunt puts her ears back, pins her ears back. Hunt, one to beat. Great tackle there. Coming in from Ashley. Didn't roll away though. And so now everything going England's way.
Opted for line again, England. They've got to make it quick though.
Safe touch finder. Great breakout from Natasha Hunt.
Yeah, there she goes. She's one of the fastest players on the team, Natasha Hunt.
Number 5, red, up, please. 5.
And a change for Canada, one of their best players. Today, Ashley Stacey being replaced
Here, please. Here.
by Elisa Alari. Hunt with the feed. England need to score immediately. And they can't find their jumpers. And it's the girl of the lady of the moment, Karen Paquin. Now she's going to back her pace. Can Paquin go all the way? You bet she can. Paquin's in. Game, set and match.
And there she goes again, Karen Paquin. She's so good at that. It was an odd call from England. They just lost the previous line out. They went for line again when they desperately needed to score, and it's always a lottery. Gave the ball straight to that woman. There she goes. She catches it off the line out, and that's it. She's in. Bang, she's gone. The pace that she has is phenomenal, and having that pace out in the forwards makes such a difference to a team. She'll be tired now, but what a finish that was. And Canada have really got one over on England here. It was England that beat Canada in Canada's backyard, but today, Canada have had it over England. Brilliant, brilliant display from them.
Mandy Marchuk can't add the extras. That is not easy to do, to win the line out and then to fend off Natasha Hunt and sprint 80 metres to the corner. Wow, she's special. Harvey with the restart. And they've been stunned here, England. They're up against a very good side too. Let's not forget that Canada is second on the table at the moment. No problem, says the referee, and England were looking for a penalty. They've released it, and Canada have stolen it again.
She's tackled. No. No.
They want to get on with it, and here's Natasha Hunt. Now it's the kick and chase. Look at the pace from Harvey to get back there, though. You're not going to beat her back there unless she loses it forward. She hasn't done that. She's knocked it backwards now. She's going to try and break away. Harvey up to Landry. Landry's got some speed. She's also got some support on the left and right. Opts to go out wide. Kaljuvi gets it out to Marchuk now. What can Mandy Marchuk do from here? Fadella's got plenty of pace. If she breaks here, she'll go all the way. What a try from Canada. Sublime sevens here from the Canadian side. And Fadella says, I'll pick up a 5-pointer myself to move to 49.
49 tries for Bianca Ferrella, and this is a really dominant display from Canada and potentially quite significant for the quarterfinals. This isn't just a victory by Canada, it's a nearly 30 points difference when it comes to working out the quarterfinals for tomorrow. Bianca Ferrella, what a finish.
She did that and broke the hearts of the Russians earlier today and scoring the try that got them the lead. And she's broken English hearts here tonight by putting the exclamation mark over the victory. Canada 31, England 0.
Yeah, Canada got the better of England. The two game plans, Canada just played to their strengths. England seemed to play a really tight game, coming back inside constantly. Players like Joe Watmore on the outside, who we've seen finish brilliantly all season, never really touched the ball at all. Canada, on the other hand, dominated the breakdown, dominated the line out, got the ball into the wide open spaces to Farella, to Paquin, to Landry. Brilliant, dominant performance from Canada. Hats off to them after a poor tournament in Langford to come back like that.
But what a comeback, and class is permanent, form irregular, and here is New Zealand. Speaking of irregular, they lost the game earlier today to Spain, but they managed to go through, obviously with the better points difference of what they had. So 3 teams on, 7 points, New Zealand, France and Spain. New Zealand with the better points difference, as I mentioned, will be ranked higher. And Pool B, the pool of death. We've just witnessed the game there, and Canada will go through along with England. England will still qualify. Russia may get there, has been having the less points differential once they've added it all up. And we'll be able to inform you on that a little bit later on. So there are the results from Pool B. Good wins for Canada. They saved their best for last. And in Pool C, Australia and the United States drawing that game 12-all meant that they finished on 8 points apiece. One better than where New Zealand, France and Spain were. And so what does that all mean? Australia 12-all. What a match that was, Sue Day. Really, today has belonged to Canada. They've looked the best of the sides on display.
They have really dominant today, and that last performance against England really quite outstanding against a team, England, who've been getting better and better from tournament to tournament.
And let's not forget too, Sue, let's talk about the right to earn, well, there's only one team that's earned the right to be in Rio, and that is New Zealand. They made it through to the quarterfinals. How much pressure now on the other 6 nations looking for those 3 spots?
A lot of pressure, and probably most pressure on the European teams, on England, France and Russia, because the USA know if they don't go through in the top 4, they're still absolute top favourites for the North American qualification spot. France, England, Russia, they know they've got a real battle on their hands if they don't come in the top 4 to then qualify through the European competition.
For those that are just joining us now, the improvement in the teams that we saw today, Spain, Fiji and South Africa, they've obviously gone and done a lot of soul searching, because they could have easily come into this tournament knowing that they're not in the hunt for those spots, but they created some real problems for the top teams.
The Spain performance against New Zealand was out of this world. Nobody expected that. And it just goes to show anything can happen on a 7th pitch. You'd have never called Canada to beat England 31 points. Still, of course, you could call Canada to beat England. They were 6-all in the series, so they're usually very, very tight games. So anything can happen, and Spain showed against New Zealand on the day it's anybody's.
And I think Brazil, China and Fiji will be the 3 teams just who makes it through. So let's have a look at the bowl semis, the bowl semi-finals tomorrow. Fiji will take on South Africa. Brazil will play China. And that means that it's the Cup quarterfinals. And this is the business end. Australia and also USA finished top. So Canada will play Russia in the first Cup quarterfinal. USA take on Team France. New Zealand against England. And Australia will take on Spain. Thanks for your company here at the Women's World 7 Series, where standards aren't set, they're broken. We hope you can join us again tomorrow.
Sisters on three. 1, 2, 3. Sisters!
Last feet!
Crunch! Bind!